Chapter 1: The Soul Returns Home. Pale blue wisps of cooking smoke drifted through Yunlai village under the twilight sky, as picturesque as an oil painting. This little mountain village, tucked away in the southwestern borderlands, had no flaws except for being poor. Village Idiot had left home at the crack of dawn and worked until sunset, hoeing 5 mu of land before heading down the mountain with a bamboo basket overflowing with pigweed. The village streetlights had already come on when he reached the courtyard gate, where a woman emerged to greet him. Her figure was enchanting, like a ripe honey peach, the exaggerated curves discernible even through her loose clothing. Her name was Zhang Xiaomei, and many men in the village harbored desires for her. She helped Sha Jin take the bamboo basket off his back, brushing off the weeds clinging to him as she said, "Sha Jin, don't work so late from now on. You must be exhausted. Come inside and eat." Scratching his head, Sha Jin replied, "Sister-in-law, I'm drenched in sweat. Let me wash up first." With that, he walked straight to the well in the yard. Zhang Xiaomei smiled helplessly. This kid may be simple-minded, but his pride is stronger than most. At least he knows he smells bad, and others might avoid him. He's already a cut above those coarse men in the village. She went back inside to fetch a towel and brought it to him. There, she saw Sha Jin take off his shirt, hang it aside, and scoop a gourdful of water from the vat to pour over his head. Broad, rounded shoulders, a high, firm chest, and solid abs that left women's mouths dry with desire. "Sha Jin, let me scrub your back for you." Zhang Xiaomei didn't give Sha Jin a chance to refuse as she wet the towel and vigorously scrubbed his back. "Your pants are soaked too. Take them off, and I'll wash them for you." "Little rascal, no wonder the villagers call you the stud." Just as she was scrubbing away with gusto, a man's voice came from behind. "No wonder the whole village says you two have found yourselves a bull. This simpleton is really built like one." Zhang Xiaomei turned her head and gave him a sidelong glance. "What are you here for?" The man was Zhang Peng, her own younger brother, the notorious loafer everyone in Yunlai village knew. A windbreaker, jeans, loafers, and 2 bleached white streaks in his hair. He smirked and said, "Can't I just come to see you?" "Sure, as long as you're not here to ask for money." Zhang Peng's smile froze on his face. "Sis, I've got someone to hook me up with a job, driving for a factory." "Go on. You're old enough to do something proper." Zhang Peng nodded and continued, "But I don't have a driver's license yet. Lend me some money so I can take the test." Zhang Xiaomei handed the towel to Sha Jin, then turned to look at Zhang Peng and said, "Do you think our money grows on trees? This is the 3rd time you've used this excuse. Not a penny. Go earn it yourself." "Did I say that before?" "I don't remember," Zhang Peng muttered in frustration. "Sis, I really need to get my license this time." "Xiaomei, your package is here. Come get it," someone called out nearby. "All right, coming," Zhang Xiaomei responded, shooting Zhang Peng a glare as she added, "I don't have time to argue with you. If you haven't eaten, go grab a bite in your room. Asking for money is out of the question." With that, she turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Peng muttered resentfully, "If you won't give it to me, I'll find it myself." He strode familiarly into Zhang Xiaomei and her husband's bedroom, rummaging through drawers and cabinets unchecked, even turning over the bedding in his search. No money turned up, but beneath a pillow he uncovered a stash of medicine, each package covered in foreign writing. "Who's sick?" Zhang Peng picked up one of the boxes and glanced at it, his face immediately twisting into an odd smile. Viagra male enhancement pills. Although he couldn't read the crooked foreign text on them, the illustrations were unmistakable. So the village rumors were true. Zhao Eryong really can't perform anymore, eating these in his early 30s. No wonder they haven't had kids. Zhang Peng muttered to himself. When he looked up, he saw Sha Jin standing in the doorway, eyes wide as saucers. The sight startled him so badly he nearly fell off the bed. "What are you staring at? Dumbass, get lost." He grabbed a box and hurled it at him. Shagong raised his arm to shield his head. Zhang Peng had bullied and beaten him many times before. Though fearful of Zhang Peng, he remained rooted in place, staring stubbornly at him. His reasoning was simple. Even if he couldn't stop Zhang Peng, he'd at least witness what the man was doing so he could report it to his sister-in-law later. Seeing foolish Jen wouldn't leave, Zhang Peng stopped paying attention to him. Even if his sister were home, he'd still ransack the place without hesitation. Zhang Xiaomei had long been guarding against this. Why would she leave money at home? Failing to find any cash, an infuriated Zhang Peng threw everything onto the floor. Staring at the colorful pills and then glancing at foolish Jen, a mischievous idea suddenly popped into his head. Foolish Jen, eat these pills. Zhang Peng scooped up all the medication and held them out in his palm toward the simpleton. Foolish Root turned his head away. I won't take them. I'm not sick. These medicines will make you smarter. Then the villagers won't call you a fool anymore, and you can even go back to university. Zhang Peng was quite familiar with Foolish Root and knew exactly where his weakness lay. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, the simpleton showed signs of wavering. Really? Why would I lie to a fool? Take them now, and tomorrow when you wake up, you'll be smart. Get smarter, go to college, muttered the fool, grabbing a handful of pills and shoving them into his mouth. By the time Zhang Xiaomei returned, Zhang Peng had already slipped away. She called out a couple of times but got no response. Turning around, she saw the fool leaning against the doorframe. Sha Jin, what's wrong with you? She hurried over and saw Sha Jin clutching his fists tightly against his chest, trembling uncontrollably, his face as red as a monkey's bottom. It wasn't just his face. Even his eyeballs had turned red, and his throat kept making rasping ha-ha sounds. Zhang Xiaomei was terrified. She grabbed his arm and draped it over her shoulder, trying to help him up. Come on, I'll take you to see a doctor. To her surprise, Sha Jin pulled her into his embrace instead, nuzzling against her face and neck. Sha Jin, what are you doing? Have you gone mad? By the time Zhang Xiaomei realized what was happening, Sha Jin had already pinned her hands to the ground. The fool was as strong as an ox. She didn't stand a chance against him. Some things don't need to be taught. They're instinctive. Even a fool couldn't forget them. Oh, may look what I bought for you. At that moment, Zhao Eryong rode back on his tricycle. A few years ago, he had been injured in the mine and could no longer do heavy labor. Now, he could only set up a stall on the street, mending shoes and patching tires for others. It wasn't enough to make him rich, but it helped cover the household expenses. Just as he entered the courtyard, he saw Sha Jin pinning his wife to the ground. Blind with rage, Zhao Eryong leapt off the tricycle, grabbed the wooden pole leaning against the wall, and brought it crashing down on the fool's head. With a dull thud, the fool stopped moving and slumped limply onto Zhang Xiaomei, his blood staining her snowy white chest crimson. In his dazed state, a heartbreaking yet hauntingly beautiful voice echoed through Shagan's mind. Soul, return to me. Chapter 2, The Legacy, is real. In the swirling chaos, Sha Jin saw the celestial palaces of heaven. Seated upon the divine throne was a man who looked exactly like him, yet radiated overwhelming majesty. By his side stood a woman of breathtaking beauty, so stunning she could topple kingdoms with a single glance. Suddenly, the heavens collapsed. Countless massive tentacles rampaged across the mortal realm, leaving carnage and devastation in their wake. The dignified man soared into the sky, confronting those terrifying beings single-handedly, only to be ultimately defeated and fall in battle. The woman cradled his broken body, weeping with such heart-wrenching sorrow, it seemed her very soul might tear apart. Divine Lord, she cried, may your spirit return to us. The screen shattered as streams of light surged into the forehead of the onlooker, Sha Jin. In just an instant, he felt as if his brain was about to explode, the pain both real and illusory. Arcane secrets, miraculous medical arts, supreme martial skills. Are these my memories? Am I that divine monarch? In his dazed state, Sha Jin overheard people talking. Dr. Yao, is Sha Jin all right? Should we call an ambulance? No need for that. Just a small cut on the head. Nothing serious. A few days of anti-inflammatory shots will do the trick. He felt someone tugging at his pants, and Sha Jin abruptly opened his eyes. What greeted him was the sight of a woman with delicate features and a slender figure. She wore black-rimmed glasses and a white lab coat, her long, fair fingers holding a syringe. Yao Lanji, the doctor of the village clinic, was a young widow. Her husband had drunkenly fallen into a mountain ravine and died. Her information quickly surfaced in Shagan's mind. Seeing Sha Jin open his eyes, Yao Lanji froze, Had she just glimpsed two streaks of golden light flashing by? Perhaps she hadn't slept well last night, being too exhausted? She circled behind Sha Jin, swiftly inserting and withdrawing the needle with practiced ease. Her technique was flawless, painless. 60 yuan. Have him come back tomorrow for another shot. Thank you, Dr. Yao. After collecting payment and leaving with her medical kit, Yao Lonji barely stepped away before Zhang Xiaomei raised her hand and slapped Zhao Eryong across the face. Why did you hit him so hard? What if you seriously hurt Simpleton? What'll you do then? Zhao Eryong scratched his head. I came home and saw him on top of you. How was I supposed to know what was happening? I'll buy him some good food tomorrow to make it up to him. Zhang Xiaomei said angrily. That rotten Zhang Peng fed all your expensive medicine to Simpleton. Those were worth hundreds. Though she hadn't seen it happen, she could easily guess. Simpleton would never rummage through their bed, nor take medicine randomly. He must have been tricked by Zhang Peng. Zhao Eryong said with a hint of envy. Do you think something might happen to him like this? Maybe you should help him out. Zhang Xiaomei spat in disdain. He'll be fine once the medicine wears off. Seeing how enthusiastically the couple wanted to examine his male issues, the simple-minded lad hastily rolled over and sat up, pulling up his pants. Such a shy little fool. Zhang Xiaomei went to fetch him some food, while Zhao Eryong sat by the bed and patted his cheek. Sha Jin, your second brother didn't mean it. I'm apologizing to you. Don't go to work tomorrow. Stay home and rest for a few days, okay? Sha Jin nodded numbly. The food had been reheated, no lavish feast, yet utterly delicious. Sha Jin wolfed down the meal ravenously while his thoughts wandered afar. He was no kin to this couple. He'd come to their home as a helping yoke. The so-called helping yoke was an old rural custom. Some might even call it an outdated practice. The general situation was that Zhao Eryong had been working in the mines years ago when a large rock crushed his groin. Later, he developed a chronic illness and lost his ability to work. So after discussing it with his wife, they invited a strong, able-bodied man to live and eat at their home, taking on the heavy farm work in the fields in his place. In return, Zhao Eryong was supposed to periodically give up his bed, allowing this hired helper to share a room with his wife. However, the man they hired turned out to be a fool. He worked hard for their family, but never enjoyed the benefits. Shagan's original name was Lu Fan, but since his childhood nickname was Shui Jin, the villagers started calling him Sha Jin, Simpleton, after he became mentally disabled. He wasn't always slow. In fact, he'd been one of the few college students from Yunlai village who attended a prestigious university. One day after school, he heard someone screaming for help from a house, and without thinking, he rushed inside. Yet what should have been heroic rescue turned into a burglary accusation. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison, and his family had to pay substantial compensation. Before even reaching prison, he was brutally beaten into mental disability while in detention. Looking back now, it's clear how one misfortune led to another. He never even got the chance to appeal or proclaim his innocence. The cause of all this was the son of the richest family in Lianhua town, Gao Xiong, his old classmate, making him purely a scapegoat. After watching Lu Fan finish his meal, the couple packed up and went back inside. They had always treated him decently. Other than never giving him benefits, they had never shortchanged him in terms of food or clothing. Lu Fan's parents were honest, hardworking villagers, and he also had a lovely younger sister. Though the family wasn't wealthy, they were loving and full of happiness. But that incident had dealt a devastating blow to this family. Their once prideful son became a criminal. Though he escaped imprisonment, he ended up mentally handicapped. The compensation of hundreds of thousands drained the family's savings and left them with a mountain of debt. Who would ever send their own son to be a burden on others unless they were truly desperate? Recalling the helpless, pained expressions on his parents' faces at the time, Lu Fan clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug into his palms. Those mysterious, elusive memories made it hard to distinguish reality from illusion. But one thing he knew for certain: he would have his revenge. Those who framed him would pay dearly. Slow-witted boy, come here quick. Slow-witted boy, put some strength into it. Zhang Xiaomei's suppressed cries reached his ears, leaving him disoriented. Who am I? Where am I? He had a bizarre expression on his face as he jumped out of bed, tiptoed to the wall, and peered through a mouse hole there. Zhang Xiaomei was half lying on the bed, wearing a nearly transparent black lace nightgown. Zhao Eryong held a whip in one hand and a massage wand in the other. Most strikingly, he was wearing a jacket identical to Shogun's. Roleplay? These two really know how to have fun, but why on earth would they be role-playing as me? Lu Fan's mouth twitched uncontrollably as the drug's effects began coursing through him again, burning his throat with unbearable thirst. Not daring to look further, he returned to his bed, sitting cross-legged with 5 points facing heaven, practicing cultivation according to the method from his memories. Soon, the internal heat dissipated completely, and his mind settled into perfect stillness. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged toward him from all directions, entering his body to circulate slowly, nourishing his bones and muscles while aiding in cleansing his meridians and reforging his marrow. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster's crowing snapped Sha Jin out of his meditative state. As he opened his eyes, dawn's early light filtered through. Unbeknownst to him, he had sat there cultivating all night. Far from feeling tired, he felt extraordinarily refreshed, his whole body brimming with energy. Only now did he notice the sticky filth covering him, emitting a foul stench. So those inherited memories were genuine after all. Lu Fan clenched his fists, suddenly overwhelmed with ambition. Chapter 3. Boundless strength. Lu Fan got out of bed and stepped outside, scooping up a ladle of water and pouring it straight over his head. The cool well water rinsed away the filth from his body, making him exclaim in exhilaration. "What's with you washing up again so early in the morning, you silly boy? You still got a head wound. What if you catch a cold?" came a concerned voice from behind. Lu Fan turned his head and saw Zhang Xiaomei walking out with an overcoat in her hands. She snatched the towel and helped him dry off, then pulled the outer garment over his body. Lu Fan's expression turned peculiar. Wasn't this the same shirt Eryong wore last night while playing games with his wife? How come a wound on your head disappeared? Cold water had washed away the band-aid on Lu Fan's forehead. Zhang Xiaomei pushed back his hair and saw not only had the wound vanished, but the shaved patch had miraculously regrown overnight. It made her question whether she was still dreaming. "Honey, I'm heading out." Zhao Eryong interrupted her thoughts. "Fool, does your head still hurt? What do you want for dinner tonight? I'll buy it for you." "It doesn't hurt anymore, big bro. I'll eat whatever you buy," Sha Jin said with a silly grin. Seeing he bore no grudge, Zhao Eryong breathed a sigh of relief, climbed onto his tricycle, and prepared to leave. "Hold on a second," Zhang Xiaomei called out to him. "Help me carry those sacks of wheat from inside the house to dry in the sun." Normally, Sha Jin handled all the heavy labor, but since he'd lost so much blood last night, Zhang Xiaomei couldn't bring herself to order him around. But before Zhao Eryong could even dismount from his tricycle, Lu Fan had already turned back in the house and walked out carrying a sack of wheat in each hand. "Why is this wheat so light today?" Lu Fan was still puzzling over it when Zhao Eryong laughed and said, "Fool, I really admire the strength in your arms. Even when I was young, I couldn't match you." And wasn't that the truth? The couple could barely lift one sack together. It was then that Lu Fan realized it wasn't that the wheat was light, it was that his strength had increased. This millstone is such a nuisance. It's only used a few times a year and takes up so much space. Hearing Zhang Xiaomei's complaint, Lu Fan decided to give it a try. He walked over to the millstone, planted his feet firmly, wrapped his arms around it, and with a loud heave, lifted it up. The couple was dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open wide enough to fit a fist. That millstone had to weigh at least 300 pounds, yet he lifted it as effortlessly as if it were made of styrofoam. It wasn't until Lu Fan set the millstone down by the wall that the two snapped out of their shock. Zhao Eryong quickly strode over, gave Sha Jin a hearty slap on the chest, and said something that left him torn between laughter and tears. "Good gracious, Sha Jin, with strength like that, how many bricks can you haul in a day? No way around it. I gotta have a word with old Chui and get him to raise your pay." When farm work was light, Lu Fan would tag along with the village's contractor to labor at construction sites, pulling in 150 yuan a day. After receiving his wages, he would hand over every last cent to Zhang Xiaomei. When they saved up 5 or 6,000, Zhang Xiaomei would then pass it on to Lu Fan's parents. Because of that incident, his family was still burdened with debt and life was very hard. After seeing Zhao Eryong off, Zhang Xiaomei fed the 2 pigs and dozen or so chickens at home. After tidying up, she said to Lu Fan, "I'm going to work at the cold storage today. You stay home and rest, and keep an eye on the wheat. I boiled some eggs and made pancakes for you. They're in the pot. Remember to eat when you're hungry later." Lu Fan nodded and watched Zhang Xiaomei walk out the door. Standing there for a moment, he felt a jumble of thoughts swirling in his mind. After much deliberation, he decided to go home first and take a look. 2 years ago, he was taken away from his home by Zhao Eryong and his wife. Back then, he believed his parents had abandoned him, so he never went back. Whenever his parents came to visit, he would hide and avoid seeing them. The doorway looked just as he remembered it. The gate piers stood lonesome and bare, without a gate hung between them. The courtyard was piled with bamboo baskets woven by his mother, and a half-painted brick house stood nearby. "Hurry up, or we'll miss our chance." A middle-aged woman emerged from the house, the gray streaks at her temples strikingly pronounced. This was his mother, Wang Xiaolan, not yet 50 years old, but already looking like a little old woman. Lu Fan's chest ached so badly he could barely breathe. Wang Xiaolan looked up and saw him. What she was holding slipped from her fingers with a thud, nearly hitting her feet as tears rapidly pooled in her eyes. Lu Fan walked over, his knees going weak as he knelt before her. "Mom, I've been an unfilial son. I'll let you all suffer." Wang Xiaolan's lips trembled uncontrollably, and it took her a long moment before she could speak. "Jianjun, come out quickly." "What's wrong?" Lu Fan's father, Lu Jianjun, came out and froze at the sight before him. "Xiao Fan, get up quickly. The ground is cold. Let's go inside to talk." Each of them grabbed one of his arms and pulled him to his feet. The room was nearly empty of furniture, so bare you wouldn't even hear an echo if a stone were thrown inside. Lu Fan grasped his parents' hands and said in a hoarse voice, "Dad, Mom, I'm better now. I'm not stupid anymore." The couple exchanged glances before turning their eyes back to him. His gaze was now clear and alert, his expression no longer dull and vacant. A simpleton and a normal person are easy enough to tell apart, especially when it's your own son. Both parents trembled slightly from excitement. "My child," Wang Xiaolan wailed, her heart shattered by grief. Her once proud son had suddenly become a robber, then been beaten into idiocy in detention. Her heart had broken into 1,000 pieces. Even Lu Jianjun, who rarely showed emotion, wrapped an arm around his shoulders, weeping silently. After a long while, Wang Xiaolan finally managed a tearful smile as she cradled Lu Fan's face in her hands, studying him intently. At that very moment, she suddenly began coughing violently, even coughing up blood. Lu Fan was startled. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Wang Xiaolan took the water handed by Lu Jianjun, took a sip, and forced a smile. "It's nothing, just an old problem." Lu Fan took her hand and placed 2 fingers on her pulse. As he examined her pulse, tears nearly fell from his eyes. "There's nothing wrong?" "She's gravely ill." Wang Xiaolan had worked in a chemical factory years earlier. Due to inadequate protective measures, she had inhaled a lot of toxic gases, all of which had accumulated in her lungs. The irony was that the owner of that chemical plant was none other than his sworn enemy, Gao Xiong's father. Once the disease's root was identified, a prescription spontaneously surfaced in Lu Fan's mind. Menthol, colt's foot flower, platycodon root, bitter almond, raw, atractylodes, precious blood, simmer over low heat. Elated, Lu Fan thought to himself, "Dad, take care of Mom for now. I'm going to prepare the medicine." Before the couple could react, he had already dashed out the door. By the time Lu Zhengwo chased after him, the young man had long disappeared from sight. Where is he going to fetch the medicine? Has this kid actually recovered? Lu Fan recalled that the village clinic had a large traditional Chinese medicine cabinet. The herbs needed for the prescription were quite common and should be easy to find. In the distance, he spotted a pair of long, slender legs. Chapter 4, You Asked for It. Village doctor Yao Lanji stood in the clinic corridor, washing her hair. The woman looked nothing like a rural dweller. Her skin was snow white. She wore black shorts below and a white t-shirt tied at the waist above, revealing a flat stomach. Her jet black, glossy hair was wet and covered in lather. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and smiled, saying, "Silly Jin, you're just in time, help me rinse my hair." "Oh, okay." Lu Fan involuntarily swallowed hard. Stepping forward to take the rinsing cup Yao Lanji handed him. He scooped water from the basin, placed in front of her, and poured it over her head. This position, this angle, just perfect for admiring two flawlessly rounded curves. The water in the basin was all scooped out, yet he kept repeating the same motion, making Yao Lanji giggle uncontrollably. She straightened up, turned around, and went back inside, leaving a faint, lingering fragrance in the air. Lu Fan tugged at his pants. Good thing he was wearing something loose today, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. "Come on already, what are you standing outside for?" Lu Fan responded and stepped into the clinic. The pungent smell of disinfectant sharpened his mind a little. Yao Lanji dabbed her hair with a large towel, eyeing him with amused interest. Her gaze drifted downward unintentionally, or perhaps intentionally, before she seemed to think of something and let out another soft chuckle. "Was Zhao Eryong beating you last night because he caught you doing something bad with your sister-in-law?" Lu Fan quickly waved his hands in denial. No. If Zhao Eryong hadn't returned in time, they might have indeed committed a grave mistake. That despicable Zhang Peng really needed to be taught a harsh lesson. Yao Lanji wiped her hair dry and pinned it up. Taking a syringe from the cabinet, she said to Lu Fan, "Sit still. I'm giving you an injection. You look fine, so you won't need to come back tomorrow." "Oh, okay." Lu Fan had just sat down when he immediately sprang back up. "Dr. Yao, there's no need for an injection. I'm here to get medicine. The wounds are all healed. What more do you need to treat?" Yao Lanji hadn't even torn open the syringe packaging and asked in confusion, "What medicine do you need?" Lu Fan quickly listed the names of those medicinal herbs, leaving Yao Lanji utterly stunned. "Why do you need these traditional Chinese herbs?" Eryong asked me to get them. He had already prepared his excuse. Yao Lanji nodded slightly and didn't ask further. She took out a craft paper bag, walked to the medicine cabinet, and began skillfully measuring out the herbs. She specializes in traditional Chinese medicine. The prescription Lu Fan just mentioned should be for treating lung disease. None of the medicinal ingredients are toxic, so giving it to him won't cause any problems. 45. After sealing the package, she handed it over. Suddenly, Lu Fan froze. How could he afford this? All the money he usually earned went to Zhang Xiaomei, and, at most, he'd have just 10 or 20 yuan left for meals. Yao Lanji noticed his embarrassment and stuffed the medicine into his arms. "Pay me next time you come." "Thank you, Dr. Yao. I won't keep you. I'll head home now." Watching Lu Fan's retreating figure, Yao Lanji sighed. What a pitiful soul. So young, yet already a widow. What a tragedy, Lu Fan also lamented. He hadn't gone far when he remembered something. He'd forgotten to borrow the silver needles. Combined with acupuncture, his mother's condition would recover faster. Turning back toward the clinic, as soon as he stepped inside, he saw Yao Lanji cornered by two burly men. "Dr. Yao, when exactly are you going to pay back that debt?" Yao Lanji shielded her chest with her hands. "Big Brother Dong, please give me a few more days." The man lifted Yao Lanji's chin with his finger. "We've already given you months. Lanji, you know how I've treated you all these years. Just be with me, and I'll clear that deadbeat husband's debt for you." "Big Brother Dong, I'll definitely pay back that money. A woman like me isn't worthy of you. Patients will be coming soon. You should leave now." Another man slammed his fist against the wall. "Damn woman, your husband borrowed loan shark money that's compounded into hundreds of thousands now. How the hell are you going to pay it back? Big Brother Dong, taking a liking to you is your good fortune. Don't push your luck when given face." Yao Lanji trembled in fear, her pretty face turning deathly pale. The Dong lit a cigarette and blew a smoke ring right into her face. He said with a grin, "Hey Go, how many times have I told you? You gotta treat beautiful women gently. Lanji, since there's no one around now, why don't we have some fun together? Black Dog, go keep watch outside." The black dog grinned slyly. "Go for it, Dong. Sweet talk her into it." Turning around, he spotted Lu Fan standing rigidly in place, fists clenched tight, his eyes wide with fury. This sight brought back many unpleasant memories for him. That day, when the judge declared him guilty, he had sworn never to meddle in others' affairs again in this lifetime. "Take a good look and scram." The burly thug shoved Lu Fan hard, only to find him unmoved. "Motherfucker, how dare you ruin my plans?" The Dong tossed away his cigarette and grabbed an 4-bottle charging at Lu Fan. Now that he'd been spotted, even his thick-skinned courage wasn't enough to keep going. But beating someone up was still on the table. With a crisp snap, the 4 bottles shattered against Lu Fan's skull. The dong froze visibly. Why hadn't this idiot even tried to dodge? Was he brain dead or something? Then, slowly and deliberately, Lu Fan spoke. "You brought this on yourselves." The words had barely left his mouth when the dong heard a dull thud. His entire body was sent flying backward, smashing into the wall with a boom before sliding down to his knees, hands clutching his chest in excruciating pain. Damn it! The black dog reacted, pulling a dagger from his waist and lunging fiercely at Lu Fan. Oh no, someone's gonna die. Terrified by the scene, Yao Lanji closed her eyes in fear. When she opened them again, the dagger was already in Lu Fan's hand. The lone shark lay sprawled on the ground, vomiting his breakfast everywhere. Lu Fan tested the blade's sharpness with his thumb, then barked, "Scram!" The two struggled to their feet, supporting each other as they staggered out of the clinic. Though they wanted to hurl threats, the sight of the dagger in his hand made them swallow their words. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. This kid was clearly trained. Best to gather more intel and return with reinforcements for revenge. Lu Fan let out a long sigh. They'd thrown the first punch. Surely this didn't count as meddling in others' affairs? He lifted his head and grinned at Yao Lanji. "Dr. Yao, mind lending me your silver needles?" "Oh, yes." After a brief moment of stunned silence, Yao Lanji took out the silver needle case from the cabinet and handed it to Lu Fan with both hands. She hesitantly asked, Are you okay in the head?" "I'm fine." Lu Fan picked off the glass fragment stuck in his hair and grinned foolishly, saying, "Thanks, I'll return them to you later." After leaving the infirmary, he clenched his fists, feeling unusually excited. His speed and strength had significantly improved. His physical condition had probably reached the level of a special forces soldier. His ability to withstand blows had improved. Taking a bottle to the head hadn't affected him at all. Just one night of cultivation had brought such results. The future looked promising. Chapter 5. The 9 Celestial Needles. Honey, pinch me. Am I dreaming or what? Wang Xiaolan, who had been waiting anxiously at home, couldn't wrap her head around it. Her eldest son, who had been mentally disabled for years and sent away to live with another family, had suddenly returned claiming he was cured, even going out to fetch her medicine. No one would believe such a story. Lu Jianjun felt much the same, pacing restlessly around the room. Hearing footsteps outside, both of them rushed out almost simultaneously. Lu Fan paused in surprise. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing?" "Xiao Fan." Wang Xiaolan began shedding tears again. Lu Fan's heart ached as he led his parents back into the house. "Mom, take off your outer clothes. I'm going to give you acupuncture." "Acupuncture?" Seeing the densely packed silver needles in the needle pouch, Lu Jianjun felt a twinge of fear. This could very well be life-threatening. Their family couldn't endure any more blows. Wang Xiaolan cooperatively removed her outer clothes. Lu Fan had graduated from medical university back then and used to prescribe medicine and check pulses for them. Besides, she knew her own physical condition well. Could it possibly get any worse than this? After disinfecting with alcohol, Lu Fan stood behind Wang Xiaolan. "Mom, I'm starting now. It might hurt a little. Bear with it." Wang Xiaolan smiled gently. "Just go ahead with the needles. No matter how much it hurts, Mom can endure it. Even if it doesn't cure me, that's fine. Don't feel pressured." Lu Fan fell silent, calming his mind and focusing his spirit. Back in school, he had only practiced on mannequins, but now all the acupuncture points of the human body were clearly laid out before his eyes. A set of acupuncture techniques, known as the Celestial 9 Needles, surfaced in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he raised the silver needle and inserted it. Pohu, Shintang, Isha, Yufu Tiantu, Xiaohai. Needle after needle, Lu Fan's movements were lightning fast, as if he had practiced this technique countless times before. After inserting the last needle, he suddenly felt dizzy and faint, the sensation akin to pulling all-nighters for an entire week, followed by over a dozen rounds of excessive exertion. He bit down hard on his own tongue and slapped his mother's back with his palm. Wang Xiaolan immediately began coughing violently. "Dear, how do you feel?" Lu Jianjun, highly nervous, hurriedly handed her a glass of water. Wang Xiaolan shook her head repeatedly, pushed the water away, grabbed a nearby trash can, and vomited with a retching sound. A pungent odor filled the air. Looking down, they saw a mass of black, sticky substance in the trash can. Wang Xiaolan's expression shifted from pain to relaxed, her lips curling upwards involuntarily. Xiaofan, dear, I feel like I can breathe so much easier now. My chest hasn't felt this light in years. Hearing her words, Lu Jianjun's face lit up with joy as his worries melted away. He picked up a tissue and gently wiped away the mess around her mouth. Lu Fan smiled and said, Mom, you've already expelled the toxic substances from your body. After taking the medicine I brought for a few more days, you'll fully recover. Wang Xiaolan caressed his face, her eyes brimming with hot tears. My son has done well for himself. This medical skill of yours, none of those county hospital doctors can compare to you. No, my son has always been extraordinary since childhood. Lu Jianjun wiped away his tears in secret, watching as Wang Xiaolan's health grew worse with each passing day, his heart aching as if cut by a knife. Now, at last, things were better. Lu Fan sniffled, got up, and removed the silver needles from his mother's body. After tidying up, he said, Mom, you rest first. I'll go brew your medicine. All right, he said as he walked into the kitchen. Finding the medicine pot, he rinsed it clean with water, put the gathered herbs inside, lit the stove, and began boiling the medicine. Next door, Wang Xiaolan started worrying again. Jianjun, now that Xiaofan isn't mentally disabled anymore, do you think the police might arrest him and send him back to prison? Back then, Lu Fan had escaped a 5-year prison sentence precisely because he'd been beaten into mental disability while in detention. Lu Jianjun frowned and thought for a moment. Probably not. Never heard of someone going straight from a mental hospital back to prison. Have you? Wang Xiaolan glared at him. You're the crazy one. Lu Jianjun smiled helplessly. I was just making a comparison. Back then, Xiaofan was completely innocent in that incident. If anyone dares to send my son to prison, I'll fight them to the death. As she spoke, Wang Xiaolan started crying again. Lu Jianjun sighed. Don't bring this up again. It would only upset Xiaofan if he heard. The medicine finished boiling. Lu Fan picked up the kitchen knife and made a cut on his palm, letting his blood drip into the medicine pot. The most crucial ingredient in this prescription is the treasured blood, which refers to the blood of a cultivation practitioner. Lu Fan had just begun his cultivation, and the quality of his blood was still lacking, but it was just barely sufficient. He poured out a bowl, carried it over, and watched his mother drink it all, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. In his heart, he silently vowed that one day he would ensure his parents, who had worn themselves out worrying for him, would live in a grand house and enjoy a better life. At that moment, he noticed the sky outside had suddenly darkened, as if rain were imminent. Lu Fan stood up and said, Dad, Mom, I'm heading back to Brother Young's place. There's wheat drying in the courtyard. Before his words had even settled, Wang Xiaolan sprang up and rushed to block the doorway. She pleaded, Xiaofan, don't go to their house anymore. We had no choice back then when you want to help them, but now that you're better, there's no need. I'll go talk to Zhao Eryong later. We can even pay them money if needed. Okay. Lu Fan wore an uneasy expression. Mom, Brother Eryong and sister-in-law Xiaomei have been really good to me. Wouldn't it be ungrateful to leave them now that I've recovered? I don't care. I won't allow you to go no matter what. Lu Fan cast a pleading look at his father. Lu Jianjun said, Xiaofan is right. Even if we're not going, we should wait until both families have discussed it properly. Otherwise, the villagers will call him an ingrate. Besides, he's better now. He can come home every day. Well, then you must come back early tomorrow. I'll make your favorite dishes, his mother said. Sure. Lu Fan nodded emphatically before turning to leave the house. Meanwhile, the Dong and He Go, who had been badly beaten by Lu Fan, ran into Zhang Peng on their way home. Zhang Peng had just pulled an all-nighter at an internet cafe and was heading back to sleep. Brother Dong, Brother Haigu, what a coincidence. Where are you guys headed? The two were notorious tough guys on the streets. As a local loafer, Zhang Peng naturally knew them. Where we go ain't none of your damn business. Beat it before you get hurt. Still fuming, the pair had no intention of being civil. Rebuffed but smiling apologetically, Zhang Peng turned to leave when Dong suddenly asked, "You're from Yunlai village?" "Yeah, brother Dong." "Do you know who?" Only then did Dong realize they didn't even know who had just bested them. They proceeded to describe Lu Fan's appearance to Zhang Peng. After listening, Zhang Peng tentatively asked, "Brother Dong, the person you're describing sound a bit like Sha Jin. I have his photo on my phone. Let me show you, is this the guy?" He pulled out his phone and flipped to a photo, one he'd taken after tying Lu Fan to a large tree with a belt before posting it on his social media. Seeing the photo, Dong narrowed his eyes and hissed through clenched teeth, "That's the bastard." Chapter 6. Fool, your house is gone. "What's it to you two?" Asking about some idiot, Zhang Peng grinned curiously. The next instant, Dong slapped him hard across the face, leaving his head ringing. "Why'd you hit me? What did I do to you?" Zhang Peng seethed inwardly, but didn't dare show it, nursing his stinging cheek with wounded indignation. "You fucking mocking us on purpose, huh? Mocking us for getting beat up by a retard? Since when's a retard so damn tough? Looks like you need another lesson." Dadong raised his hand again, grinding his teeth in fury. "What? You two got beaten by that idiot Sha Jin?" Zhang Peng exclaimed in shock. "Say another word. You looking to die?" Black Dog swung his fist ready to strike. "Hold on. Don't get angry yet, big brothers. I've got a way to deal with that idiot Jin." Dong narrowed his eyes at Zhang Peng. "Oh, what way?" Zhang Heng wore a sinister and cunning smile. "If we can't win fairly, then we'll play dirty. That's what I'm good at." The simple-minded Lu Fan hurried to Zhang Xiumei's house, quickly gathering the drying wheat and covering it with plastic sheets before the heavy rain began pouring down. After finishing the work, I suddenly felt somewhat lost, unsure of what to do next. Having been in such a state of confusion for so long, my life had long lost its direction. At this thought, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel another surge of burning anger. Remembering the scene where he was framed, he clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "Gao Xiong, the humiliation and hatred you've unjustly placed upon me. I'll soon settle this score with you." Revenge was certainly necessary, but before that, he needed to ensure he had enough cards and strength at his disposal. He couldn't afford to be reckless and impulsive like before. "I want to become stronger and richer, stronger than everyone, richer than you, Gao Xiong." Lu Fan was already formulating a rough plan in his mind. Just as he habitually squatted in the yard lost in thought, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Someone shouted, Sha Jin, are you there? Hurry home and see your parents. Something terrible has happened. Even though you're a fool, you're still a Lu by blood." "What's happened?" Lu Fan sprang to his feet and rushed to the door. Standing outside was Old Man Li, the neighbor who lived next to Lu Fan's family. Seeing Lu Fan, Old Man Li first showed a hint of pity, then sighed and said, "You'd better go home quickly. Your parents are trying to kill themselves." "What?" Lu Fan's eyes widened instantly. "This can't be. Just a short while ago, when I left home, my parents were in perfectly good spirits. How could things have changed so drastically in the blink of an eye?" Lu Fan broke into a sprint, his speed terrifyingly fast. Old Man Li was momentarily stunned before shaking his head. Trouble always seeks out the weakest thread. That Lu family truly suffers more misfortunes than they can bear. In the courtyard of Lu Fan's home, Wang Xiaolan sat on the ground, cradling Lu Fan's father in her arms while weeping uncontrollably, pounding her chest in anguish. Several kind-hearted bystanders nearby kept urging something with pity-filled expressions. "What happened?" Lu Fan immediately rushed forward. He saw his father Lu Jianjun lying stiff and pale, barely breathing. This was clearly a state of shock-induced, suspended animation caused by emotional turmoil overwhelming the heart. Without waiting for Wang Xiaolan's response, Lu Fan directly slapped his palm against his father's chest. "Oh goodness, look at this mess. Such a fine college student, now acting foolish like this. Where his own father's life hangs in the balance, he's still causing trouble. Quick, stop them before someone gets beaten to death." A kind-hearted neighbor rushed forward to intervene. Yet at that moment, after Wang Jianjun received 2 pats from Lu Fan, he suddenly coughed twice, opened his eyes, and sat right up. Then he glanced at Lu Fan standing before him and burst into tears. This 50-something-year-old man actually choked up while speaking. "Xiao Fan, Your parents failed you. You should have just let me go. Why did you save me? Our house is gone. We don't even have a place to stand on this earth anymore. How are we supposed to live from now on? What are you talking about? The house is right here, perfectly fine. Whatever it is, tell me slowly. I'm here. Completely bewildered, Lu Fan hurriedly helped his parents up. He realized the elderly couple's legs had gone weak. They couldn't stand steady at all. Fortunately, the neighbor brought over 2 chairs, allowing them to barely sit down. Lu Fan, judging by your expression, has your mind cleared up? The neighbor finally noticed that Lu Fan seemed different from before. Though still dressed in those shabby clothes with disheveled hair, his speech and demeanor now exuded shrewdness and composure. His eyes, once dull and unfocused, occasionally flashed with sharp brilliance, strangely striking. Lu Fan nodded and hurriedly pressed. What on earth happened? Don't even mention it. Just now, 2 shady guys came to the village. Who knows what kind of sweet talk they fed your parents? But they actually got them to willingly hand over your family's property deed as collateral for a 100,000 yuan loan. Now they've come to their senses and realized something's wrong. But those 2 troublemakers vanished without a trace. That's the gist of it. The neighbor explained the situation concisely. Hearing this, Lu Fan's parents burst into tears again, devastated beyond measure. After all, in rural areas, especially impoverished, backward villages like this, losing your home is nothing short of catastrophe. Hearing this news, Lu Fan's mind was buzzing with shock. At that moment, his father Lu Jianjun added, I wouldn't normally be so foolish, but those 2 men claimed you're no longer mentally disabled and must return to prison to serve your sentence. 5 whole years. They said if we paid 100,000 yuan now, you could avoid going back to prison. In our panic, we signed the agreement without thinking clearly. Later, I realized something was wrong. We'd already paid hundreds of thousands in compensation back then. Even if your mind is recovered now, you shouldn't have to go back to prison. It's all my fault for being so confused. 2 troublemakers? Where did they go? Lu Fan instinctively recalled the 2 hoodlums he had just dealt with at the clinic. Once the description was given, it was indeed them. Mom, Dad, don't worry. As long as everyone's safe, that's what matters. No matter what it takes, I'll get the property deed back as soon as possible. Auntie, please keep an eye on them for me. I'll repay you generously later. After comforting his parents, Lu Fan hurried out the door. Though he knew the person was already far gone by now, he couldn't just do nothing. In the blink of an eye, they were nearly at the village entrance. The road leading out of the village was deserted, devoid of people. But ahead, near the base of a wall, a man sat squatting, grinning from ear to ear as he counted his bills. Zhang Peng. Just one glance at him was enough to make Lu Fan suspicious. As Zhang Peng lifted his head and saw them approaching, a guilty expression flashed across his face, and he hastily stuffed the bills in his hand into his pocket. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan was almost certain of the suspicion in his heart. Quickly closing in to block Zhang Peng's path, he demanded coldly, Zhang, where did those 2 men go? And where's our family's property deed? Zhang Peng's expression grew visibly uncomfortable as he retorted. Seems like your head hasn't fully recovered yet. What nonsense are you spouting in this crazed state? Get the hell out now, or I'll, Before Zhang Peng could finish his sentence, Lu Fan's hand clamped around his throat, an utterly irresistible force slamming him against the wall, his feet dangling and kicking wildly in midair. Lu Fan's face twisted into something nearly demonic. You fucking worm, I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't cooperate, I'll happily play the idiot again. Snap your neck and walk free, since they won't jail a retard. Chapter 7. Causing trouble in the next village. Zhang Peng felt like his neck could snap at any moment, his tongue lolling out like a dog's. Now completely unable to speak, he could only blink continuously, his face a picture of desperate pleading. When Lu Fan loosened his grip, Zhang Peng collapsed to the ground with a thud, howling in pain. Speak, Lu Fan commanded coldly. They were at the small gambling den in the neighboring village. None of this has anything to do with me. I just took a small cut of the money. Zhang Peng was truly terrified, stammering as he spoke. Nothing to do with you? Those 2 obviously aren't from our village. How else would they know my family situation? How could they swindle my parents' property deed so quickly? Lu Fan kicked Zhang Peng hard in the stomach. He wasn't naturally a violent or unreasonable person, but remembering everything he'd suffered recently, images flashing through his mind of his parents wailing in grief. Right now, Lu Fan genuinely wanted to kill someone, deceiving his family and attempting to seize their only property. All those involved must pay a terrible price. Zhang Peng was nearly kicked to the point of being crippled. The pain made him cough up blood, and he felt as though his intestines were about to snap. Lying on the ground, he rolled twice before obediently answering, "The plan was mine, but the deed is with the Dong and Black Dog. There are 3 tiled houses by the watermelon field at the edge of the neighboring village. That's where it is." Lu Fan walked over to Zhang Peng, bent down, and took a wad of cash from his body, roughly just 3 or 4,000 yuan. Staring coldly at Zhang Peng, he said, "For your sister's sake, I'll let you off today. If I ever see you in Yunlai village again, I'll break one of your legs each time. Do you understand?" Zhang Peng had never imagined that Sha Jin, whom he'd bullied and mocked almost daily lately, could suddenly transform into such a terrifying demon. Those icy eyes were like 2 frost-covered daggers that could instantly pierce through his eye sockets straight to his heart, freezing his very marrow. It was utterly terrifying. Zhang Peng was so scared he wet his pants. Staggering to his feet, he fled the village in a stumbling, panicked scramble. Lu Yin didn't waste any time, quickening his pace as he headed toward the neighboring village. Yunlai village and Biyun village stood side by side, separated only by a small stretch of woods. A little further ahead lay a vast melon field, and just as expected, 3 strikingly prominent tiled houses stood at the edge of the land. From afar, one could already hear the clamoring voices inside, fluctuating between delight and frustration. Lu Fan pushed the door open and barged in. The room was thick with smoke, crammed with over a dozen people crowded around 5 or 6 tables. It was indeed an underground gambling den. "Holy shit, that idiot's here!" shouted Dedong, who was in the middle of a card game. He recognized Lu Fan at a glance, and was so startled he dropped his cards. Dragging the Black Dog beside him, he tried to hide immediately. "Hand over the property deed now." Without waiting for a response, Lu Fan leaped onto the table and delivered a flying kick. With a loud thud, his foot landed squarely onto Dong's face, sending the man howling in pain before collapsing to the ground. The Black Dog grew anxious as it ran forward while glancing back, accidentally tripping over a stool and slamming headfirst into the wall, knocking itself out cold. Everyone gambling in the room was instantly dumbfounded. All eyes turned to Lu Fan, who was already pinning Dong down and beating him mercilessly. They whispered among themselves, "Who is this guy? How is he so fierce?" Several of Dong's teeth had been knocked out. He'd probably never suffered such humiliation in his life. Gasping for breath between bouts of vomiting blood, he yelled hoarsely, "I don't have it here. Go find someone else if you're so capable." Lu Fan's expression turned even more sinister as he clenched his fists, preparing to strike again. Just then, the inner room's door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man adjusting his belt while frowning as he stepped out. Through the crack in the door, a small bed came into view where a heavily made-up woman with ample curves was barely managing to slip her underwear on. "Who's causing trouble here? Which village are you from?" The middle-aged man exuded authority, his tone brimming with intimidation. As soon as he appeared, several people in the gambling den immediately gathered around him, casting venomous glares at Lu Fan in unison. Someone scolded, "Kid, daring to make trouble here. You got a death wish? Our village chief is asking you a question. Hurry up and answer." The middle-aged man was none other than Zhao Hongqi, the village chief of Biyun village. This was a man whose notorious reputation spread across 10 villages and 8 townships. Everyone in the neighboring villages feared him, especially nearby Shangyan village, which had suffered years of relentless bullying from Baiyun village, all because their chief Zhao Hongqi was untouchable. Rumor had it he'd started out as a gangster in the county town, well-connected and influential. Later, he returned to the village, got elected as chief, and practically ruled the countryside with impunity. He even had the audacity to openly run an underground gambling den right in the heart of the village, hosting crowds of gamblers without a care, proof of just how brazen he was. But Lu Fan paid no heed, continuing to punch the dong in the face over and over, muttering the same phrase incessantly. Where's the deed? It's with village chief Zhao mortgaged to him. Before passing out, Dong pointed weakly in Zhao Hongqi's direction, then fell completely still. A face had been beaten to a pulp, completely disfigured. Lu Fan stood up to face Zhao Hongqi, just as one of Zhao's lackeys swung a stool straight at his head. They genuinely intended to kill, displaying brutal and barbaric aggression. With a loud bang, the wooden stool shattered, but not against Lu Fan's head. Zhao Hongqi's lackey felt his grip lighten inexplicably as the stool was snatched away, followed instantly by a sharp blow to his face that sent him crumpling to the ground. Holy shit, is he that terrifying? The remaining men scrambled backward, their faces etched with panic. Lu Fan casually threw away the broken chair leg, staring coldly at the middle-aged man before him as he said sharply, "I'm Lu Fan from Shangyan Village. Hand over our family's property deed." Zhao Hongqi narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock and a tinge of anger. He couldn't remember the last time someone had dared to challenge him like this in years, especially in Biyun Village, where his name alone could make squat toilets tremble. Who's not afraid of him? This kid not only showed no fear, but behaved downright arrogantly, barging in and beating whoever crossed his path without a shred of respect for me, the village chief. Kid, do you have any idea how deep the trouble you've gotten yourself into? Getting into a brawl and injuring someone to that extent. He'd probably serve years in prison, said Zhao Hongqi. Knowing full well brute force wouldn't be enough to handle Lu Fan, he appropriately brandished the law as his weapon instead. These past few years as village chief weren't wasted. Lu Fan said with a darkened expression, "Go ahead and call the police if you dare, but I can guarantee you one thing. Not a single person in this room will walk out unharmed today. If anyone dares to doubt, come and try." Chapter 8. Damn, that sound recognition skill is badass. Lu Fan's face and body were still speckled with blood drops, while the dong and black dog lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, no one in the small gambling den dared to make a reckless move. Once again, Zhao Hongqi was astonished by Lu Fan's actions. Having spent so long in the underworld and witnessed all kinds of scenes, he had never encountered someone quite like Lu Fan before. He carried an intimidating aura as fierce as a raging flood or wild beast, making it impossible for anyone to meet his gaze. "Brother, you want the deed of the house, is that it? I'd like to reason this out with you. By the time I'm done, you'll understand." A calm smile spread across Zhao Hongqi's face. Lighting a cigarette, he continued, "I don't care what methods Dadong and Black Dog used to get the deed. All I know is they just lost their money gambling and transferred both the IOU and the property deed to me. So you're telling me I spent $100,000 to buy these things, and now you're shamelessly demanding them for free? Do you think that's fair?" Lu Fan frowned. Goods of unknown origin count as stolen property. Buying stolen goods is a crime. At worst, we can both go explain ourselves to the police. Zhao Hongqi remained unruffled. "Fine, let's take it to court then. It just so happens I know everyone at the county courthouse. You claim we were gambling. Got any proof?" With a meaningful glance from Zhao Hongqi, everyone swiftly pocketed the cash from the table in perfect coordination, then exchanged smug smirks. Lu Fan's heart was sinking. He knew that if he continued to use force, this guy named Zhao Hongqi in front of him would only need to break a few bones before obediently handing over the IOU and the property deed. But what the man had just said, Lu Fan couldn't simply dismiss it. Hadn't he himself been framed at lightning speed after someone bought off all the right people before? In this world, one ultimately has to rely on oneself. Lu Fan could no longer afford to worry his parents or face imprisonment. "What do you want?" Lu Fan gritted his teeth. "It's simple. I'll give you 3 days. If you can come up with 100,000 yuan within that time, you can take back the IOU and the property deed. But if the 3 days pass, I'll come to your house to collect the property. After all, our villages are right next to each other. I'm only giving you this time out of kindness." Zhao Hongqi grew even more smug. Lu Fan took a deep breath and suddenly stepped forward, his gaze growing even fiercer. Zhao Hongqi, this ruthless figure with a past in the underworld, was instantly terrified, his legs going so weak he nearly collapsed. Luckily, His lackey behind him caught him, preventing an embarrassing fall. However, Lu Fan didn't lay a hand on him. Instead, he spoke slowly and deliberately. 3 days. I'll come back for you then. You'd better remember what you said today. Otherwise, I'll make you regret your past decisions like never before. With those words, Lu Fan turned on his heel and strode straight toward the door. Everyone along the way stepped back nervously, their faces tense. Village Chief, are we really letting him off just like that? Just some punk from Yunlai Village. How dare he act so arrogant? Zhao Hongqi's lackey put on a show of blustering loudly. Zhao Hongqi raised his hand and slapped the man across the face, cursing coldly. Think you're tough? Go chase him down and hack him to death then. The lackey fell silent. Yunlai Village, Lu Fan, right? If you don't come looking for me in 3 days, I'll come after you myself. Then you're dead. Zhao Hongqi's expression grew increasingly sinister. Where am I supposed to get 100,000 yuan in just 3 days? Lu Fan's face fell the moment he stepped out of the underground gambling den. It's all my fault for arriving half a step too late. Now that the property deed and IOU have fallen into the hands of someone like Zhao Hongqi, things have truly become difficult. Frowning with worry, Lu Fan passed through the small grove marking the boundary between the two villages. In his agitated state, he simply found a tree stump to sit on, racking his brains for ways to make money. Now, I possess real skills, fighting, endurance, even healing others. But in such a short time, healing people probably won't earn much anyway. Lu Fan scratched his head, almost tearing his hair out. Just as he was stewing in his worries, he suddenly heard several strange noises coming from deep within the woods behind him. It sounded like a toad's croak, but with an extra layer of eeriness to it. Lu Fan hadn't paid it any mind at first. After all, it was normal for a forest to be teeming with all sorts of small creatures. But after hearing the sound a few times, a sudden burst of information flashed through his mind. And without thinking, he muttered, "Three-legged money toad?" The moment he said it, he froze. He was certain he had never heard of this creature before. Yet just from the sound, this knowledge had surfaced in his mind. It could only mean the information came from his inherited memories. A thought flickered through his mind, bringing forth more detailed information. The three-legged golden toad ranks among the top 10 extraordinary creatures, possessing immensely high medicinal value with remarkably potent effects for detoxification and tranquilizing the mind. While muttering continuously to himself, Lu Fan's face lit up with an expression of extreme excitement. He immediately rose and crept forward on tiptoe, almost crawling, toward the source of the sound. After pushing through the grass, Lu Fan finally caught sight of the scene in a small clearing ahead. A faint golden toad, about half the size of fist, squatted on the ground. In the center of an enormous spiderweb before it, a vividly multicolored spider brandished its limbs menacingly. The spider's body was astonishingly larger than a chicken egg, and the intense vibrancy of its colors unmistakably signaled lethal toxicity. Rainbow wolf spider. This thing is rare too. Though it can't make the exotic creatures ranking, it's still quite uncommon. A fragment of knowledge surfaced in Lu Fan's mind. At that moment, the pale golden toad let out an eerie croak at intervals. With each cry, the rainbow wolf spider on the web visibly shuddered, clearly disturbed, its menacing aura steadily weakening. The three-legged golden toad's cry truly has a mind-affecting effect, living up to its reputation indeed. But why is it called three-legged golden toad? Lu Fan lay crouched in the grass, muttering to himself in confusion. Just at that moment, the pale golden toad suddenly leaped straight up, tracing a beautiful parabola diagonally upward. When it came within less than a foot of the colorful wolf spider, it abruptly shot out a pink tongue from its mouth, piercing the spider's body with perfect precision before retracting its tongue and opening its wide mouth with a loud croak as it swallowed its prey. The entire process took merely a second or two, executed seamlessly with remarkable speed and precision. Lu Fan finally got a clear view of the pale golden toad in its entirety. It was indeed a three-legged toad, just a single limb at the front, yet landed with surprising stability. Its large belly pulsed rhythmically. Perhaps the colorful wolf spider wasn't quite dead yet, still struggling violently within. The inherited knowledge truly offers immense benefits. Had I not recognized the three-legged golden toad by its sound, I might have missed out on this incredibly rare and valuable treasure, Lu Fan mused, his earlier frustration now completely dispelled. Instead, he was overwhelmed with intense excitement and exhilaration. Next, he planned to seize the opportunity to catch this treasure in exchange for money, thus resolving the issue of the property deed. But just as Lu Fan took a deep breath and prepared to leap forward, a faint rustling of footsteps suddenly echoed through the woods, and indistinctly, it seemed like a pair of pale legs was approaching rapidly. What's going on? Have we been discovered? Chapter 9. The Three-Legged Toad. Lu Fan's heart pounded so hard it nearly leapt to his throat. The current situation clearly indicates that someone else has discovered the three-legged golden toad and is coming to snatch it. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Lu Fan gritted his teeth and prepared to take action once more. But right at that moment, those slender, straight, and porcelain-white legs suddenly came to a halt and changed direction. The next thing he saw was a pair of chic denim shorts being swiftly pulled down to knee level. Then Lu Fan witnessed a sight so blood-pumping it nearly made his veins burst. Damn, why'd she have to pick here of all places to relieve herself? Lu Fan halted his movements once more, feeling that one more surprise like this would probably throw his back out. Kneeling in the open space, about to relieve herself, was likely a young girl. Her silhouette and curves left little doubt. Lu Fan decided to remain hidden, and he had to stay well concealed. Being mistaken for a peeping Tom would be an unfair accusation he couldn't afford. But his compliance didn't mean other creatures would behave accordingly. Take, for instance, the suddenly disturbed three-legged golden toad, whose feeding routine had just been interrupted. The little creature stared wide-eyed at the white blur ahead, its hind legs clearly coiling with tension, ready to pounce at any moment. Damn it, get out of the way. In the heat of the moment, Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He burst from his hiding spot in the grass. One hand shot out to push aside that white blur, while the other lunged for the three-legged golden toad. His push landed, sending the figure tumbling backward with a sharp cry before they flopped inelegantly onto the grass, legs kicking in the air. The toad wasn't caught. Instead, it swiftly stretched out its leg and gave Lu Fan's hand a kick, tracing a perfect reverse parabola as it leaped backward. Damn it! Lu Yun, rather disheveled, fell face first to the ground, raising both hands as he cursed. Ah, you filthy pervert, what do you think you're doing? The young woman who had tumbled into the grass shrieked. What are you yelling for? I just saved you. If that three-legged golden toad had licked you, you'd be poisoned instantly. Lu Fan stroked his eyebrows and quickly stood up. First, he made a gesture of pulling up his pants toward the young woman, then swiftly turned his gaze to the right, scanning the direction where the three-legged golden toad had fled. Ah! The young woman screamed again, hurriedly pulling on her denim shorts while blushing and cursing under her breath. You shameless pervert. There's no such thing as a three-legged golden toad. I won't let you off the hook today. After straightening her clothes, the young woman strode forward with her long legs, ready to confront Lu Fan. After taking just 2 steps forward, she saw Lu Fan emerging excitedly from a tree hollow, holding upside down a golden three-legged toad by its legs. Wait, there really is a three-legged toad? The young woman froze in astonishment. Blinking her large, beautiful eyes, she suddenly remembered that golden flash she'd glimpsed the moment she was pushed to the ground. Was he really just trying to save me? Hesitation flickered across the young woman's face. Ahem, I say there, beautiful. You're being far too reckless. You didn't even survey the terrain before releasing the floodwaters. If that three-legged golden toad happens to brush against your delicate areas, no hospital could cure the damage. Only the belly and a few legs of this thing aren't poisonous. Lu Fan wore an utterly serious expression. The young woman instantly flared up in anger. You filthy pervert. One word out of your mouth, and I know exactly what kind of scum you are. Just a toad, missing one leg. How could it possibly be as terrifying as you make it sound? Just now, you used that hand to touch me. I swear I'll have someone break it. Frowning at the angry beauty before him, Lu Fan instinctively flexed his left hand, the same hand that had just moments ago brushed against that soft, warm swell, the memory of its yielding firmness still lingering on his fingertips. This was undoubtedly the most sensual touch in Lu Fan's 20-odd years of life, bar none. "You bastard, what's that expression for? You think I'm bluffing?" The young woman stamped her foot, growing increasingly furious. Lu Fan shook the three-legged golden toad in his hand, then deliberately pressed the little creature's back against a nearby cluster of blossoms in full view of the woman. In the blink of an eye, the originally vibrant crimson petals began emitting black smoke as if ignited, rapidly withering and decaying until the entire plant lost all signs of life. "Oh dear, how terrifying!" The young woman covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with astonishment, stammering as she spoke. "Does this prove what I said now? And judging by your expression, it seems you're in urgent need. Would you like me to keep watch while you take care of business? Holding it in for too long might cause problems." Lu Fan still wore that earnest expression. His original personality might not have been this rigid, but after going through so many successive events, his temperament had inevitably changed. Don't you know how to speak with some subtlety?" The young girl's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Though she'd already cleared up the misunderstanding about Lu Fan and no longer bore him any resentment, she still couldn't help feeling somewhat reproachful. "Are you going to piss or not? If not, I'm leaving." Lu Fan scowled and turned away. Don't go. I'm scared alone, and I really can't hold it in anymore." The young girl kept stomping her feet on the spot. Watching Lu Fan turn his back to her, she bit her lip once more and undid her delicate denim shorts before squatting down. Lu Fan carefully examined the three-legged toad that had almost given up struggling in his grasp, mentally calculating how to turn this thing into cash in the shortest possible time. This should be worth at least 100,000 yuan, possibly even more. Just as Lu Fan's thoughts were racing, a sudden sound of water pounding against soil came from behind him, sending waves of irritation through his mind. The young woman squatting behind him felt even stranger about the situation. It was the first time she'd ever done something like this under such circumstances. Hey, do you have any paper with you?" Lu Fan heard a timid voice behind him. He felt around in his pocket, then grabbed a handful of nearby leaves and handed them backward without turning around. "You?" The young woman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, she untied the silk scarf from around her neck. A moment later, Lu Fan heard the sound of someone pulling up their pants behind him. Without turning back, he walked straight toward the edge of the woods. "Hey, wait a second. Thanks for what happened earlier. Also, what's the deal with that three-legged golden toad you're holding?" The young woman swung her long legs and caught up with him. "Nothing special, just a rare species that could fetch some money," Lu Fan answered earnestly. He hadn't intended to get entangled with this girl whose appearance and demeanor were clearly out of place in the countryside. But when his gaze accidentally swept over her figure, his eyes suddenly froze in place. "Where are you looking?" The young woman instinctively shielded her chest, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. "I wasn't looking at your chest," Lu Fan said with utmost seriousness. The young woman's mouth twitched, utterly at a loss for words. At that moment, Lu Fan pointed at her neck and said, "The illness there is serious. If left untreated, it could be fatal." Chapter 10. The Fast Track to Wealth. "You're talking nonsense. Don't speak if you don't know what you're saying." The young woman immediately furrowed her brows and raised her hand to cover a pus-filled, sore-like growth on the left side of her neck. She'd been wearing a silk scarf in this sweltering heat precisely to conceal this blemish. Now exposed, the unsightly mark significantly detracted from the pretty young girl's appearance, even appearing somewhat repulsive. "I meant no harm. That's called a black snake sore. It gets its name because every so often, thin black strands emerge from the swollen pus pocket, giving off a snake-like stench. It appears you've had this illness for no more than 2 weeks. If left untreated for another half-month, your dizziness and headaches will worsen significantly, even leading to death." With just one glance at the young woman's neck covered in festering sores, Lu Fan immediately came to this conclusion. The woman's face turned deathly pale in an instant. "H, how do you know all this so precisely?" "I visited major hospitals and consulted traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who know folk remedies, but none ever mentioned anything about black snake sores. They all claimed never to have seen such a case." Is it really as serious as you say? Lu Fan frowned. You don't have to believe me. I'm just giving you a friendly warning. Having said that, he continued walking forward. I believe you. After all, the symptoms you described are all accurate. Even the timing of these boils appearing is exactly right. Can you treat them? The young woman, desperate enough to try anything, tentatively stopped Lu Fan. Without hesitation, Lu Fan replied, I can treat it, and it'll be cured very quickly. Is this for real? Your answer is way too casual, the young woman said with a strange expression, her delight tinged with skepticism. After all, the country lad standing before her didn't look like someone who knew how to practice medicine. Still, she decided to give it a try. Blocking Lu Fan's path, she continued, then cure me right now. You want money, don't you? I won't let you work for free, don't worry about that. As she spoke, the girl pulled out her phone, saying she could transfer the payment. By the way, my name is Miao Xiaoyan. What's yours? The young woman, about the same age as Lu Fan, introduced herself. After exchanging names, Lu Fan went straight to the point. How much can you offer? What's the maximum amount? Miao Xiaoyan blinked and muttered under her breath, calling him a money grubber. Then he replied, if you can really make this abscess disappear, I can give you 10,000 yuan. Promising someone 10,000 yuan so casually was proof enough that Miao Xiaoyan's financial situation was still quite good. Lu Fan's heart indeed gave a fierce tremble, but then he immediately sighed. Not enough. What he really wanted to say was that it wasn't enough to redeem the IOU and the property deed. Miao Xiaoyan had no idea, furrowing her brows as she scolded. I say, aren't you going too far? Just now you made this trivial matter sound so perilous. I really thought you knew what you were talking about. Turns out you were just trying to jack up the price. 10,000 is already more than enough. Though I wouldn't mind paying more, this is simply unjustifiable. Lu Fan couldn't be bothered to explain and immediately responded, fine, at your price. The boils will disappear completely within 5 minutes. With that, he directly raised the three-legged golden toad in his hand and placed it before him. Miao Xiaoyan had been standing directly across from Lu Fan, quite close to him, and was instantly frightened out of her wits, screaming as she stumbled backward. Jumping up and down, she scolded, Lu Fan, what are you doing? Get that disgusting, dangerous thing away from me. Why are you panicking? If you want to cure your illness, you'll need this three-legged golden toad's help. Lu Fan spoke calmly, using his free hand to pull a silver needle from his robes. The three-legged golden toad had just devoured a highly venomous rainbow tarantula, digesting only half of it. The saliva dripping from its mouth happened to be perfect for extracting the venom from the black snake sores. That's disgusting. Miao Xiaoyan watched helplessly as Lu Fan inserted the silver needle into the toad's mouth, pulling it out coated in several drops of thick, transparent liquid. She was so revolted she could barely hold back the urge to vomit. I'm asking you one last time. Do you want the cure or not? My time is precious. Lu Fan was gradually losing patience. You'd better make sure it really works, or I won't let you off easy. Miao Xiaoyan put on a fierce expression and threw out the threat. Finally, he took 2 steps forward, tilted his head up, and closed his eyes. As Lu Fan approached, he immediately caught the delicate feminine fragrance unique to Miao Xiaoyan, stirring a flutter of unruly thoughts within him. Perhaps having witnessed Zhang Xiaomei disrupting their previously intimate activity had awakened some primal instinct in Lu Fan, as he now found himself perpetually brimming with testosterone on the verge of overflow. He hastily activated the still unfamiliar technique within his body to forcibly suppress it, swiftly inserting the silver needle dipped in three-legged golden toad, saliva, into Miao Xiaoyan's pustule. Miao Yun frowned, her body tensing as the sting of pain registered. But soon the pain vanished, and the swelling from the pustule on his neck began to subside. All right, Lu Fan said slowly. Miao Xiaoyan blinked her eyes and saw that Lu Fan had already finished cleaning the silver needles and put them away. You're lying, right? How could it be this fast? I'm not that easy to fool. Miao Xiaoyan picked up her phone and turned on the selfie mode. In the next second, she was instantly dumbfounded. Reaching out to touch where the pustule had been, he exclaimed with overwhelming excitement, My goodness, what kind of miraculous skill is this? The pustule is really gone. There's just a tiny mark left now, no pain, no itch, and my head doesn't feel dizzy anymore. How'd you do it? Seeing Miao Xiaoyun's joyful excitement, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Yet he calmly replied, "You're lucky to have met me and caught such a rare treasure as the three-legged golden toad. Otherwise, the recovery wouldn't have been this swift." Lu Fan spoke while keeping his eyes fixed firmly on Miao Xiaoyun's phone. She blinked, then came to a realization. "Let's exchange contacts. I'll transfer the money to you." Lu Fan wore an awkward expression. "Would you believe me if I said I don't have a phone? Do you have a bank account? What era is this? I can't believe there are still people who go out without their phones." Miao Xiaoyun couldn't help but complain. Lu Fan had opened a bank card during his university days, so he easily reeled off the account number. Miao Xiaoyun transferred the money in front of him, then glanced again at the three-legged golden toad in Lu Fan's hand. Blinking his eyes, he asked, "Lu Fan, though you're not one to mince words, you actually seem quite knowledgeable. This three-legged golden toad of yours looks like a rare treasure. I happen to have a good deal to introduce to you, wondering if you'd be interested. Aren't you money-minded? If luck's on your side, this could earn you a hefty sum." "How hefty? Could I make 100 grand? Lu Fan immediately perked up. Chapter 11. Earning by one's own skill. You really love money that much, don't you? Even putting a price tag on it," Miao Xiaoyun said, looking at Lu Fan's utterly serious expression, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Lu Fan offered no explanation, merely staring straight at Miao Xiaoyun. "Come with me, I'll take you to someone. He loves collecting these bizarre oddities the most. With some luck, and me putting a good word for you, you might just reach your ideal number." Miao Xiaoyun turned elegantly, ready to lead the way. But after walking some distance, she suddenly scratched her head, turned back to Lu Fan, and stuck out her tongue. With an awkward expression, she asked, Do you happen to know the way back to Yunlai village?" Lu Fan resisted the urge to snark, turned around, and walked in the opposite direction. Unexpectedly, the place Miao Xiaoyun was heading to turn out to be the very village where he lived. "Lu Fan, you're from Yunlai village? Do you know the village head well?" Miao Xiaoyun was quite chatty, her long legs keeping pace with Lu Fan as she kept finding topics for conversation. Speaking of the village chief, Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Though both were village officials, Lu Yuanshan, the chief of Yunlai village, simply couldn't compare to Zhao Hongqi from the neighboring village. It might even be the complete opposite type entirely. Lu Yuanshan was an overly accommodating man who avoided conflict and believed in maintaining neutrality, never striving for more. As a result, Yunlai village had remained the poorest among the nearby villages all these years. Not only that, the village was frequently bullied by its neighbors, especially the nearby Biyun village. Led by Zhao Hongqi, they encroached on Yunlai village's resources time and again, yet none of these disputes ever came to anything. "We're here today as guests of your village chief. One of my elders has a connection with him," Miao Xiaoyun continued unprompted, seemingly unbothered by Lu Fan's lack of response. Only later did Lu Fan learn that this beautiful girl from the county town had gotten lost in that small grove before encountering him. To be honest, that grove was no bigger than the palm of one's hand. Getting lost there was quite an achievement. "Wait," Lu Fan suddenly furrowed his brows. Mayak's in getting lost in that place reminded Lu Fan of the three-legged golden toad and that multicolored wolf spider. These two creatures usually live in remote mountains and marshes, or at least in more secluded areas. How could they possibly appear in such a small patch of woodland? Could it be that there's something strange about that place? Lu Fan decided that after resolving the deed issue, he should quickly investigate that small grove thoroughly. "Is the person you mentioned at the village chief's house?" Lu Fan led Miao Xiaoyun to the gate of village chief Lu Yuanshan's courtyard. Though he was the village chief, Lu Yuanshan lived in rather unremarkable rural dwellings, just a few ordinary farmhouses. However, both inside and outside the courtyard were kept very tidy. Faint sounds of loud conversation could be heard coming from the main house at that moment. Since there were visitors, Lu Fan didn't want to intrude rudely. "Don't be shy, come inside with me." Miao Xiaoyun boldly took Lu Fan's arm and pulled him straight into the courtyard. She called out, "Uncle, I'm back. And I brought you a gift too. You're going to praise me for sure." Village Chief Lu Yuanshan pushed the door open, followed by a middle-aged man dressed in city attire, about the same age as Lu Yuanshan. He looked sharp and carried an air of distinction, clearly not an ordinary man. "Lu Fan, you're here. Perfect timing. Someone brought me some sweets and pastries today. Come in and take some home." Lu Yuanshan greeted Lu Fan warmly. Yet his eyes couldn't conceal a trace of pity. Before Lu Fan was reduced to an imbecile, he had been a renowned top student in the surrounding villages, attending a prestigious university with a future full of promise. Who could have imagined that he would fall so low and return to the village in such a wretched state? Lu Yuanshan had always been kind to Lu Fan's family, often finding ways to help them whenever possible. Though Lu Fan had been mentally impaired during that earlier period, he had received an inheritance. Once his mind cleared, his memory remained intact. He knew exactly who had treated him well and who hadn't. Everything was crystal clear. "Village Chief, I'm past the age for candies now. Thank you for your kindness and all your past care." A flicker of warmth crossed Lu Fan's heart as he spoke, his face wearing a grateful smile. Your eyes. You're not simple-minded anymore. Is this temporary, or have you fully recovered?" Lu Yuanshan was genuinely startled. "What do you mean simple-minded? If he's simple-minded, then I must be worse than simple-minded. Just now on a mountain when I got lost, it was Lu Fan who led me back." Miao Xiaoyan widened her eyes defiantly. Lu Fan smiled at the village chief. "I've fully recovered. Then your parents must be overjoyed. This is truly good news for your family." Lu Yuanshan was genuinely happy for Lu Fan. Yet at the mention of his parents, Lu Fan's expression darkened once more. "Young man, what you're holding there, is that a three-legged golden toad?" At this moment, the middle-aged man behind Lu Yuanshan hurriedly stepped forward to confront Lu Fan. He bent down and widened his eyes, staring at the golden toad casually held in Lu Fan's hand. Definitely someone who knows his stuff. Lu Fan's heart leapt with joy, quickly raising his arm. The middle-aged man recoiled in fright, his face paling as he urgently warned, "That thing is highly poisonous. You're done if you touch it." "Uncle, Lu Fan is more amazing than you think. Just now he used this three-legged toad to cure the nasty sore on my neck." Miao Xiaoyan spoke of this matter with visible excitement on her face. "What? The nasty sore on your neck is really gone? Even the specialists in the provincial capital couldn't cure this strange illness." The middle-aged man stared dumbfounded at Miao Xiaoyan's neck, his face full of disbelief. Lu Yuanshan stood to the side, utterly astonished, completely clueless about what had just happened. Just yesterday, the drooling fool Lu Fan who'd been grinning foolishly at him. How had he suddenly transformed into a miracle doctor? Actually, it's because the saliva secreted by the three-legged golden toad has extremely potent detoxifying properties. Lu Fan chose his words carefully. While concealing his own abilities, he made sure to emphasize the miraculous effects of this three-legged golden toad. After all, the whole purpose of coming here was to exchange this three-legged toad for 100,000 yuan. Excellent. I've read descriptions of this three-legged golden toad in ancient texts. Truly, every part of it is precious. Young man, thank you for curing my niece's malignant illness. I must properly express my gratitude. The middle-aged man seemed ready to offer payment. Miao Xiaoyan stood aside with a cheerful smile, making no move to intervene. But Lu Fan spoke with complete sincerity. "I've already received the money for the treatment. Xiaoyan mentioned you might be interested in this three-legged golden toad. I wanted to ask, would you accept it if I sold it to you for 100,000 yuan? You're joking, right? A lame toad for 100,000? Lu Yuanshan stood shaking his head, convinced Lu Fan's mind hadn't fully recovered. Could a normal person have done something like this? But without hesitation, his old friend slapped his palm and said, "No problem. Do you want cash or a bank transfer?" Chapter 12. The Strange Woods. Lu Fan suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Had he been too hasty and offered too low a price? But given his temperament, he would absolutely never take advantage of the situation to jack up prices. 100,000 yuan in cash. This seemed to be the first time in Lu Fan's memory that he had seen so much money right before his eyes. Though it didn't weigh much in his hands, it felt heavy in his heart. Did I really just earn 100,000 yuan this easily? There must be something even better in those woods. A faint smile appeared on Lu Fan's face. Preoccupied with retrieving the property deed, Lu Fan ignored the middle-aged man's insistence to stay. After bidding farewell to the village chief, he turned and ran off. That kid seems to have turned his luck around. The ancestral graves of the Lu family are finally showing some blessings, the village chief muttered to himself. In the underground gambling den beside the melon fields of the neighboring village, Zhao Hongqi was listening to his lackey's reports on the situation. His face darkened with anger. Damn it, I've been in this business for years. Never thought I'd almost get taken down by a fucking idiot today. Are you sure you've checked everything? Is he really just an idiot? No connections at all? If that's the case, then it'll be easy to deal with. Before Zhao Hongqi could finish speaking, there was a loud crash. The tightly shut door swung open violently, its panels splitting with a deafening noise. Damn bastard. Who the hell dares to cause trouble in my place? Zhao Hongqi was furious. No one had dared to defy him for so many years. What the hell was happening today? He stood up with his lackeys to check the situation when someone shouted, "Holy shit, that tough guy from the neighboring village is here again." Tough guy again? Zhao Hongqi suddenly shuddered. Clenching his teeth, he took 2 steps forward and indeed saw Lu Fan barging in, his arms cradling a bundle of items wrapped in his jacket. So it really is you? Do you really think I can't handle you? Zhao Hongqi didn't dare approach, still remembering the strange pressure and fear Lu Fan had brought during his last visit. He also hadn't forgotten Lu Fan's terrifying fighting prowess. However, Zhao Hongqi was no pushover after all. His face twisted into a vicious expression as he secretly signaled his subordinates, preparing for a bloody confrontation. Don't waste your energy. Even if you tied all these people together, they'd end up with broken limbs before they reached me. Lu Fan merely narrowed his eyes, yet unleashed a terrifying aura as ferocious as floodwaters and savage beasts. Those who had genuinely intended to swarm him suddenly felt chills run down their spines and their legs weaken, hastily retreating instead. Both shocked and furious, Zhao Hongqi found himself in an awkward stalemate, momentarily robbed of even his usual threats. Show me the property deed and the IOU. I'm here to redeem them. Lu Fan took 2 steps forward toward Zhao Hongqi, his voice icy. Are you actually stupid? We agreed on 100,000 yuan, you... Zhao Hongqi sneered coldly. Before he could finish, he saw Lu Fan shake open the clothes in his hands. 10 bundles of bright red banknotes landed right at Zhao Hongqi's feet. Damn, it really is 100 grand. Where the hell did this kid get that? The surrounding gamblers were instantly astonished and envious. Zhao Hongqi was downright dumbfounded. According to the information he'd gathered, this Lu Fan was just some fool from Lin Village. His family, so poor they could only afford to paint half their walls. Even mice left their place in tears. How the hell had he come up with 100,000 in less than 2 hours? I'm saying this one last time, hand over the IOU and the property deed. I'm already struggling to hold back the urge to beat the shit out of you. Don't try anything funny. Lu Fan's voice grew icy. He was simply telling the truth, but to everyone else around him, this was clearly an arrogant provocation and relentless mockery. Zhao Hongqi, infamous for his brutality across the entire region, was completely disregarded in this moment, his prestige utterly shattered. Yet, deep down, Zhao Hongqi felt helpless. He couldn't withstand the beast-like aura emanating from Lu Fan. Now, even if unwilling, he had no choice but to force a composed demeanor and produce the property deed and IOU. Out of respect for our shared hometown ties, Zhao Hongqi felt he ought to say something diplomatic to salvage some dignity. But the moment he opened his mouth, he saw a blur of movement before him. Lu Fan had already snatched the property deed and IOU from his hands. Right in front of him, Lu Fan inspected the documents for authenticity, then promptly tore the IOU to shreds before turning to leave. Damn bastard. Do you think I'm nothing? Zhao Hongqi was boiling with rage. Cursing under his breath, he instinctively took 2 steps forward, glaring at Lu Fan's retreating back as his hand moved toward his waistband. Although he was no longer involved in the underworld, Zhao Hongqi never broke the habit of carrying a knife with him. However, just as he was about to make a move, Lu Fan stopped in his tracks, slightly turned his head to glance at him, and said coldly, "What, do you still have something to say?" "And no, I was just seeing you off." After the words left Zhao Hongqi's mouth, he wanted to slap himself twice. How humiliating. In the end, Lu Fan left the underground gambling den safely and unharmed. "Damn idiot. Sooner or later I'll finish you off. As long as you stay in Yunlai village for even one more day, I won't let you go." Zhao Hongqi cursed with a dark expression. Feeling the property deed in his pocket, Lu Fan, who had been tense all along, finally breathed a little easier. "At last, I can go back and give my parents a proper explanation." Lu Fan revealed a relieved smile. Now he had once again arrived at the small grove where he had discovered the three-legged golden toad. The grove, roughly the size of a football field, appeared completely ordinary on the surface. But Lu Fan became more attentive, and upon approaching again, he quickly sensed something strange. Ever since receiving the inheritance, Lu Fan had gained a mystical ability resembling a sixth sense. He could now perceive and react to unusual phenomena around him, and this perception had grown increasingly sharp and clear. Now, he believed the reason he found this place peculiar was because there seemed to be an intangible, invisible presence lingering in the woods. Heaven and earth's essence, spiritual energy, fragments of information flashed through Lu Fan's mind, and the words slipped out of his mouth. Then he suddenly felt this spiritual energy he had absorbed from the heavens and earth the previous night, which had initially been scattered, now becoming orderly. Soon after, it began circulating through his meridians and dantian in a completely novel and unique manner. The first heavenly gate of the ninefold divine mantra. So the cultivation method from the inherited memories was called the divine mantra. At the moment Lu Fan first clearly sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he officially crossed the threshold. It seemed that if he cultivated to the ninth heavenly gate and beyond, even a mortal body could transcend into divinity. Overjoyed, Lu Fan carefully examined his internal condition. He discovered that wherever the spiritual energy flowed within his body, it was as if there were surveillance cameras, allowing him to effortlessly understand his inner workings, almost like having X-ray vision. I wonder if this ability would work on other people. Lu Fan suddenly found himself flooded with ideas. Just then, a mountain breeze swept by, carrying a most peculiar scent from the woods ahead. It resembled some kind of fragrance, yet seemed ethereal and intangible. Is this scent? Could it be that thing? This trip was definitely worth it. Lu Fan was overjoyed. Chapter 13. The Life-Extending Wild Fruit. Following the faint, elusive fragrance with his still unrefined, unique perception. In the heart of the forest, Lu Fan discovered a small tree resembling a kumquat, about 2 feet tall, nestled within the hollow of an almost withered ancient tree. It bore 7 or 8 wrinkled, ugly fruits, each about the size of a soybean. Had it not been for Lu Fan's discerning eye, anyone else would have mistaken them for the most common and lowest quality, wild sour jujubes found in rural mountains. At this moment, Lu Fan's eyes widened with growing excitement. It's truly a golden core fruit. This thing is far more precious than a 3-legged golden toad. Could it be that the 3-legged toad and the 5-colored venomous spider were actually after this thing all along? Lu Fan grew increasingly convinced his guess was right, because he noticed that the clearing where the 3-legged golden toad appeared was only about 3 to 5 meters away from this spot. It was just because this golden core fruit grew inside a withered tree and wasn't particularly eye-catching, so it wasn't noticed at the time. Without hesitation, he reached out and plucked those mottled, irregularly shaped fruits, exactly 8 of them. After picking them, the small tree that bore the fruit dried up at a visible speed before vanishing altogether. It seems there are other mysteries hidden beneath this grove, someplace at least abundant with spiritual energy, otherwise this golden core fruit couldn't have formed. I should come back to visit more often when I have time. Lu Fan circled around the woods once more, but didn't find anything else of value. Concerned about his parents at home, he hurried back to the village. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw his father, Lu Jianjun, squatting there with bloodshot eyes, smoking a cigarette. Not far away, his mother Wang Xiaolan sat blankly, lost in thought. The entire yard felt lifeless and heavy. "Mom, Dad, I got the house deed back. Please don't be upset anymore." Lu Fan quickly pulled out the deed and called out to reassure them. "What? You'd better not be lying to me." Lu Jianjun instinctively refused to believe it. But the next second, Wang Xiaolan had already rushed over in utter delight, snatching the deed from his hands. Her voice trembled as she said, "It's real. It's really our house deed. This oil stain here proves it can't be fake." "Really? How did you get it back?" "That was 100,000 yuan IOU," Lu Jianjun exclaimed amidst his overwhelming joy, yet still mindful of the crucial detail. "I've cornered those scammers. They tore up the IOU obediently since their shady dealings wouldn't stand daylight." After careful consideration, Lu Fan opted for this white lie. Some truths were better left unsaid. The old couple might not handle the shocking reality well, and risking their health simply wasn't worth it. "Thank heavens for you. Our ancestors must be watching over us. I need to go burn some incense sticks immediately." Lu Jianjun hurried into the house with lightened steps. Wang Xiaolan was also wiping away tears of joy. "Keep the deed safe and never let anyone deceive you again," Lu Fan said with a smile. "I'd sooner lose my life than be fooled again." Wang Xiaolan responded with unwavering determination. Vitality returned to the courtyard, and the elderly couple's laughter could be heard from time to time. Unbeknownst to them, beauty and hope had already begun to take root. Yet Lu Fan, standing in the middle of the courtyard, felt as if countless boulders were pressing against his chest, leaving him breathless and oppressed. The house was technically saved, but upon closer inspection, what kind of living conditions were these? His parents had toiled bitterly for half their lives, only to end up with this half-painted brick house. Its walls bare, the interiors nearly empty save for some nails on the wall, a rickety table, and a few chairs. "It's all my fault," he thought. "I was too naive, framed by others, and squandered everything our family had. Otherwise, how could the Lu family have come to this?" Lu Fan was overcome with remorse. Then he clenched his fists and declared loudly, "Mom, Dad, I swear you'll live comfortably from now on. I'll make up for everything I've owed you both." Lu Jianjun puffed on his pipe with a chuckle. "Having this determination is all we could ask for. We're really counting on you now, son. No need to wait for now on. Your good life starts today." Lu Fan said firmly to his mother, who was preparing to cook. "Mom, don't bother with a meal. I'll take both of you to town for a meal later, and we'll call little sister to join us." Wang Xiaolan paused in surprise. "If you want to see your sister, just borrow the shop's phone and call her. When school's out in the evening, she can come home. Going to town for dinner would be such a waste of money." Lu Jianjun knocked his tobacco pipe against the ground. Now that Lu Fan has fully recovered, shouldn't we celebrate such joyous news? "It's settled then. We're going to the best restaurant in town for a proper meal. Spending 100 or 2 won't matter. How long has it been since we've had something this wonderful to celebrate?" Wang Xiaolan didn't say anything more, just nodded with a smile. Lu Fan reached into his pocket, and when he withdrew his hand again, he was holding 2 irregularly shaped, wrinkled fruits that resembled wild jujubes. "Mom, Dad, eat these. They're really good for your health. No doubt they'll add 10 years to your lives." Lu Fan's expression was serious. "You've certainly learned how to sweet talk better than before, kid. What are these? Immortal peaches that'll give us 10 extra years," Lu Jianjun teased. Though not comparable to the ginseng fruit, it's almost as miraculous as the golden elixir. Lu Fan peeled open the fruit's outer shell, revealing yet another layer inside. The golden gleam truly resembled the golden elixir, emanating a uniquely enticing fragrance. The elderly couple, amazed, each ate one. Lu Fan watched as his father's graying temples gradually darkened, and his slightly hunched back straightened noticeably. The wrinkles on Mother's face had faded by at least half, and her whole spirit seemed brimming with vitality. The golden core fruit truly lived up to its reputation. Both elderly parents looked at least 8 to 10 years younger. After Lu Fan checked their pulses again, he was even more convinced of their robust health and abundant energy. "You two change into some decent clothes. I'll go borrow a tricycle, and we'll set off right away." Lu Fan chuckled as he headed toward the door. Remember to call your little sister. Just imagine how overjoyed she'll be to hear you've recovered. Wang Xiaolan reminded him. Lu Fan headed straight for the village's only convenience store, where there was a payphone. With some luck, he might even be able to borrow a tricycle from the store owner's wife. Yunlai village was both impoverished and remote, and the most advanced transportation the villagers had were motorcycles and farm tricycles. From a distance, Lu Fan spotted a farm tricycle parked outside the store, instantly filling his heart with joy. But strangely, the usually dawn to dusk open convenience store had its door tightly shut today. Closed. Lu Fan felt somewhat disappointed. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly heard strange noises coming from behind the closed store door. It sounded like someone panting and struggling, accompanied by thumping sounds. Chapter 14. Are you two role-playing? What the hell is going on here? Lu furrowed his brows. Even without relying on any special perception, he could sense that something was off inside. Without further hesitation, he immediately strode to the door, gave it 2 forceful shakes, broke the internal bolt, and barged in. The moment he stepped inside, the scene before him gave him a tremendous shock. The young shop owner, Lu Mengmeng, lay sprawled on the table with her clothes in disarray, her face filled with rage and despair, a rag stuffed in her mouth. Her pale legs were hoisted onto the shoulders of a tall, burly man, and the two were now tugging at the last line of defense, her delicate lace underwear. Lu Fan's sudden entrance startled the man. But after just one glance at him, the man immediately scoffed with disdain and cursed coldly. Stupid idiot, get the hell out of here. Keep looking and I'll gouge your eyes out. Lu Fan recognized this man. He was Lu Mingming's boyfriend, the owner of the grocery store. His name seemed to be Zhao Meng. For a moment, Lu Fan hesitated. Could it be that this couple was playing some kind of role-playing game here? Should he quietly walk away instead of bravely staying put? But at this moment, Lu Mengmeng, who also noticed someone breaking in, suddenly strained to tilt her head back and glance at Lu Fan. Her eyes unmistakably carried a plea for help. Put your leg down, Lu Fan shouted as he stepped forward directly. You damn retard. You asking for death? The tall and robust Zhao Meng naturally wouldn't obey. Letting go of the lace he'd been tugging, he maintained his grip on Lu Mengming's bare leg instead, then swung his foot straight toward Lu Fan's chest. The guy seemed to be from a sports academy, trained, explosive in his movements. If this kick had landed, it would have probably broken a couple of bones. Zhao Meng harbored exactly this thought, completely dismissing the so-called fool Lu before him as insignificant. Yet as Lu Fan effortlessly sidestepped to one side, Zhao Meng's kick met nothing but air. In the next instant, Lu Fan, having circled to his flank, grabbed him by the hair and flung him right out of the store's doorway. Ah! Zhao Meng's cry was a cocktail of rage, panic, and utter bewilderment. Normally, he could easily take on 3 or 4 people in a fight. So what was going on today? Before he could figure it out, his face hit the ground first, leaving him badly bruised. Lu Fan glanced at Lu Mengmeng, who was also lying dazed on the table. His gaze drifted downward briefly before flickering away. Ahem, put your clothes on, you'll catch a cold. Lu Mengmeng immediately flushed crimson, practically tumbling off the table in her flustered haste to straighten her clothing. But the thin dress she wore had already been torn to shreds like coarse linen by Zhao Meng's rough handling. No matter how much she tried to adjust it, everything that shouldn't be seen remained exposed. Lu Fan frowned, took off his own shirt, and handed it to Lu Mengmeng. With a crimson face, she muttered a quick thank you before hastily pulling it on. Not bad, at least now she was covered. You damned retard, I'll kill you. Zhao Meng, his face covered in blood, charged and waving half a brick like a rabid beast. Watch out! Lu Mengming's face turned pale with fear, terrified that the simpleton Lu Fan would be smashed to death by Zhao Meng. But what happened next was her watching as Lu Fan preemptively kicked Zhao Meng square in the gut, sending him flying out of the store yet again. And after crashing to the ground, Zhao Meng writhed and convulsed in pain, completely unable to get back up. What are you two playing? Lu Fan asked. You saw it yourself, didn't you? That guy was dating me and insisted on having his way with me, but I refused. Lu Mingming completely failed to notice that Lu Fan's current demeanor was different from before, so she spoke without any restraint. Get lost. You heard it yourself. She's not willing. Lu Fan stood stiff-faced at the doorway and snapped dismissively. Zhao Ming thought to himself that a wise man knows when to retreat. Covering his aching stomach and hunched over, he staggered away unsteadily. Lu Fan, thank you. Don't tell anyone about today. I'll get you some candy. Lu Mingming, barefoot with her pale legs exposed, leaned over the counter right in front of Lu Fan, reaching inside to grab some lollipops. Lu Fan's gaze involuntarily drifted toward a certain alluring area, instantly making his head buzz as his blood rushed fiercely to one particular part of his body. In a heat of passion, he moved to help Lu Mingming by giving her a little push. Just as he stepped forward and placed his hands on her waist, he heard someone entering the door behind them. Oh, what are you two doing? Mingming, you and your boyfriend aren't even trying to hide it in broad daylight. At least close the door. Zhang Xiaomei's tone was exaggeratedly dramatic as she walked in. But when she recognized that the man standing before her was actually Lu Fan, her expression turned somewhat sour. Before she could stop herself, she blurted out, "Why is it you? When did you two get together?" Anyone seeing this scene would definitely misunderstand, especially Zhang Xiaomei, who was at that restless age and had been burning with unfulfilled desires. "And Xiaomei, don't talk nonsense. Nothing happened between us. I was just getting some candy for Lu Fan," Lu Mingming explained hurriedly, her face turning red. "Girl, are you trying to make yourself look younger by calling me aunt? Just call me sister. I'm not that old." Zhang Xiaomei's expression grew increasingly displeased. Pointing at Lu Mingming's short-sleeved t-shirt, she said, "You two have changed your clothes already, and you still say nothing happened? Fine, just give me a bottle of soy sauce quickly. The two of you can go about your business." Lu Mingming simply stopped explaining. Her personality had always been like that. After buying the soy sauce, Zhang Xiaomei passed by Lu Fan on her way out and whispered, "I finally understand your thoughts. All right, you don't need to come and work at my house anymore. You two can be together properly." As she finished speaking, the corners of her eyes turned red and she staggered away quickly. "What do you mean? I'm fired." Lu Fan was utterly confused. Lu Mingming stripped off Lu Fan's short-sleeved t-shirt right in front of him. As she handed it back, she said, "Isn't it better not to let you go do those odd jobs? Though you're an idiot." "Wait, something's off. You're not an idiot anymore." The oblivious Lu Mingming finally noticed.
Then she let out a shriek and flailed her tiny hands, trying in vain to cover herself up and down. But Lu Mingming was simply too generously endowed. She couldn't possibly cover everything, leaving bits and pieces exposed all over.
"No use hiding. I've already seen everything," Lu Fan stated matter-of-factly as he pulled his shirt back on. "Stinky Lu Fan, why didn't you tell me your brain got better? You were clearly taking advantage of me on purpose." Lu Mingming fumed as she hastily ran into the inner room to put her clothes back on. She even popped her head out to glare at him and scold him once more. "You didn't even ask, just took it off right away. Who could have guessed you'd be so practiced at this?" Lu Fan deadpanned with utmost seriousness. "Get lost. You saw what you saw, but don't you dare spread this around. Consider yourself lucky." Though now the proprietress of a small shop, Lu Mingming was actually the same age as Lu Fan. They'd attended junior high together, and she'd even harbored a secret crush on him back then. Now that she'd just been completely exposed before her old crush, Lu Mingming couldn't help feeling those teenage flutters stir again. Chapter 15. My brother can protect me now, Lu Mingming said slowly as she dressed, peeking through the inner room's curtain. "Lu Fan, since you've helped me so much, how should I thank you? Could this count as saving a damsel in distress?" After waiting for a long moment, she didn't hear Lu Fan's reply. Frowning, Lu Mingming peeked out again and saw Lu Fan standing at the shop entrance. Then they heard him mutter, "Lu Mingming, are those headlights of yours factory original? They're so big and bright, they look kinda out of place." Lu Mingming's face instantly turned red. She glanced down, then replied with a somewhat proud tone, "What kind of question is that? Of course they're original, but what do you mean by out of place?" "Means they're kinda ugly," Lu Fan chimed in from the doorway. "You jerk, Lu Fan. How dare you call me ugly?" Lu Mingming quickly threw on her clothes and charged out the door. Then she saw Lu Fan squatting in front of his tricycle, stroking the two headlights with his hands. Ew. You mean the headlights? Lu Mingming wore an awkward expression. They've always been headlights. What else did you think? Lu Fan lifted his face with earnest seriousness. Nothing, you're right. They are indeed quite large. Lu Mingming coughed dryly twice, her expression visibly uncomfortable. Hey, mind lending me the car? I need to run to town, and I'll fill up the tank when I get back. Lu Fan stood up. Just use it if you wanna. No need to be so polite about gas money. We're old classmates, after all. Lu Mingming casually tossed the keys to Lu Fan. Thanks, I'll bring you something tasty next time. Lu Fan waved his hand and quickly drove off in the farming tricycle. This thing wasn't at all difficult to operate, and now that Lu Fan had gained the inheritance, his mind had become exceptionally sharp and clear. Learning or doing anything came to him with effortless ease. Returning home, he found his parents dressed in their finest clothes, though their outfits were clearly outdated. Lu Fan sighed inwardly, growing more determined to quickly change the Lu family's destitute situation. He resolved to give his parents and younger sister a genuinely good life to make up for his past mistakes. Let's set off. I forgot to call earlier, but going directly to school to pick up little sis will be fine. Consider it a surprise, Lu Fan said cheerfully. Yet before the elderly couple could board, a neighbor came rushing over. Lu Fan, you'd better hurry to the town school. Your sister Xingnan's homeroom teacher just called. Said the little girl got into a physical fight at school and the other child's parents are making a big fuss about it. Sounds pretty serious. That single sentence instantly plunged the previously cheerful atmosphere into sub-zero tension. What we do now? That girl never gives us a moment's peace, Wang Xiaoan said anxiously, on the verge of tears, while Lu Jianjun stood nearby with a dark expression. Let's go assess the situation first. Don't panic yet. Although Shangnan has a fiery temper, she knows her limits when it comes to actions. If she got into a fight, there must be a good reason. Lu Fan steadied his emotions, thanked the neighbor, and immediately took his parents straight to the town. To avoid causing his parents unnecessary distress, Lu Fan dropped them off at a restaurant entrance and drove his tricycle alone to the town's middle school. The girl had just turned 16 this year and was about to graduate from junior high. He had no idea what trouble she could have possibly gotten into. Lu Fan hurried to the school gates, and from a distance, he spotted a crowd gathered on the playground. Students, teachers, and a few who looked like parents. The parents were pointing at a slightly thin little girl, looking quite angry. The teacher was trying to mediate, but the little girl stood stubbornly with her hands behind her back, neck stiff, radiating an indomitable air of defiance. Lu Fan immediately recognized that slightly built little girl. It was his precious younger sister, Lu Shengnan. The little girl was the complete opposite of her elder brother Lu Fan in temperament, naturally lively and energetic, able to outfight any boy her age in the village. One advantage is that his athletic performance is exceptional. This year, he even plans to apply to sports school. At this critical moment, getting into trouble would be nothing short of ruining his own future. Lu Fan identified himself to the security guard and dashed anxiously toward the sports field. As he approached, he heard a middle-aged man who appeared to be a parent pointing at the little girl from a distance and scolding. "You country bumpkin! How dare you push my daughter? Come here and kneel down to apologize right now, or I swear you won't leave this school gate alive. Mark my words." Lu Shengnan wore a stubborn expression, not panicked but slightly aggrieved, holding back her tears with great effort. She looked both strong and pitiful at the same time. "Who dares make my sister kneel? Who dares block her path? You must be terribly bold." A cold, low voice drifted from the periphery of the crowd. The middle-aged man who had been shouting curses immediately furrowed his brows and shifted his gaze toward the source of the voice. At the same time, Lu Shengnan, who was on the verge of tears, suddenly blinked twice, wrinkled her delicate yet stubborn brows, and muttered, "Bro, did I hear that wrong? But he's still." Just as she was puzzled, she saw her brother Lu Fan push aside the onlookers blocking the way and stride confidently into the scene. Then he positioned himself protectively in front of her, turning to face the middle-aged man who had just issued threats, and said coldly, "Speak properly. Let's clarify the matter. Apologize if an apology is due. Pay if compensation is needed. What's the point of a grown man throwing his weight around with a little girl? What kind of a thing are you to dare speak in front of me? The middle-aged man was dressed finely, unlike someone from the countryside. He was accompanied by a few men who appeared to be his helpers, each exuding an imposing air. My name is Lu Fan, Lu Xingnan's brother. Lu Fan's tone was rigid, and even as several men approached with menacing glares, his face remained impassive, showing no trace of fear. A single cry of brother instantly filled Lu Xingnan with a sense of security, and tears of relief streamed down her face. My brother is better now. His mind is cleared up, and he can even protect me. The little girl was completely overcome with excitement and joy. The men opposite Lu Fan were about to strike before the teacher could intervene. Fists swung toward him in the blink of an eye. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in surprise. No one believed this shabbily dressed, thin rural youth could withstand the fists of these ferocious thugs. Lu Xingnan instinctively reached out to pull her brother away, only to witness a scene that left her utterly dumbfounded. His usually bookish, rigid, and socially awkward older brother was now nimbly dodging attacks from several assailants. Then, with precisely angled movements, he launched his counterattack. Though he merely threw a few punches, all the charging men fell to the ground screaming in pain. Chapter 16. I got you covered, bro. All knocked out. Is this really my brother? Could it be an imposter? Was he abducted by aliens? Or did someone from another world possess his body? The little girl, Lu Xingnan, was deeply suspicious. After all, having lived with her brother for over a decade, she knew him better than anyone. Now, Lu Fan's behavior was truly frightening Lu Xingnan. She was afraid the Lu Fan before her might be an imposter. What nonsense are you thinking about? Cut down on those brain-dead novels, Lu Fan said sternly, quickly ruffling his sister's hair a few times. Frowning and fixing her thoroughly messed up hairstyle, Lu Xingnan muttered, same annoying habit as before. No mistake about it. Lu Fan was momentarily speechless, just about to ask the little troublemaker what kind of mess she'd gotten into this time. Right then, the well-dressed, middle-aged man with an imposing air had already approached with a dark expression. All right, so assaulting people is your thing now. You think you're tough? I'll make one call and have a whole truck of guys come deal with you. The middle-aged man, feeling his pride wounded, immediately began shouting threats. Please calm down, parent. Fighting won't solve anything. And you must be Lu Xingnan's. A young woman who appeared to be a teacher hastily approached to mediate, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Fan. Lu Xingnan is my sister, Lu Fan quickly added. The female teacher gave an understanding "oh," then glanced uneasily at the men still lying on the ground. Ahem, let's try to resolve this peacefully, shall we? Both sides share responsibility for the fight earlier. How about we just let this matter drop? Otherwise, if this escalates, it could reflect poorly on the students. The teacher spoke rapidly. Perhaps because the female teacher was very attractive, and also because students were involved, the middle-aged man temporarily put down his phone. Nevertheless, he still said with a tone of slight arrogance and disdain, "Teacher Song, I'm only sparing that punk out of respect for you. Otherwise, with my influence, I could easily break both his dog legs." The female teacher forced an awkward smile and quickly glanced at Lu Fan, clearly signaling him not to provoke the middle-aged man. Thinking of his sister's future at the school, Lu Fan suppressed his anger and chose not to engage with the middle-aged man further. He simply asked, "Teacher, what exactly happened? Has the matter been clarified?" Just as the female teacher was about to speak, the middle-aged man opposite snorted coldly and cut in first, still asking what happened. "It's your uncouth, ill-bred little sister who cheated during the competition by pushing my precious daughter. She clearly couldn't stand the thought of losing, so she resorted to such despicable tricks." The middle-aged man kept prattling about others being uncouth and ill-bred, his face full of disdain. At this moment, Lu Fan could no longer restrain himself. Frowning, he instantly unleashed and concentrated his aura. The middle-aged man a few meters away suddenly felt as if a basin of ice-cold water had been thrown in his face, the kind filled with sharp ice shards, leaving his chest tight and his breath unsteady. Instinctively, He shut his mouth, looking at Lu Fan with an expression of shock, even terror. Mind your tongue. It's not for you to judge whether others have manners or not. Lu Fan was still holding back, for his sister's sake. I didn't push anyone. Sun Xuan lost her footing and nearly fell herself, then framed me. Lu Shangnan countered with an aggrieved expression. The middle-aged man glared, ready to hurl more curses, but after meeting Lu Fan's gaze, he immediately abandoned the idea, settling for a cold glare at Lu Shangnan instead. I believe my sister. Though she can be playful at times, she doesn't lie. Do you have any evidence proving she pushed someone? Lu Fan's tone was icy. Even without evidence, my daughter would never lie. After all, the two of them were competing for the only guaranteed sports school admission spot, and my daughter's grades were better than that girl's. She just couldn't stand losing. The middle-aged man wore an utterly smug expression. Lu Fan sneered. So according to you, those with good grades can never be wrong. Is that right? In that case, why don't we reevaluate? If my sister truly isn't as good as the others, I'll apologize on her behalf and withdraw from the competition for the spot. But if your daughter isn't as skilled as others, then be honest, apologize where necessary, and withdraw when you should. All right, the middle-aged man immediately agreed. But after rolling his eyes, he suddenly said slyly, however, just now, because of your sister's actions, although my daughter didn't fall, she was still affected. Her performance will inevitably decline, so you'll have to give her a 3-second head start. The onlookers around couldn't help but show expressions of disdain. Originally, it was just a 200-meter race. In such a competition, 3 seconds give a middle school runner enough time to cover quite a distance. That middle-aged man was clearly taking advantage on purpose, utterly shameless. The teachers nearby were also shaking their heads, yet none dared to intervene. Lu Fan, if you feel this isn't fair, we can resolve it differently. At most, we can have more people investigate later to uncover the truth, the young female teacher whispered kindly, trying to persuade Lu Fan. No need. We'll do as he says. Giving him a 3-second head start is no problem. Everyone present here, please bear witness for me. No matter who wins or loses, no one is allowed to back out. Lu Fan answered firmly. He then pulled his sister aside and discreetly took something out of his pocket. Under the pretext of smoothing her hair, he slipped it into her mouth. What? Lu Shengnan frowned and was about to ask, but noticed her brother blinking at her. Understanding his silent message, she swallowed her words. All she knew was that the thing in her mouth seemed to melt before she could even chew it, spreading a strange energy throughout her entire body. Go ahead and compete with her without any worries. I know you'll definitely win. Lu Fan rubbed his sister's head again, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Agreeing to give the other party a 3-second head start, Lu Fan knew full well how unfair this was, but he wasn't afraid. Because compared to that middle-aged man's unreasonable tyranny, he possessed an even more formidable trump card. He could give his little sister a boost. What he had just fed her was none other than that extremely precious golden core fruit. This treasure could dramatically enhance and transform a person's physique in a short time. Originally, Lu Shangnan already possessed extraordinary innate athletic talent, so consuming the golden core fruit would undoubtedly double the effects. Both competitors prepare for the final assessment. The physical education teacher nearby raised the starting gun. Sun Shuman, with her fair, flawless skin and an equally haughty expression, snorted at Lu Shangnan through her nostrils. Lu Shangnan, this time you're just waiting to lose, he said with a sneer. Don't feel wronged about it. It's not your fault you didn't get lucky like me and wind up with a rich dad. Lu Shangnan jumped in place, her face suddenly lighting up with delight. She turned her head to look at her elder brother, who was blinking at her with amusement. Then she replied with unwavering confidence, I have my big brother. Chapter 17, Breaking Records Directly. Half of Lu Xingnan's words stemmed from competitiveness and sheer defiance toward her opponent, while the other half arose from her acute awareness of the startling changes in her own body. The young girl realized she now moved with exceptional lightness, as if the lingering pains from previous training sessions had completely vanished. This unexpected transformation filled her with soaring confidence. Bang! At the sound of the starting pistol, Lu Shangnan and her half a head taller opponent Sun Xiuman simultaneously launched forward in a sprint. "Come on!" The coaches and other athletes present all began shouting encouragements. However, just a few strides into the race, Lu Xingnan's condition started deteriorating noticeably, because he actually stumbled, allowing Sun Xiuman to seize the moment and surge ahead by 5 or 6 meters in an instant. 200 meters flashed by in the blink of an eye. Falling so far behind suddenly made it extremely difficult to catch up, especially when both runners were originally evenly matched in ability. What happened? Did he get nervous at the critical moment? The coach nearby couldn't help but sigh regretfully. Even homeroom teacher Ms. Song couldn't help but clench her fists, her face tightening with concern. "Don't panic, take it step by step," Lu Fan suddenly shouted. He knew exactly why his sister was staggering and almost fell. It was unmistakably due to her sudden, substantial physical enhancement, which she hadn't gotten used to yet. After receiving Lu Fan's reminder, Lu Shangnan immediately began changing her exertion technique and adjusting her stride length. At first, her speed slowed slightly, but then suddenly accelerated. Holy crap, the acceleration in the second half was insane. "This is way faster than our usual test runs." The coach holding the stopwatch beside him wore an utterly astonished expression. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shangnan went from trailing the opponent by 7 or 8 meters to gradually catching up, then effortlessly overtaking them. At that very moment, Lu Fan could clearly see the look of utter astonishment on his rival, Sun Xiuman's face. Perhaps to prevent the other side from relying on her to push people again, Lu Shangnan deliberately kept a considerable distance this time, even provocatively turning her head to flash a smirk. "Keep it up. Hold steady. You might break the record," shouted the coach loudly. "Not might. We'll definitely break it," Lu Fan declared with an expression brimming with confidence. Next, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lu Shangnan dashed past the finish line like the wind, leaving Sun Xiuman far behind with an ugly expression, nearly 30 meters behind, a staggering difference. 25 seconds. It's actually 25 seconds. Not only did she break the city record, she even shattered the provincial record, straight to national-level athlete standards. The coach practically leaped with excitement, as the surrounding athletes all cast admiring glances at Lu Shangnan. "Bro, why don't I feel tired at all?" Lu Shangnan, ignoring everyone else, ran straight to Lu Fan's side, her face brimming with excitement and disbelief. Lu Fan quickly blinked at her and said hurriedly, "Just pretend, don't act too cocky." Although Lu Shangnan was a bit puzzled, she obeyed and started panting. "What about my daughter's grades?" The middle-aged man approached the coach with a dark expression. The coach scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry about that. I was so focused on recording Xingnan's results that I completely forgot there was another person." "Bastard!" The middle-aged man roared in humiliated fury. At this moment, another teacher spoke up. "It's already been over 28 seconds. Even by the rules you privately agreed upon, Su Xingnan has won overwhelmingly. Besides, such an outstanding sports talent must be directly admitted to a key high school." Lu Shangnan immediately cheered. This girl had always gotten headaches from studying and dreamed of excelling in sports to secure admission into a top high school or even university. Now, after eating a single fruit, he had miraculously reached the level of a national first-class athlete. Even now, he could hardly believe it. The middle-aged man's face darkened as he grabbed his daughter's arm, ready to leave immediately. "Did you forget something?" Lu Fan directly blocked the middle-aged man's path, his expression turning icy. The man frowned deeply. Though displeased under the pressure of Lu Fan's piercing gaze, he could only reluctantly utter with a grimace, "Sorry, I spoke too harshly." Sun Xiuman was even more flustered. She lowered her head and murmured, "I misjudged Lu Shangnan. Turns out she's so much stronger than me." Lu Fan paid no further attention to the father-daughter pair, directly bringing his younger sister before Teacher Song. With a smile, he said, "Teacher, could I ask for leave for Shangnan?" "No problem," replied Teacher Song with a slightly unnatural expression. After all, Lu Fan's performance just now had been so remarkable that no one could help but take notice. Only after Lu Fan and his younger sister had left the school grounds did teacher Song mutter to himself. Wasn't it said that Song Xingnan's brother was a fool? Brother, what exactly was it you just fed me? Was it because you ate this thing that you got better? Lu Shangnan couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer as they exited the school gates. Lu Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, neither confirming nor denying. He merely smiled and said, "Big brother's taking you out for good food. Mom and dad are already waiting for us in town." "Yeah, is this to celebrate you getting better?" Lu Shangnan grew even happier. Then, pulling Lu Fan's hand, she said, "Brother, I've made up my mind. After graduating from middle school, I won't continue studying. I never liked school anyway. Now that you're better, you can go back to university. Our family only needs one college graduate. I'm going to get a job. I'll pay for your tuition." While deeply moved, Lu Fan couldn't help feeling a pang of sorrow and guilt. The troubles he'd caused before had brought so much suffering to this family. Even his younger sister, Lu Shengnan, who should have been enjoying her youth, had to shoulder life's burdens prematurely. "Little one, our family isn't short of money now. Just focus on your studies." Lu Fan didn't elaborate, simply smiling as he ruffled his sister's hair. He patted the tricycle. "Hop on. Let's go celebrate your record with a good meal first." Lu Shangnan gave a cheerful yeah and effortlessly jumped onto the vehicle, her movements light and nimble. The two chatted and laughed, but they hadn't traveled far when an unusually loud car engine suddenly roared behind them. Lu Fan instinctively sensed trouble. While judging the direction of the sound, he quickly steered towards the roadside. In the next moment, a silver-gray BMW shot past, almost scraping against the siblings' tricycle, before crashing into a roadside curb and flipping over, landing wheels up. The violent noise sent a chilling numbness through everyone's scalps. Passers-by were stunned motionless. Lu Fan hurriedly turned to check on his younger sister. "Are you okay?" The young girl's face had turned pale. "That car was driving way too fast. Luckily, you dodged it just in time, but how did you know where it was coming from?" Before he could explain, Lu Fan immediately leaped off his vehicle and ran toward the BMW ahead. Through the glass, he could see the person inside was in critical condition and could lose their life at any moment. Chapter 18. The exorbitantly priced golden core fruit. By the time Lu Fan rushed over, quite a crowd had already gathered around the BMW. The driver in the front seat was covered in blood, his condition unknown, while a woman beside him desperately pounded on the window, screaming for help. People wanted to help, but unfortunately, the car doors were locked tight, completely unopenable. At that moment, someone suggested, "Let's all work together to flip the car upright first." No good. The person inside has internal injuries. Forcing a flip now would cause a surge of qi and blood to the heart, killing them instantly, a figure said as they pushed through the crowd. They moved to the passenger side, shattered the entire window with a single punch, then reached in and dragged out a stylishly dressed, beautiful woman. The young man is incredibly strong. The nearby onlookers rushed to help, unable to contain their exclamations of surprise. "Please, I beg you, save my husband. He's in terrible condition," the woman pleaded with a tearful voice. Without even pausing to respond, Lu Fan swiftly moved to the other side of the vehicle and similarly smashed the window with his fist. But he didn't immediately attempt to pull the man out. Instead, he quickly pressed his fingers against the middle-aged man's neck to assess his condition. After getting confirmation, he immediately reached out his fingers and picked up a piece of broken glass from the side. "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill someone?" The fashionable woman stumbled over and discovered that Lu Fan actually intended to use the broken glass to slash her half-unconscious husband's forehead. She immediately shouted accusations and tried to stretch out her hand to stop him. The people nearby were all terrified, some even starting to suspect and accuse whether Lu Fan had mental issues. "Don't interfere. The stagnant blood inside must be released first before the next step of treatment can begin," Lu Fan explained while swiftly swinging his arm. The sharp-edged glass immediately made a small incision right in the middle of the middle-aged man's forehead. Blood gushed out almost instantly. The stylish lady, witnessing such a scene, screamed in fright and fainted on the spot. "Are you out of your mind, kid? Who acts this recklessly? Call the police quickly." This is murder. The onlookers clamored in uproar. Lu Shangnan was utterly terrified and also somewhat worried about her older brother. Had his mind not fully recovered yet? What sane person would do something like this? Just as he was about to step forward to intervene, he suddenly noticed the previously unconscious middle-aged man had opened his eyes. In a weak voice, he said, "Thank you, young man. I feel much better now. Hang on a little longer. I'll get you out immediately," Lu Fan said with complete composure. He then reached out, grabbed the door frame of the BMW, took a deep breath, and yanked it backward with sudden force. With a sharp crack, the already deformed car door was forcibly ripped open. With more space to maneuver, Lu Fan, with his sister's help, dragged the middle-aged man out of the car. Though he had regained consciousness, the middle-aged man had suffered severe internal injuries and was now coughing up blood incessantly whenever he opened his mouth. The crowd who had just been ready to help send him to the hospital now stepped back one after another, fearing they might bring unnecessary trouble upon themselves. "Brother, someone has already called for an ambulance. You've done what you could," Lu Shangnan whispered, tugging at her older brother's sleeve. "By the time the ambulance arrives, he'll already be gone," Lu Fan murmured as he watched the middle-aged man slipping back into unconsciousness. After a brief moment of deliberation, he retrieved a golden elixir fruit from his robes and slipped it into the man's mouth. Daring to give him random medication, is this kid really not afraid of taking responsibility? It's over, it's over. If he ends up killing someone, he's definitely going to prison. The onlookers sighed one after another. However, in just a matter of seconds, the middle-aged man who had been vomiting blood incessantly and seemed on the verge of death suddenly showed a marked improvement in his complexion. His consciousness grew clearer, and as he sat on the ground, a distinct gleam of vitality sparkled in his eyes. Staring intently at Lu Fan, he asked, "Young man, what you just gave me, was that the legendary golden core fruit?" Lu Fan was startled. There shouldn't be many people in the world today who knew about the golden core fruit. How had he been recognized so quickly? The middle-aged man explained, "My ancestors were physicians. Although my own skills are modest, I've still accumulated quite a bit of medical knowledge. This substance dissolved instantly upon touching my tongue and immediately boosted my vitality, combined with its color and appearance. That's how I could identify it." Lu Fan nodded in understanding. "Your injuries are no longer serious now. After the ambulance arrives, just rest at the hospital for a few days and you'll fully recover." Having said this, he stood up to leave. The middle-aged man wanted to stop him, but was too late, just as the fashionable woman who had fainted earlier regained consciousness. He quickly said to her, "Stop this young man. He saved my life. We must thank him properly." As the fashionable woman opened her eyes and saw her husband was unharmed, she realized she had wrongly accused Lu Fan. "Hurry up and express gratitude, then pull out a gift box from a handbag in the car and shove it directly into Lu Fan's hands. Just a small token of appreciation. Please accept it." Lu Fan didn't even look at what was inside, politely refusing at first, but seeing the other party's insistence, he ultimately had no choice but to accept it. Coincidentally, the ambulance arrived just then, and as the medical staff entered the scene, Lu Fan quickly led his sister away. Casually tossing the handbag with the gift box into the back of the tricycle, Lu Fan hurriedly headed in the direction of the restaurant. "It's been half an hour already. I wonder if Mom and Dad are getting worried." Sitting in the back of the tricycle, Lu Shangnan casually reopened it out of curiosity, then froze completely in shock. "Brother, money, so much money." Lu Shangnan patted her older brother's shoulder excitedly from behind. Lu Fan turned his head and nearly drove the tricycle into a telephone pole after taking one glance. The gift box inside the tote bag was packed full of bundled cash, looking like there must have been over 100 or 200,000 yuan in it. No wonder that man said he'd show his gratitude. It turned out there was money inside. Lu Fan instinctively wanted to turn around and return the cash, but by then, the ambulance had already sped far away. What should we do now? Lu Shangnan had never seen so much money piled together before and felt nervous now, not knowing what to do. That man knew his stuff and understood the value of the golden core fruit. Since that's the case, we can accept it with peace of mind. Lu Fan didn't dwell on it too much and continued pedaling his tricycle down the road. The restaurant was just up ahead, and Lu Fan imagined how happy his parents would be when they saw all that money. Yet at this moment, the entrance of the restaurant became quite lively. A crowd had gathered there, pointing and whispering, while intermittent bursts of argument could be heard from within the throng. "Brother, Mom and Dad are arguing with someone. Hurry over." Lu Shangnan stood up on the tricycle, finally able to see what was happening inside the circle. She shouted anxiously in that moment. Chapter 19, Money Talks. Lu Fan pushed his way through the crowd and indeed saw his parents being shoved around by several burly men. The leader of the group wore an apron tied around his waist, looking like a restaurant chef, shoving them while cursing rudely. "Deadbeats, judging by your looks, you couldn't afford 4 dishes if you tried. Coming here with no money to put on airs? Get lost before you ruin our restaurant's business." Lu Jiangwo shielded his wife, his face filled with anger, but he could only swallow his pride and retreat step by step. But the more he backed down, the more aggressive and overbearing the men opposite became. A burly man dressed like a cook swung his arm, aiming to strike downward. "Bastards!" A furious shout rang out as a figure swiftly darted in front of Lu Jiangwo. The tall cook suddenly realized someone had appeared before him, and in the next moment, his wrist was seized in an iron grip. "Find someone to help. I'll kill you." "Ah!" The chef tried to act tough, but suddenly felt his wrist clamped in an iron vise. The pain instantly made his legs go weak, dropping him to his knees. "You bastard! We came here to eat, not to be insulted by you. Who the hell did you just look down on?" Lu Fan gripped the chef's wrist with one hand, making it impossible for him to stand, his face now darkening with cold fury. "Lu Fan, don't stir up trouble. Let go." Lu Jiangwo and Wang Xiaolan hurriedly tried to mediate. The chef gritted his teeth and shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Get to it." Only then did the men following him snap out of their daze, rolling up their sleeves as they charged towards Lu Fan. Lu Fan didn't even take them seriously and was just about to teach them a lesson. But unexpectedly, his younger sister Lu Shangnan charged forward first. Though she was slender and rather skinny, Lu Xingnan's speed and explosive power were astonishingly strong. Her fighting style was completely the rural, unorthodox kind, yet it was remarkably effective. The onlookers got quite an eye-opening spectacle today. They witnessed a 15 or 16-year-old girl take down 4 or 5 burly men in the blink of an eye. The whole scene was executed with such clean precision that it carried an air of true mastery. Lu Fan was utterly dumbfounded himself, inwardly marveling at how exaggerated the golden core fruit's enhancement was for his younger sister's physique. It seems the effects of this thing also vary greatly from person to person. At that moment, the chef, still with his wrist twisted, was in such pain and terror that he nearly wet his pants. At this moment, he quickly begged for mercy. "I'm sorry. It was my fault. I was just following orders from a boss." Lu Fan glanced toward the interior of the restaurant. Just then, a man wearing a gold chain around his neck walked out with a darkened expression. "Who do you think you are, daring to commit violence in broad daylight?" he shouted loudly. Lu Fan kicked over the chef in front of him and strode directly toward the man who appeared to be the boss. He asked coldly, "Why did you kick my parents out? Isn't serving customers supposed to be the point of running a business?" The man was somewhat intimidated by Lu Fan's gaze and stopped in his tracks, immediately sneering sarcastically. "So these two were your parents, huh? Your shabby looks sure do match perfectly." "True, I run a business here, but those two hogged a table without ordering anything, saying they were waiting for someone. How is that not costing me money?" "You're lying. There were clearly several empty tables when we came in. You're just looking down on people." Lu Jiangwo couldn't help retorting. The restaurant owner snorted. "So what if I look down on you? Can you even scrape together $1,000 between the lot of you? Poor people shouldn't come out causing trouble for others. Wouldn't it be better to just stay obediently in your village?" Lu Jiangwo's expression darkened instantly. Poverty truly makes people humble. Seeing his condition, the restaurant owner's face grew even more arrogant, his eyes filled with disdain. "Which dog's eye of yours sees that we have no money?" Lu Fan took off Lu Xingnan's school bag that had been hanging on his shoulder all this while. He certainly wouldn't casually leave over 100,000 yuan on the tricycle. That money had to be kept on his person at all times. Reaching inside now, he grabbed a handful and pulled out 50 or 60,000 yuan, waving the bills in the air. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel. Nowadays, the rich keep a low profile. Who said this guy was poor? The restaurant owner was momentarily stunned, then forced a smile and said, "It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Please come in and sit down. With that attitude of yours, your restaurant can't be much better anyway. Who want to eat here?" Lu Shengnan curled her lips in disdain, her voice dripping with icy sarcasm. The restaurant owner was rather annoyed, but having witnessed Lu Shingnan's skills firsthand, he didn't dare to vent his anger now. "Lu Fan, Shengnan, stop fooling around here. Let's hurry up and go." Lu Jiangwo instinctively straightened his back. With such promising children, he, as a father, naturally felt proud. All the earlier grievances and unhappiness had instantly vanished. They moved to another restaurant, where Lu Fan personally ordered a table full of dishes. He even got a bottle of wine for his dad and ordered some soft drinks. Why spend so extravagantly? Though it's truly worth celebrating, just having enough to eat would suffice. Wang Xiaolan gently scolded with a smile. "It's fine. We're not short on money now. We could eat like this every meal from now on," Lu Fan said earnestly. "You silly boy, carrying on like that you'll burn through your fortune in no time. Your sister's about to start high school soon, then college after that, and you'll need to marry someday too. You should save those 100,000 right away. We really mustn't be so wasteful like this again," Lu Jiangwo said, his face glowing as he drank from the bottle of liquor worth dozens of yuan. He couldn't even bring himself to buy the cheapest bulk liquor that cost just a few yuan per bucket before. "By the way, you said this money was given by someone out of gratitude for saving their life. Is that right? What if they change their mind and come asking for it back?" Wang Xiaolan had been worried about this the whole time. "Don't worry, you two can spend this money without any concerns. I'll earn even more in the future to support you," Lu Fan said with full confidence. After the cheerful family meal, with leftovers packed up, Lu Jiangwo and his wife urged Lu Fan to go deposit the money. Instead, Lu Fan drove them around the town in his tricycle for a good while. Eventually, they stopped in front of a courtyard along the street bearing a for sale sign. "What do you mean? You want to buy a house in town?" Lu Jiangwo and his wife were utterly astonished upon hearing Lu Fan's idea. This morning, they were still worrying about the property deed being swindled away by someone else, and now, in the afternoon, they're about to purchase a new property? This sudden change was hard for the elderly couple to digest right away. Lu Fan spoke earnestly to reassure them. "Mom, Dad, I'm better now and capable of earning money, so there's no need for you to worry about the future. Our old house in the village is simply too dilapidated. This courtyard is spacious, and I just checked. It's close to both the market and the bus stop. It'll be much more comfortable and convenient for you two to live here." Seeing his parents still hesitating, Lu Fan added another reason. "Housing prices are rising right now. Buying this place is just like keeping money in the bank and earning interest." Only then did Lu Jiangwo nod in agreement. "You make a good point. Now that you've grown up, you decide." A little over an hour later, Lu Fan handed over 160,000 yuan and received the property deed, securing a new home in town for the Lu family. Though the elderly couple muttered about the extravagance, they were already happily planning to plant vegetables and grow flowers in the spacious courtyard of their new property. "By the way, we still have land in the village. We can't just abandon it like that. What would we eat and drink in the future otherwise?" Lu Jiangwo began worrying again. "Don't worry, I'll head back to the village soon. We won't leave anything behind there." A mysterious smile appeared on Lu Fan's face. While Lu Fei's parents were still fixated on their 2 meager acres of farmland, he was thinking about that woodland hiding secrets and immense value. Chapter 20. I swear I'm not here to propose marriage. Taking his sister along, Lu Fan bought all the daily necessities for his elderly parents: clothes, towels, cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, grains, vegetables, fruits, and meat, leaving nothing lacking. The house they bought already came fully furnished with complete sets of furniture, so now the elderly couple had everything they needed to live comfortably. Before returning to the village, Lu Fan stopped by a phone store and bought several phones, one for his parents, one for his sister and one for himself. This way, keeping in touch would be much easier from now on. Lu Fan only kept about 1,000 yuan in cash, giving 500 to his younger sister and handing the rest over to the elderly couple. Hopping onto the tricycle, Lu Fan set off to return to Yunlai village. But as he passed a small supermarket in town, Lu Fan stopped and bought a pack of premium cigarettes, plus 2 bottles of the most expensive liquor. After a moment's thought, he decided it wasn't quite enough and added a large bag of assorted pastries, including walnut cakes and other sweets. He planned to visit the village chief's house, partly to express gratitude for the care the chief had shown him during his years of diminished mental capacity. On the other hand, Lu Fan wanted to inquire about the ownership of the woods between the two villages, hoping to lease the land directly if possible. Nowadays, Lu Fan increasingly cherished those woods as truly invaluable. Perhaps I'll truly turn my life around by relying on that place. Thinking about turning things around, Lu Fan took out his phone and called his father Lu Jiangwo, whispering a reminder, "Dad, don't casually share our family matters with the neighbors. Let's keep a low profile for now." Lu Jiangwo sighed and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. From now on, we'll try to avoid the Gao family as much as possible. We won't let them harm you again." Lu Fan furrowed his brows. His purpose in calling wasn't to hide from the Gao family. He just didn't want them to catch wind of his plans before he had enough resources to clear his name and exact revenge. However, Lu Fan didn't offer any explanations. He reminded his father not to worry about spending money and to just enjoy it, then hung up the phone. As he approached the village entrance, 2 cars suddenly roared out from behind an abandoned greenhouse, blocking the road front and back, neatly trapping Lu Fan. Lu Fan frowned and hit the emergency brake, only to see a familiar face. Lu Mengmeng's boyfriend, the towering Zhao Meng. "That's the guy, brothers. Let's beat him to pulp. His family's nothing in this village anyway." Zhao Meng fixed Lu Fan with a vicious glare. 7 or 8 men poured out of the 2 vehicles, some brandishing steel pipes, advancing with menacing intent. "Shit, Zhao Meng, you still got this in you? You called so many of us, made such a big fuss, just to deal with some country bumpkin?" A man who seemed to be the leader spoke with undisguised disdain and ridicule in his voice. At that moment, Lu Fan's shabby clothes were splattered with mud, and his physique was far from imposing. By all appearances, he didn't look like someone who could fight. "Don't underestimate him," Zhao Meng hurriedly warned. But it was already too late. Lu Fan had already sprung into action, sending the nearest thug flying 4 or 5 meters with a single punch. He swiftly grabbed the iron rod wielded by another assailant, striking both men's shoulders and jaws in one sweeping motion. The sound of bones cracking followed immediately. By the time these thugs realized they'd encountered a true menace, it was already too late for regrets or escape. Including Zhao Meng, every last man soon lay groaning on the ground, incapable of even lifting their heads. Assaulting someone in public with weapons. Do you even know how many years you'd get if I call the police right now? Lu Fan wanted to resolve this trouble once and for all. So he decided to pin a crime on them first, to intimidate them and hold something over their heads. That way, neither Lu Mengmeng nor he would face harassment in the future. But before he could finish his threat, Zhao Meng, still sprawled on the ground, began pleading, Lu Fan, we admit we were wrong. Please don't call the cops. If you do, I'll get expelled from school. How about this? I'll give you money. Name your price. Just don't make it too high." Lu Fan snorted coldly. "Who wants your money?" "No money." Zhao Meng frowned in distress, but then pointed at the cars nearby. "How about this? Pick one of these 2 cars. Either one would be worth tens of thousands now." Lu Fan thought to himself that he now needed to commute frequently between the village and the town, and not having any means of transportation would indeed be inconvenient. He pointed at the Santana parked horizontally in front of them. "This one will do." Zhao Meng obediently handed over the car keys, along with all the transfer documents. "Remember, don't ever come back to our village, and don't you dare harass Lu Mengmeng again. If you do, I'll make sure what happens next will be 10 times worse than today." Lu Fan pocketed the car keys, his face cold with menace. "Don't worry, we'll never come back again." Zhao Meng led his battered remnants in a humiliating retreat. "Bro, we really took a loss this time. That secondhand Santana cost us over 10 grand. Are we just gonna let this slide? Inside the cramped minivan, the bruised thug furrowed his brow as he asked Zhao Ming. Absolutely cannot let this go. Today was just a temporary measure. That Lu Fan, sooner or later I'll deal with him. Zhao Ming growled through clenched teeth. Suddenly becoming a car owner, Lu Fan felt a little excited inside. Finding a rope from his tricycle, he tied it to the aged Santana behind and slowly drove into the village like this. At the village chief's house courtyard, Lu Yuanshan looked at the cigarettes, alcohol, and the towering pile of candies and snacks, furrowing his brows and complaining. Lu Fan, I know you caught a toad and exchanged it for 100,000 yuan, but you didn't have to splurge like this. As the village chief, it's only right that I look after our own. Take these things back with you later and show some filial respect to your parents. Lu Fan quickly responded with a few words, then directly brought up the matter about that small grove. At that moment, someone outside was heard saying, "Huh? Isn't this our tricycle? How did it get back here? Whose Santana is parked at the gate?" Lu Mingming returned, saw Lu Fan's gentle smile, then noticed the cigarettes, alcohol, candies, and snacks on the table. Her expression suddenly turned somewhat peculiar. "Mingming, since you're here too, come help us brainstorm." "Lu Fan, have you really thought through what you mentioned to me earlier? Once it's finalized, there's no going back," Village Chief Lu Yuanshan asked with a grave expression. Lu Fan glanced at Lu Mingming's peculiar expression before turning back to the chief. "Uncle, I've made up my mind. I checked it out this morning and think it's quite suitable. I really like it. Just name your price. I could deliver the money quickly. Today I can also give a deposit as initial payment." Lu Mingming sat beside him, her face instantly turning crimson. Why did these words sound so much like Lu Fan coming to propose marriage? When he mentioned inspecting the place this morning, wasn't that exactly when her heart swelled with both bashfulness and delight? Never one for pretense, Lu Mingming cast aside all reservations and blurted out, "Dad, I agree wholeheartedly. Just don't ask Lu Fan for too much bride price, all right? We'll make it up to you by being filial in the future." "What the hell?" Lu Yuanshan's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he spat out the mouthful of tea he'd just taken. Chapter 21. A grown daughter belongs to another family. "What? Weren't you two just talking about Lu Fan coming to propose marriage?" Lu Mingming sensed something unusual from her father's and Lu Fan's expressions. "Ahem, I did come to discuss something, but I never mentioned proposing," Lu Fan replied with an odd expression. "Then what about these gifts and the field investigation you just mentioned and the deposit? What exactly are you talking about?" Lu Mingming's words had already begun to stammer. Lu Yuanshan sighed. "A grown daughter can't be kept at home forever. Is she in such a hurry to find herself a husband? Hey, what's this about a field investigation? What's going on with you two?" "No, nothing, I misunderstood." "Oh wait, no. I was just joking with you too." Lu Mingming forced an awkward smile before shooting Lu Fan a glare and stomped off into the house. "Are you joking? Why is your face so red?" Lu Fan asked very seriously. Lu Mingming felt like she couldn't go on living. Returning to her room, she buried her face in the pillow, her mind in complete turmoil. "Lu Fan, let me tell you, that grove is actually within the boundaries of our Yunlai village. There's no problem with you wanting to lease it. But Zhao Hongqi from a neighboring village isn't someone to be trifled with. While the grove just sits there, nothing happens, but once you lease it, he will surely come looking for trouble," the village chief advised earnestly. "Uncle, my mind is made up. Just name your price." Lu Fan didn't offer any explanations, only revealing a resolute gaze in his eyes. "You child," Lu Yuanshan sighed. Squinting his eyes in thought, he then said, "All right then, that patch of woods isn't very big, and usually nobody manages it. Just give me 10,000 yuan, and you could decide how many years you want to rent it for. I reckon folks in the village won't have anything to say. They'll get the money whenever we have it." Lu Fan knew Lu Yuanshan was still looking out for him. He promptly responded, "Let's make it a 10-year contract. I'll pay 10,000 yuan as this year's rent up front, and every year after that, the amount will only increase, never decrease. You got money with nowhere to spend it." Lu Yuanshan was somewhat irritated, but ultimately couldn't out stubborn Lu Fan, having no choice but to draft the contract as instructed. Lu Fan immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to the village account. Holding the land lease contract, he couldn't help but reveal a relieved smile. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Lu Fan stepped on the gas pedal and drove away. That kid really turned his luck around, driving a car now. Lu Yuanshan stood at the door and sighed with emotion. Lu Fan immediately headed to the village clinic. He still hadn't paid for the Chinese herbs he'd taken earlier, and he wasn't about to leave a debt unsettled. It was already past 4 in the afternoon now, and at this hour, the clinic was usually empty. Yet as Lu Fan stepped out his car, he distinctly heard voices coming from inside. It seemed Yao Lanji scolded him. "What are you doing? Put your pants back on immediately. Even if you need an injection, there's no reason to strip completely. Besides, you're not even sick. You don't need any shots." Then came a man's lewd voice. "I've got money to pay for shots if I want them. How dare you refuse me? Believe me, I'll report you to the authorities and get you kicked out of here." Lu Fan frowned and pushed the door open, just in time to see Lu Fuxing, the local layabout, pulling up his pants with half his backside exposed, shamelessly pressing himself against Yao Lanji's thigh. Yao Lanji's face was flushed with a mix of shame and anger, though she didn't dare to openly scowl or reprimand at this moment. Lu Fan didn't put up with any nonsense. He planted a firm kick right on Lu Fuxing's backside. Though he hadn't used much strength, Lu Fuxing still let out a yelp as he went flying headfirst into the trash can beside them. "Who the hell is it? Who fucking ambushed me?" Lu Fuxing emerged with trash piled on his head, ready to pick a fight, until he saw Lu Fan's darkening face. "This idiot!" Lu Fuxing shuddered in fear, the rest of his words choking in his throat. "Want an injection? I'll give you one." Lu Fan grabbed the nearby wooden rod used to bar the door, thick at one end, tapering at the other. After waving it around a couple of times, Lu Fuxing let out a terrified shriek. Too scared to even pull up his pants, he bolted out just like that. At the doorway, his pants dropped to his knees, tripping himself up and sending him face first into a humiliating wipeout. Puffed. Yao Lanji, who had initially been blushing with shame and anger, couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking as she clutched her stomach. Lu Fan also cracked a smile, chuckling a couple of times. "Lu Fan, I really have to thank you. You've saved me twice in one day. Isn't this what they call a hero saving a beauty? Did you come here on purpose to check on my safety? Are you hoping for something from me?" Setting aside her tangled emotions, Yao Lanji teased Lu Fan with a playful grin. Lu Fan's heart raced as he gazed at Yao Lanji in her white coat, her pale legs exposed, an undeniably alluring sight. Yet he dared not let his thoughts wander. Quickly composing himself, he put on a serious expression and responded, "I have no intentions toward you. I came to give you injections. Wait, no, I came to return your needles." Blushing crimson, Lu Fan produced the borrowed set of silver needles and handed them over, along with the money for the herbs. "Keep these needles for yourself. After all, they've been sitting here and used ever since you bought them. Consider it free." Yao Lanji waved generously. "That won't do. You owe so much money. It needs to be repaid," Lu Fan blurted out anxiously. Yao Lanji's expression darkened immediately. She sighed, pocketed the money, and fell silent. Realizing his tactlessness, Lu Fan felt a pang of guilt. Scratching his head, he asked tentatively, "Sister Lanji, how much does your clinic make in a day?" Yao Lanji gave a bitter smile. "What money could I earn? The town has a hospital. Who would come to me for treatment? It's just those rotten hooligans from nearby villages trying to take advantage of me, so I can earn some spare change." Makes it seem like I'm some kind of flesh peddler. Lu Fan originally wanted to change the subject to cheer up Yao Lanji, but the more he spoke, the closer she came to tears. Growing even more uneasy, Lu Fan glanced at the cabinet of traditional Chinese medicine behind Yao Lanji and suddenly had an idea. "Sister Lanji, I have a suggestion that could help you make money," he said. "What kind of suggestion?" Yao Lanji forced a smile onto her face. "Simple. I could invest in your business." The phrase surfaced in Lu Fan's memory, and without much thought, he blurted it out. "Pa, you little scoundrel. I thought you were different from those other no-good rascals. Turns out even a so-called scholar like you is full of rotten ideas. You want to be my partner? How conceited can you be?" Do you really think you could just covet whatever you set your eyes on? Yao Lanji snapped, her face flushed with equal parts embarrassment and indignation. Though her words were sharp and scolding, those glistening eyes of hers already shimmered with a telltale hint of spring's warmth, as if she were anticipating Lu Fan to make a real move. Lu Fan looked utterly bewildered. When did I ever lust after your body? I was talking about shares, investment. What on earth have you been thinking about all day? Chapter 22. Sister Lanji, please be serious. What? You want to invest in my clinic? Yao Lanji's expression turned slightly panicked. Blinking her big eyes, she stared at Lu Fan's shabby attire and couldn't help but ask, "Do you even have any money?" Lu Fan pondered for a moment before answering seriously, "Not at the moment, but I do have a special skill that's as good as capital." How long? Yao Lanji's eyes once again took on that hazy ambiguity as she recalled the scene she'd witnessed earlier when giving Lu Fan his injection. Sister Lanji, could you be serious for once? I'm talking about a money-making deal here. Lu Fan felt somewhat exasperated. Brat, are you calling me improper? You were the one talking nonsense first. Forget whether you can even come up with the money to invest. The problem is this clinic is about to be rendered obsolete by the times. After you invest, are we just going to stare at each other and live on air? Yao Lanji couldn't resist mocking him. Lu Fan couldn't be bothered to explain further. He simply pointed at the cabinet of traditional Chinese medicine behind Yao Lanji. He cut straight to the point. What's the total cost of the medicines in that cabinet? Yao Lanji flipped through the ledger. After deducting what's already been used, the remaining stock costs around 2,000 yuan. What are you trying to do? A smile appeared on Lu Fan's face. Give me these medicines, and I'll compound them into potions for you. The price will multiply tenfold. You're such a braggart. Did you practice or something? Yao Lanji curled her lips in outright mockery. Lu Fan always felt Yao Lanji was teasing him, but he couldn't prove it. Ahem, here's 1,000 yuan. I'll take some of your herbs to prepare a blend. Once it's done, I'll leave it here for you to sell on commission. Lu Fan got straight to the point. Fine. I'd love to see what magic you, a former top student, can work with these ordinary herbs, Yao Lanji said, sitting down and crossing her long, fair legs. Propping her chin on one hand, she watched Lu Fan bustle about. How could these ordinary Chinese herbal medicines be transformed from mediocrity into something miraculous, increasing their value more than tenfold? Lu Fan already had a plan in mind. After all, with the wealth of inherited knowledge he had acquired, just a glance at these herbs in front of him brought forth dozens, even hundreds, of ingenious formulas in his mind. The majority of customers here are men, along with elderly people who have mobility issues. Let's start with a perfect 10 tonic soup and a rheumatism-dispelling gout powder. This should quickly build our reputation, Lu Fan muttered to himself while busily preparing the medicines. In the blink of an eye, he had deftly prepared 200 doses, using up exactly half of the herbs in the cabinet. You're quite something, kid. No wonder you're a top student from a proper medical school. Even experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners can't prepare prescriptions as fast as you. Yao Lanzi couldn't help but praise. Lanzi Jia, remember this well. These on the left are Shirquan decoctions for vitality enhancement. I don't need to explain further, do I? These on the right are for elderly patients, very effective for treating rheumatism and joint pain. I've written down the specific usage instructions, Lu Fan said solemnly. Yao Lanzi blinked and casually asked, since you say they're so effective, how much should we charge for each dose of medicine? Lu Fan thought for a moment. The 10 Perfections decoction costs 150 yuan per dose. One dose shows initial results. 3 doses consolidate the effects, safe with no side effects. As for this rheumatism relief formula, let's price it at 50 yuan for now. After all, it targets elderly people, so it shouldn't be too expensive. Are you crazy? For a few hundred yuan, who wouldn't just buy those little blue pills instead? You're practically asking me to scam people. Who'd be willing to buy this? Yao Lanji pursed her lips, finding it utterly unreliable. I'm confident that with your charisma, selling the 10 Perfections decoction won't be a problem. I guarantee that after just one try, customers will come back for more, and it'll sell like hotcakes. Lu Fan set down 1,000 yuan and walked out without another word. He didn't return to his own home, but went to Zhang Xiaomei's house instead. Lu Fan felt some matters needed clarity. Even if Zhang Xiaomei truly intended to end their ambiguous relationship, it should be resolved amicably and with civility. Zhang Xiaomei's courtyard gate was slightly ajar. When Lu Fan knocked twice with no response, the door swung open on its own. A faint light was visible inside the room, accompanied by a strange buzzing sound that reached his ears. Lu Fan assumed Zhang Xiaomei was using the sewing machine at home, which explained why she hadn't heard his knocking. Without hesitation, he pulled open the inner door and stepped straight inside. The scene that greeted him in the room nearly made Lu Fan's nose bleed on the spot. Zhang Xiaomei was drenched in sweat, one leg resting on the edge of the Kong, while half her body leaned against a chair. The incessant, buzzing sound came from a small electric tool in her hands. Her dazed eyes, flushed face, and delicate fair skin sent a surge of heat rushing through Lu Fan's body. Though inexperienced in matters between men and women, he could clearly tell what Zhang Xiaomei was doing. Having suddenly stumbled upon such an intimate scene at close range, Lu Fan froze on the spot, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Zhang Xiaomei was so startled that she even forgot to turn off the tool in her hand. So there they were, one standing, one lying down, staring wide-eyed at each other. The room continued to hum with that peculiar high-frequency vibration. Lu Fan, what are you doing? Zhang Xiaomei finally snapped back to reality after 2 seconds, shrieking as she tumbled off her chair in panic. His rear end hit the ground first, the pain so intense he nearly passed out, sweating even more profusely. I didn't mean to. I knocked on the door outside earlier. I didn't know you were. Lu Fan stumbled over his words nervously. Seeing that Zhang Xiaomei appeared to be in unbearable pain, he could no longer hesitate and quickly scooped her up from the ground, laying her sideways on the Kong bed. Your tailbone's dislocated. Let me fix it. With just a glance, Lu Fan immediately identified the injury. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaomei's reaction, he pressed her down and directly reached out to pinch the base of her spine twice. Click! The strange sound of joints resetting immediately followed. Zhang Xiaomei, who had been screaming in pain moments before, suddenly let out a relieved moan. Then, blushing, she turned her head to look at Lu Fan with a complex mix of emotions, a bit of shameful anger, a touch of reproach, and strangely enough, what seemed like a ripple of anticipation. She bit her lip in silence. I really didn't mean to. I came to say, let's part on good terms. Lu Fan suddenly found himself stumbling over his words. You little rascal, have you forgotten how I've taken care of you all this time? You think you can just walk away? Zhang Xiaomei gritted her teeth. Then she continued, interrupting, I won't stop you from being with someone else, but today you must satisfy me. After this, we'll truly be even. Satisfy? With what? Lu Fan was utterly confused. With what? Stop playing dumb. What do you think I need most right now? Zhang Xiaomei suddenly rolled over. Chapter 23, I'm Still Child. Lu Fan felt his blood pressure skyrocket from the scene before him. He knew exactly what Zhang Xiaomei intended to do to him. Truth be told, Lu Fan was nearly losing control himself. But remnants of rationality still lingered in his mind, gradually gaining the upper hand. Just as the situation was about to spiral completely out of control, Lu Fan grabbed the nearby blanket and wrapped Zhang Xiaomei in it. Pinning her down on the Kong bed again, his lips trembling, he said, Don't do this, Sister Xiaomei. You're a married woman. We can't be doing this. Men? Not all men are the same. Don't you know my situation? Good Lu Fan, just take pity on me. Let me have this one pleasure, won't you? Think of it as borrowing your seed, all right? Actually, your young brother and I discussed this long ago. Think of it as helping both of us, helping the old Zhao family continue the family line. Zhang Xiaomei had already begun crying, weeping with overwhelming grievance and suffocating frustration. Lu Fan scratched his head. Come now, Sister Xiaomei, I'm still just a kid. Honestly, continuing the family line is something you two can handle on your own. I really shouldn't interfere as an outsider. What do you mean shouldn't interfere? What did you just say? What exactly do you mean by that? Zhang Xiaomei's widened eyes bore intensely into Lu Fan. Lu Fan quickly responded, I studied medicine. Honestly, looking at your husband's symptoms, they're completely treatable. Coincidentally, I have some medicine I prepared at our village clinic. Go get a dose to try first. It should take effect the same day. If it doesn't work, you'll have to help us, okay? Zhang Xiaomei continued staring at Lu Fan, struggling to emerge from the quilt. Lu Fan felt a surge of restless irritation and casually agreed. Fine. Good then, I've washed and dried all your clothes. If you want to leave, you can pack up now. Zhang Xiaomei sat there with disheveled hair, making no attempt to cover herself. Lu Fan didn't dare look any longer. He rushed into his former room, slung the already packed clothes over his shoulder, and practically fled the courtyard. You heartless little thing, just leaving like that. After everything I just did, you really weren't moved at all? I'm going to see if that clinic's medicine is as potent as you claim. If it doesn't work after taking it, I'll definitely take you down. Zhang Xiaomei sat on the heated brick bed, filled with regret. She regretted not resolving earlier to give Lu Fan some benefits. Now it had come to this. She wanted to offer, but the chance was gone. Lu Fan parked the car in front of his courtyard gate, still unable to bring himself to recall the scene he'd witnessed in Zhang Xiaomei's room. So much had happened today. Lu Fan sat in the empty courtyard, overwhelmed by a wave of emotions. But soon, Lu Fan turned his thoughts to clearing his name and making his enemies pay. Gao Xiong, relying on his influential factory-owning father in town, would not be an easy man to deal with. Though Lu Fan now possessed formidable skills, he couldn't simply charge into Gao Xiong's home and wring his neck. Lu Fan had no doubt about his own capability, but this wasn't the way to do things. Lu Fan's first thought was to take legal action, which hinged on two conditions. First, gathering evidence to uncover the truth of that year, and naturally, preparing funds to hire a truly competent lawyer. Money. I need to earn money fast. Lu Fan clenched his fist. He still had 4 golden core fruits in his possession. Lu Fan calculated that if push came to shove, he could go to the town or the county seat tomorrow to exchange the golden core fruits for cash. By the way, I should find out roughly how much such a lawsuit would cost. Having set his goal, Lu Fan stopped overthinking, washed his face, returned to his room, and lay down. The energy within his body could circulate on its own, so cultivation and sleep were not mutually exclusive. Before he knew it, dawn had already arrived. Before Lu Fan could even get out of bed, the sound of violent pounding came from outside his door. Lu Fan, are you home? Get out here now. The voice shouting outside was unmistakably Zhang Xiaomei. What's going on? Lu Fan frowned as he rolled out of bed. Before he could even finish dressing, someone barged through the door uninvited. Zhang Xiaomei hastily grabbed Lu Fan's arm and blurted out, Lu Fan, tell me the truth. Who taught you how to mix those herbs yesterday? Lu Fan tensed up and shot back. Don't tell me something went wrong after taking them? A big problem. Zhang Xiaomei's expression suddenly turned strange, and she emphasized the word big with unusual weight. Then she pushed Lu Fan lightly, coyness coloring her tone as she said, haven't you noticed how different my complexion is this morning? After finishing her words, she even swayed herself twice in front of Lu Fan. Lu Fan took a glance and blurted out, rosy cheeks and glowing skin, quite a contrast from the dullness before. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the result of long-suppressed desires and emotions finally being thoroughly released. Zhang Xiaomei struck a coquettish pose and said with a touch of affectation, you brat, truly a college graduate, always so flowery with your words. All that talk about complete release. Guess you got what you needed. All thanks to those potions you prepared. Your Yongji was busy half the night yesterday, and this morning he just had to drag me into it again. My back's killing me. Zhang Xiaomei couldn't help laughing as she spoke, her laughter dripping with springtime delight. Lu Fan's expression turned awkward, and he frowned. If you're satisfied, then you're satisfied. Why come shouting about it at my place so early in the morning? Are you just here to show off? Look at how you're talking. Didn't I come here to thank you? And while I'm at it, do you still have any of those medicines left? Zhang Xiaomei revealed her ultimate purpose. Medicine? You could just go buy from Yao Lanji at the clinic. Taking it for 3 consecutive days counts as 1 course, and the effects basically last quite a while. Lu Fan pointed in the direction of the clinic. You don't know yet? All the medicine at the clinic has been snatched up, and people are almost coming to blows over there now. I know you're the one who prepared that medicine, so I thought I'd come straight to you to buy it. At this critical moment, You'd better not drop the ball. If it's really too much trouble, I'll pay extra. This concerns my future happiness, you know. Zhang Xiaomei's eyes and brows were brimming with delight. Hey, I'll let you know once I prepare the medicine, don't worry, Lu Fan replied casually. After seeing Zhang Xiaomei off, he decided to visit the clinic after all. The scene outside the clinic was indeed as lively as Zhang Xiaomei had described. Several village men were grappling fiercely, their faces smeared with blood that spoke of deep-seated grudges. Yao Lanji stood nearby, doubled over with laughter as she egged them on relentlessly, yelling, "Erden, you useless coward, kick him in the crotch. Li Dashin, you shameless bastard. How dare you pull down someone's pants? Look at that bare ass." Chapter 24. The highly sought-after 10 complete soup. The men weren't fighting over a jealous rivalry. Today, they were scrambling for the last remaining dose of Shirquan soup left at the clinic. "I'll bid 200, someone shouted, pulling bills from their pocket. "Look at you, all high and mighty with your money." "Screw that. I'll pay 300, another voice piped up furiously. Yao Lanji straightened up and spotted Lu Fan's peculiar expression, her eyes lighting up as she pointed at him and opened her mouth to shout. Lu Fan guessed what Yao Lanji was about to yell and quickly motioned with his eyes to stop her. "Hey, there's no need to argue. Come back in an hour, and I guarantee you'll all be able to buy some," Yao Lanji called out. The men grumbled and cursed at each other as they left. "Lu Fan, you're absolutely amazing. All the medicine you prepared was sold out first thing this morning. People from our village and neighboring villages came, and everyone who took it was incredibly satisfied. Where did you get the recipe?" Yao Lanji pulled Lu Fan into the clinic, slammed the door shut with a bang, then leaned in close to stare intently into his eyes. "I just happened to see it in a book," Lu Fan lied with a straight face. Yao Lanji clearly saw through it, yet she wasn't angry. She extended her fair, delicate finger and poked Lu Fan's forehead, breathing out a fragrant whisper as she said, "You little rascal, still trying to hide things from me, eh? Don't worry, I wouldn't steal your recipe. Actually, I wanted to ask you, what's the profit split ratio here?" Yao Lanji edged closer as she spoke, her feminine fragrance sending Lu Fan's hormones into overdrive. "Cough, cough. Let's split 50-50. We'll keep it like this until you've paid off your debt. We'll talk about future matters later." Lu Fan tried to keep himself calm, but he sensed this composure wouldn't last much longer. Yao Lanji's face, her figure, and that pitifully charming aura she exuded were all overwhelmingly alluring. She was simply in a different league from Zhang Xiaomei. Split at 50-50, Yao Lanji clearly hadn't anticipated Lu Fan would treat her with such generosity. Hearing Lu Fan mention his debt problem, he couldn't help feeling moved again. Taking half a step back with a grateful expression, he said, "Thank you for thinking of me. You suggested working with me specifically to help me out, right? You're so..." Lu Fan quickly intercepted. "Nothing else matters. What's important is your clinic will soon be thriving with all my herbal formulas supporting you. You need to stay spirited too. From now on, the money we earn will only keep growing." Yao Lanji nodded emphatically, then proactively added, "Let the cost of the medicinal herbs be accounted to me. Otherwise, I'd always feel like I'm taking advantage of you, boss." Lu Fan didn't insist and agreed immediately. "We've sold all 100 portions of the Perfect Harmony soup for a total of 15,000. As for this gout relief powder, there haven't been any sales yet. We didn't have time to sell it yesterday." Yao Lanji counted out 7,500 yuan and handed it to Lu Fan. When mentioning the gout relief powder, her expression showed a trace of guilt. Lu Fan took the money and responded, "No need to worry. You can give away these gout relief powder samples for free. Once people try it and see how effective it is, they'll naturally come to buy more." Yao Lanzi's eyes brightened. "You've become even smarter than before, kid. I'll make a call first to order some medicinal herbs, then distribute free medicine in the village. Aren't you?" Yao Lanji cast a suggestive glance at Lu Fan, then looked meaningfully at the nearby herbal medicine cabinet. "Don't worry, you go attend to your business. The medicine will be prepared soon." Lu Fan rolled up his sleeves and walked over. "With you here, I'm naturally at ease." Yao Lanji packed the prepared medicine into a box, swayed her hips, and strode out on her long, pale legs. Lu Fan prepared the medicines without needing any thought or pause, nor using any scales. A single glance told him what to take and how much, with his hand movements being extraordinarily precise. In the blink of an eye, over 100 doses of Perfect Harmony decoction, plus dozens of gout relief powders were prepared. The medicine cabinet was nearly emptied, with only a few types of remedies remaining. Yao Lanji hadn't returned yet, so Lu Fan decided to wait here for a while. However, instead of Yao Lanji, in the blink of an eye, the village chief came rushing over in a hurry. Lu Fan, are you here? Something terrible has happened. The village chief's voice trembled as he spoke, his forehead dripping with sweat. What's the matter? Lu Fan quickly pushed the door open and rushed out. Hurry, go to town right now. Your three-legged toad has caused trouble. Village Chief Lu Yuanshan gasped, out of breath. Lu Fan gave him a few pats on the back, and Lu Yuanshan suddenly felt his breathing even out. But now was not the time for amazement. She tugged Lu Fan's arm and hurried toward the car. I already sold that three-legged golden toad to your friend. What trouble could it possibly cause? Lu Fan looked puzzled. Someone was reportedly poisoned and is now at the town hospital. My friend mentioned you might know more about this and asked if you could help. It's a matter of life and death. Could you at least go check it out? Lu Yuanshan kept urging. Since it was a request from Lu Yuanshan's friend, Lu Fan naturally wouldn't refuse. He thought to himself, consider it as after-sales service. Don't worry, village chief. I'll do my best to help. Lu Fan got into the car, started the engine, and stomped on the gas pedal twice. A plume of black smoke billowed from the beat-up Santana before it sped off. The town hospital was prominently located on Center Street. Lu Fan parked his car in the courtyard and rushed into the lobby to inquire. Excuse me, were there any patients admitted just now with symptoms of poisoning? I heard it was a toad bite. And who might you be? The doctor he had stopped frowned, eyeing him with suspicion. Lu Fan thought for a moment before answering. A friend. It's on the second floor. You'd better hurry if you want to see him. If you're late, odds are you won't even get to see his face. The doctor sighed, pointing toward the staircase. That's serious? Lu Fan furrowed his brows and sprinted upstairs as fast as he could, nearly bumping into a female doctor emerging from a ward at the stairwell. She appeared to be around 30 years old, quite attractive, but with an icy expression that froze her features in a stern detachment. I'm sorry, is there a poison patient here? Lu Fan quickly asked. Before the female doctor could answer, a man rushed out from inside the room. It was Miao Jinshan, the middle-aged man who had previously spent 100,000 yuan to buy the three-legged golden toad. Lu Fan, you're here. Hurry and take a look for me. My friend insisted on provoking the three-legged golden toad and accidentally got bitten. We've tried everything, but the toxicity just won't subside. Taking him to the county hospital is definitely too late. Miao Jinshan pulled Lu Fan inside while hastily explaining the situation. Hold on, Mr. Miao. Was this kid the expert you mentioned earlier? You must be joking. How could some reckless country bumpkin possibly cure such a severe case of poisoning? Who will take responsibility if someone dies? The female doctor who nearly collided with Lu Fan blocked their way with a stern face. Chapter 25. A strange cure for a strange illness. By now, Lu Fan could see a man lying on the sickbed, his face darkened and froth spewing from his mouth. Beside them, Miao Xiaoyan was doing her best to help tend to him, but it was still futile. Where's the poisoning? How serious is it? Lu Fan asked Miao Jinshan beside him. It's on the hand, Miao Jinshan promptly responded. Then he turned to the female doctor before him and said, Dr. Zhao, don't let Lu Fan's youth or rural background deceive you. He possesses real talent. This three-legged golden toad was caught by him. Now it's a matter of life and death. Please make an exception. This is utterly ridiculous. Stop wasting time and transfer the patient to the county hospital immediately. The female doctor and the hospital administrators who had rushed to the scene all objected to letting Lu Fan, a mere inexperienced youth, enter to provide treatment. After all, this goes against protocol. If anything goes wrong and they end up being falsely accused, the hospital could face serious consequences. As he watched the poisoned man in the room grow worse, his body beginning to convulse, Lu Fan couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He raised his arm and gave him a gentle push. I have no idea what exactly I pushed against, but it felt soft and incredibly springy to the touch. The female doctor gasped in shock, her face flushing with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she took half a step back. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan rushed into the room in one swift motion. There, he saw the man lying on the bed. The entire back of his right hand and half his forearm had turned an ominous black. "It's this severe?" Lu Fan frowned, his brow furrowing. Without another word, he swiftly took out silver needles from his person. His arm merely trembled slightly, yet several strands of sweat-soaked hair shot out, precisely striking the chest of the man who was convulsing violently and foaming at the mouth. "Stop him quickly. Don't let him act recklessly." The hospital administrators and the female doctor rushed forward in unison, their faces tense with anger and alarm. But before they could reach out to pull Lu Fan away, they suddenly noticed that the man who had been in critical condition and potentially on the verge of death was showing clear signs of improvement. His body had stopped convulsing. He was no longer foaming at the mouth, and his breathing had become much steadier. The only sign of distress was the occasional groan of pain. Meanwhile, Lu Fan swiftly moved his hands, manipulating the silver needles inserted into the acupuncture points, sometimes twisting them quickly, sometimes lifting them slowly, with a fluid, practiced grace that spoke of deep expertise. Such skilled acupuncture, and the needle insertion earlier was remarkably fast too, murmured Dr. Zhao, the female physician, unable to hide her surprise. His eyes showed both doubt and admiration. "Xiao Zhao, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and push him away," the hospital administrator urged from the side. "Director, the patient condition has genuinely improved. This young man seems to have some skill," the female doctor replied with a furrowed brow. "Will you take responsibility if something goes wrong?" "What do you mean by seems to have some skill?" The administrator grew displeased and was about to call someone to forcibly intervene. But at this moment, the person lying on the bed slowly opened his eyes and cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it. Just because your hospital is useless, does that mean no one else can treat me? Do you have any idea who the hell I am? If anyone dares to utter another word today, I'll skin them alive." The man spoke with an undeniable air of authority, and his bearing alone made it clear he was no ordinary man. With just those two sentences, the hospital administrators were instantly silenced, too terrified to even let out a peep. "Bro, how are you feeling? You scare me to death earlier." Miao Jinshan moved closer, wiping cold sweat from his face as he asked about the situation. "Thanks to this expert you found, I feel much better now. Just moments ago, I already had one foot in the grave, but he yanked me right back." The man on the hospital bed gave Lu Fan a grateful look. Before Miao Jinshan could fully relax, Lu Fan continued his acupuncture while calmly saying, "I've only temporarily suppressed the poison just now. To fully neutralize it, we're still missing one special ingredient. Name it. Whatever it is, I'll get it for you right away," Miao Jinshan declared, thumping his chest. Ahem. Lu Fan's expression turned slightly peculiar. Then he lowered his voice and said, "A maiden's urine must be fresh, and she must also be of adult age." "What, a woman's urine?" Miao Jinshan was completely dumbfounded, while the hospital staff nearby openly showed expressions of disdain. "Unsullied boy's urine has been heard of. It counts as a traditional medicine. But this business about virgins' urine having to be from adults? Isn't that pushing it?" someone outright mocked. "Damn it, do you really not take me seriously? Which department are you from? And what's your name? Are you tired of living?" The man on the hospital bed roared, frightening the one who had spoken earlier nearly to the point of collapsing to the ground. "Hurry up and get ready, right now. If my illness is cured, anything goes. But if anyone delays me, I'll drag you all down with me before I die." The man's expression grew increasingly fierce. Lu Fan turned his gaze to Miao Xiaoyan beside him. Miao Xiaoyan wore a bitter expression, shaking her head as she said, "It's not that I don't want to help, but the problem is I just went to the restroom not long ago. I really don't have any right now." Next, Lu Fan swept his eyes over the others in the room, quickly locking onto the female doctor in her 30s. The female doctor's expression instantly turned odd, her eyebrows knitting together. "Why are you looking at me? You couldn't possibly be thinking that I—" "Absolutely. You're a virgin," Though a bit older, this is a matter of life and death, and you're a doctor. Please help us out, Lu Fan said with utmost seriousness. A bit older. Words like these were enough to send a woman around 30 plummeting to rock bottom, or even utterly enrage her. Especially when someone bluntly pointed out her virginity to her face. That was something hardly anyone could accept. The female doctor flushed crimson, poised to retort and reprimand him. But right then, the hospital director standing nearby had already put on a stern face and said, "Xiao Zhao, at a time like this there's no room to worry about personal dignity. If you really have it, quickly go get that thing. Whatever you do, don't delay the patient's treatment." The female doctor's face grew increasingly redder, until she ultimately could only lower her head and quickly run out. In the blink of an eye, the female doctor walked back in holding a basin, her expression peculiar. The expressions of everyone in the room also turned somewhat strange. Lu Fan quickly took the plastic basin and placed it by the hospital bed, speaking to the poisoned man, "Put your hand into the basin. Bear with the pain. It'll be over soon." The man trusted Lu Fan completely and immediately raised his arm, pressing it into the basin. His brows furrowed, and an expression of extreme pain appeared on his face. "Look, his hand!" someone in the room shouted. Bubbles gurgled forth from the blackened areas on the man's hand submerged in the plastic basin, accompanied by thick white smoke. The air inside the room took on a peculiar odor, but nobody paid it any mind at the moment. Within mere seconds, the man's originally pitch-black palms and back of hands rapidly regained the hue of normal human skin. The man's complexion continued improving visibly. Really, it actually works. What kind of miraculous method is this? "Xiao Zhao, you're already over 30 and still haven't found a boyfriend?" Everyone in the room expressed shock. The female doctor, surnamed Zhao, immediately covered her face and, before running out of the room, shot Lu Fan an utterly resentful glare. Chapter 26. The Female Doctor's Resentment. "Don't be shy, don't leave. You're practically half my savior. What's your name?" The middle-aged man, now fully recovered, shouted at the top of his lungs. The sound of unsteady footsteps echoed in the hallway. Whether Dr. Zhao had taken a tumble was anyone's guess. "Ahem, stop yelling. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Miao Jinshan gave the man, now sitting up on the bed, a strange look. "Blame my carelessness. Who would have thought just one toad could be so terrifying? Back when I was a kid, I could grab two of them in one hand." The middle-aged man's words were oddly amusing, but his straightforward personality shone through. Discovering his physical condition improving dramatically, the man actually stood up straight and raised his arm to pat Lu Fan's shoulder, wanting to express his gratitude. Lu Fan's eye twitched as shifted his foot slightly, leaning sideways to dodge the gesture. He used his treated hand to pat the shoulder but missed, flinging the liquid off it. Not a single hospital leader or doctor standing at the door escaped the splash. They were all drenched head to face. Though utterly mortified, they had no choice but to suppress their anger and bear it in silence. "Hurry up and go wash up," Miao Jinshan reminded him from the side. While the man was in the bathroom, Miao Jinshan and his nephew led Lu Fan out of the ward into the courtyard. "Lu Fan, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I would have indirectly caused the death of my best friend." Putting aside whether I'd feel guilty or not, just thinking about his underlings makes me shudder. You have no idea how terrifying they are. Miao Jinshan grabbed Lu Fan's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Miao Xiaoyan stood beaming nearby, blinking her large eyes as she said, "I told you earlier, coming to Lu Fan was absolutely the right choice. He's a miracle doctor, you know." Lu Fan quickly brushed off the praise modestly. By then, the middle-aged man who had been poisoned earlier emerged, looking refreshed and energetic. He rubbed his hands vigorously on his clothes before extending one toward Lu Fan. Reluctantly, Lu Fan briefly touched the offered hand before swiftly withdrawing his own. "My name is Du Sanjiang, and I'm just a rough-around-the-edges fellow. Don't need fancy words. You saved my life, so I owe you big. Just name your price. How much money do you want?" The man truly was blunt by nature. Lu Fan waved his hand with a smile and glanced at Miao Xiaoyun and her uncle beside him. "I was just helping out a friend, never thought about taking any money." Miao Zhinshan immediately showed an approving expression and said to Du Sanjiang, "The money can be waived, but you mustn't forget this favor." Who knows? One day Lu Fan might face difficulties, and that would be your chance to repay him. Du Sanjiang nodded emphatically and said in a hearty voice, "Exactly, that's the idea. Save my number. If you ever run into any trouble in this province, especially with people or forces you can't afford to cross, you can always come to me for help." This time, Lu Fan didn't decline. He needed this kind of opportunity. Miao Zhinshan and Du Sanjiang had other matters to attend to and hastily took their leave, but Miao Xiaoyan stayed behind, insisting on treating Lu Fan to a meal as an expression of gratitude. Lu Fan didn't decline either, as he happened to have some matters he wanted to ask Miao Xiaoyan about. As he left the town hospital's main entrance, Lu Fan couldn't shake the feeling that someone's gaze was fixed on his back. Turning his head, he noticed a female doctor in a white coat observing him from behind a second-floor window. It was the same Dr. Zhao, the one who had provided the medicinal catalyst. The other person's expression was somewhat peculiar, 3 parts confusion, 3 parts astonishment, mixed with a tinge of resentment and blame. Noticing that Lu Fan had spotted him, Dr. Zhao gave him a cold glare before turning and walking away. "Did I do something wrong? What's the problem with treating illnesses and saving lives?" Lu Fan muttered to himself. Miao Xiaoyan covered her mouth and giggled beside him. "You're great in every way, except you're a bit socially clueless." Climbing into the battered Santana, Miao Xiaoyan didn't seem bothered by its condition. He simply remarked offhandedly, "I'm not too familiar with your town. Pick whichever place has the best food. Go for the most expensive one, my treat." During the time Lu Fan was mentally impaired, considerable changes had taken place in the town. Many new restaurants had opened. Now, they could only choose the most well-decorated one available. Lu Fan had no intention of actually letting Miao Xiaoyan treat him to dinner. As the host, he ought to pick up the tab out of basic courtesy. "I thought the most well-decorated place would surely be the best, but never imagined that after stepping inside, it would be utterly deserted, not a single customer in sight. It should be about lunchtime by now, but the atmosphere feels a bit strange. Since they're already here, they have no choice but to brace themselves and order. The menu is quite extensive, and the service is very attentive, with 5 or 6 waiters hovering around Lu Fan and Miao Xiaoyan, fussing over them at every turn. Lu Fan feels his scalp prickle and furrows his brows as he says, "You can go attend to other matters. We can take care of ourselves." A young waiter pouts and replies, "Big bro, what else is there for us to do? I reckon you'll be the only table we have for lunch today." "Why? You just opened recently, right? The interior decor is nice, and the place is quite spacious. How come there's no business?" Miao Xiaoyan asked curiously. The waiter pointed across the street. "They've snatched all our business. Their prices are rock bottom, and they constantly send people to cause trouble." At this point, the waiter abruptly stopped speaking, as if afraid of scaring away the rare customers they'd finally managed to attract. Lu Fan didn't pay much attention. Judging by the aroma wafting from the kitchen, the chef clearly had some skills. However, after glancing across the street a couple times, he suddenly remembered the restaurant opposite was the very place that had given his parents trouble yesterday. At that moment, young women in Cheongsam stood at the restaurant entrance, enthusiastically beckoning customers inside. The place was bustling with activity. "Should we go somewhere else?" Miao Xiaoyan nudged Lu Fan's leg and whispered the question. "No need. Popular places aren't necessarily good. I think this restaurant's dishes taste quite decent." Lu Fan replied earnestly. "Stop bragging already. The food hasn't even been served yet. How would you know if it tastes good?" Miao Xiaoyan teased with a laugh. A few minutes later, as dishes were served one after another, Miao Xiaoyan's expression turned visibly surprised. Presentation, aroma, and flavor, all excellent. It really is impressive. How did you know? Have you been here before? Facing Miao Xiaoyan's repeated questioning, Lu Fan smiled without answering. His extraordinary sense of smell allowed him to discern the flavors with 80 to 90% accuracy the moment the ingredients hit the wok. Such a secret naturally couldn't be revealed. Pouring Miao Xiaoyan a glass of beverage, Lu Fan was just about to start his meal. Yet the moment he picked up his chopsticks, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded at the door. Before he could even look up, someone sneered, "Damn, who the hell would come eat in this shithole? Blind or just plain stupid?" Lu Fan glanced over. It was a group of thuggish-looking men, their eyes gleaming with malice. Ignoring them, Lu Fan kept eating. "Think you can just ignore us?" Looking to die, the group quickly closed in, sending the waitstaff scattering in panic. Chapter 27. A Sound Beating. "Get the hell up when you're spoken to. Who said you could eat here?" The thuggish leader stepped up to Lu Fan, jabbing a finger in his face with a menacing glare. Miao Xiaoyun's chopsticks clattered onto the table. Underneath, she kept kicking Lu Fan desperately, trying to hurry him out of there before they got into trouble. Yet Lu Fan chewed the food in his mouth unhurriedly and praised, "The taste truly is excellent." Had enough of living, the gang ringleader swung a vicious slap toward Lu Fan's head. The restaurant staff had already covered their eyes, unable to watch, yet Miao Xiaoyun stared wide-eyed as Lu Fan swiftly extended his chopsticks to clamp down on the thug's wrist. With a fluid motion, he twisted and flung the arm sideways. The burly thug let out a pained yelp as his entire body spun across the floor like a donkey rolling in the dust. "Let's get him!" The remaining thugs immediately lunged forward together. Lu Fan gripped two chopsticks in his hand, using them as weapons, poking, jabbing, or simply whipping them through the air. After a series of screams, all the hoodlums were lying on the ground. Lu Fan wore a look of disgust as he glanced at them, then calmly switched to another pair of chopsticks and resumed eating at a leisurely pace. The thugs exchanged glances. Knowing they were no match for him, they could only stagger to their feet, supporting each other as they clumsily fled the restaurant. "I had no idea you were such a skilled fighter," Miao Xiaoyun said as if she had discovered a new continent, staring intently at Lu Fan. The waiters and even the manager from the nearby restaurant looked at Lu Fan with newfound respect. "Nothing much, just some farming skills," Lu Fan said modestly. Seeing that Miao Xiaoyun had almost finished eating, Lu Fan hesitated slightly before asking, "You're from the county town, right? I wanted to ask for your help in looking into something. Though I'm only staying in the county town temporarily, I'll definitely help however I can." Miao Xiaoyun put down her chopsticks, wearing a serious expression. "I wanted to ask, do you know any particularly skilled lawyers? I need to consult about some matters." Lu Fan ventured cautiously. Miao Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. "Then you've really come to the right person. One of my classmates, who also happens to be my best friend, specializes in law. She's very professional. If there's anything you want to ask, I can help you inquire with her." Lu Fan scratched his head. The matter of being framed and then beaten into mental disability was something he simply couldn't bring himself to voice. Miao Xiaoyun tactfully offered a solution. "How about this? Next time I'll bring that friend along, and you can consult her directly. What do you think?" Lu Fan nodded, went over to pay the bill voluntarily, bid farewell to Miao Xiaoyun, and then headed home. He took out some clothes and other items from the car that his parents had been longing for from their old house and brought them back home. He shared some updates about the village, including how he had ended his life of dependency. The elderly couple became even more delighted upon hearing this. This matter had been weighing on both of them like a heavy stone, but now they could finally breathe freely again. After chatting for a while, Lu Fan received a call from Yao Lanji, informing him that the ordered medicinal herbs had been delivered. She urged Lu Fan to hurry over and prepare the medicine, emphasizing that he shouldn't delay making money. "Your career comes first. Go ahead. There's no need to worry about us all the time. Just come back when you can." The elderly couple were eager for Lu Fan to find steady work. Lu Fan bid farewell to his parents and drove that beaten-up Santana, who knew how many times it had changed hands, straight toward Yunlai village. Before he could even reach the clinic, Lu Fan suddenly spotted a Toyota Land Cruiser, followed by a Jinbei minivan charging aggressively from the neighboring village, blocking the entrance to Yunlai village's committee office. It looks like they're clearly looking for trouble. Normally, only the village chief Lu Yuanshan and the accountant would be in the village committee office. Worried something might happen to the chief, Lu Fan quickly stepped on the accelerator and sped over. Before he could even park properly, he saw Lu Yuanshan being dragged out of the village committee office by his collar. The man gripping him was tall and fierce-faced, with an arrogant expression. He shoved Lu Yuanshan twice, nearly knocking him to the ground, all while cursing loudly. Let him go. You've got some nerve coming to our village to bully people. Lu Fan quickly pushed open the car door and stepped out, moving straight toward them. Mind your own business, or we'll beat you up too. The man tugging at Lu Yuanshan pointed threateningly at Lu Fan. The next second, Lu Fan kicked him square in the face. He let out a howl of pain and fell flat on his back. Uncle, are you okay? Lu Fan steadied the swaying Lu Yuanshan, his brows furrowed tightly. Xiao Fan, don't get involved in this matter. They have too many people. Lu Yuanshan, fearing Lu Fan would suffer, kept urging him to leave. But at this moment, those who had just barged into the village committee office had already run out. Damn it, is Yunlai village trying to rebel, daring to hit my men? Let me see who dares. An extremely aggressive and arrogant voice rang out, sounding somewhat familiar. A man of average height raised his face, his expression full of fierceness. But the moment he saw Lu Fan standing beside Lu Yuanshan, his expression immediately twisted into something strange, even tinged with panic. It's you little bastard. Zhao Hongqi gritted his teeth at Lu Fan. The men who had been following him and ready to throw hands immediately recognized Lu Fan as well. Each of them tensed up visibly and swiftly abandoned any thought of attacking. Zhao, if you want revenge, come at me. Leave our village chief out of this. Lu Fan shielded Lu Yuanshan behind him, fixing Zhao Hongqi with a look of utter disdain. Others might fear him, but not Lu Fan. I didn't come for you. I just want to talk to Lu Yuanshan about that forest between our two villages. I heard someone leased it and paid good money for it. Half of that money belongs to our village, at least half. Hand over the money and everything will be fine. Otherwise, I don't care who's contracted that woodland. I'll make sure they lose every penny. Zhao Hongqi didn't dare confront Lu Fan directly, so he turned his aggression squarely on Lu Yuanshan, his tone still domineering and cruel, his manner dripping with condescension. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and retorted coldly, "Then you'll have to deal with me, because I'm the one who leased that land. That woodland belongs to our Yunlai village. You won't get a single cent from it. Apologize to our village chief right now, this instant, and then get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me when things get ugly." Zhao Hongqi's face darkened with rage. "So, it's you who took over the contract? Don't think for a second that Zhao Hongqi, can't deal with you. You're dead wrong. You're no match for me." Bang! Used to throwing his weight around, Zhao Hongqi didn't believe Lu Fan would dare confront him publicly, especially with Lu Yuanshan holding Lu Fan back to prevent trouble. But Zhao Hongqi underestimated the fury and strength of Lu Fan. He could only watch helplessly as Lu Fan broke free from Lu Yuanshan and charged straight toward him. His collar was grabbed. Zhao Hongqi's hand instinctively reached for the knife at his waist as a crimson flash ignited in his eyes. But that was all he could manage. In the next second, he was directly lifted by the collar by Lu Fan, all his strength vanishing as if paralyzed, unable to even move a finger. "Cut the nonsense. Apologize to our village chief immediately. This is your last chance." Lu Fan's face was icy, his tone carrying an unmistakable authority and ferocity. Chapter 28. Don't mess with the people of Yunlai village. Lu Fan is beating someone up, and it's Zhao Hongqi from the neighboring village. Hurry, go see it before it's too late. The news spread like wildfire, setting half of Yunlai village abuzz. The quick-footed ones arrived just in time to witness the infamous local bully Zhao Hongqi, known as the Little Emperor across 10 villages, nearly getting the piss scared out of him by Lu Fan. His face turned dark from suffocation before he collapsed with a thud, gasping for air while desperately apologizing to Lu Yuanshan. Lu Yuanshan stood dumbfounded, as did the entire population of Yunlai village. Who is Zhao Hongqi? A ruthless figure feared throughout the neighboring villages, whose influence reaches far and wide. There's not a single village cadre who hasn't been taught a lesson by him. No village girl or young widow had escaped his wandering gaze. Yet now Lu Fan had trampled all over her. This was absolutely explosive news. The villagers pointed and whispered relentlessly. Zhao Hongqi felt he had utterly lost every shred of his dignity this time. He didn't even want to go back to Yunlai village anymore. He truly couldn't bear the humiliation. Take your lackeys and get the hell out of our village. Next time, if you've got something to say, mind your manners, speak politely. Otherwise, you're in for a world of pain. Lu Fan couldn't care less about saving Zhao Hongqi's pride. At this moment, he furrowed his brows and coldly rebuked them while driving them away. Zhao Hongqi's teeth were nearly crushed to pieces as he clenched his fists, suppressing the fury burning in his heart. Staggering to his feet, he crawled into the Toyota Land Cruiser, stomped on the accelerator a few times, and only then sped away. Is this still the simpleton Jin from our village? How did he become so fierce? Don't call him simpleton. His name is Lu Yun. Looks like he's recovered now. The villagers started discussing again. Lu Fan accompanied Lu Yuanshan into the brigade office, where they noticed the village accountant cowering in a corner, trembling with his hands clutching his head. All right, it's over now. You can go back first, Lu Yuanshan said. When only he and Lu Fan remained in the office, he quickly pulled Lu Fan to sit down. With evident concern, he said, although today's incident was really satisfying, you've completely offended Zhao Hongqi. What are we going to do from now on? If it comes to the worst, I'll swallow my pride and buy some gifts to visit him later, offering my apologies. Lu Fan felt a surge of frustration, furrowing his brows as he replied, Uncle, in my eyes, Zhao Hongqi isn't even worth a fart. This isn't the first time I've beaten him up, yet he still hasn't done anything to me, has he? What the hell, you? Lu Yuanshan's eyes widened in astonishment. He realized he understood this former village prodigy less and less with each passing moment. Before losing his wits, Lu Fan had indeed been full of vigor and vitality, but he lacked the current ruthless determination and steely resolve. What was happening now? Could it be some side effect? Yet in his current state, Lu Fan was undeniably more charismatic and capable than ever before. Uncle, don't worry. Even if Zhao Hongqi seeks revenge, he'll only come after me. Even if he tries to target our village or you, I won't let him get away with it. Lu Fan kept reassuring him. Don't fret about other things. Just be careful yourself. That Zhao Hongqi isn't just fierce. He's full of cunning schemes too. Lu Yuanshan repeatedly warned. Yao Lanji called again to urge him, so Lu Fan quickly got into the car and sped straight to the clinic. A large truck full of medicinal herbs was being unloaded, while many customers had already arrived to pick up their purchases. Each one spent money without the slightest hesitation and left cheerfully with their medicines in hand. Lu Fan, you came from the village committee office. I just heard some commotion over there. Sounded like a fight. Did something happen? Yao Lanji swayed her willow-thin waist closer, her expression dripping with familiarity, without batting an eye at the suggestive and envious glances from the men around her. It's nothing serious, just a minor scuffle. I'll go prepare the medicine now. Lu Fan quickly dodged aside and hurried into the clinic. Still acting shy, this brat. Could it be he's never tasted a woman before? Yao Lanji licked her lips, feeling the fire inside her burn uncontrollably once more. With a sigh, she said wistfully, others at least can get their men some medicine to enjoy themselves at night. But me, with this fine skin and needs of mine, I'm just... Lu Fan, who was unpacking medicine in the room, suddenly sneezed several times in a row. Frowning, he muttered under his breath, "Who's talking behind my back?" After quickly preparing several dozen doses of medicine, the vehicles outside had already been emptied. Yao Lanji was about to go settle the bill. Lu Fan swiftly stepped forward and spoke up, "Give a 40% discount on this batch of medicine." What? Both Yao Lanji and the delivery person couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. Hey kid, even if you're haggling, you don't have to be this ruthless. Do you have any idea how much effort it takes to deliver a whole truckload? The price I gave is already a friend's discount. After all, I've known Dr. Yao for ages. The medicine delivery guy said while attempting to grope Yao Lanji's waist, his face twisted in a lewd expression. Yao Lanji sidestepped his advance, but kept a smile on her face. Well then, just give us a 10% discount, and we're good. No way. It has to be 40% off because part of this batch got damp during storage. The quality's compromised. Lu Fan stated firmly without room for negotiation. Bullshit. I've been in this business for years and never passed off inferior goods. How dare you claim there's something wrong with the medicine? Which package exactly has issues? The middle-aged delivery man's face darkened as he widened his eyes aggressively, barking his rebuke. Lu Fan didn't waste words, directly tearing open a bag of medicine piled at the clinic's entrance. Once opened, a musty odor wafted out. Clearly there was an issue. The middle-aged man wore an awkward expression, stammering incoherently. Yao Lanji stood with arms akimbo, glaring relentlessly until the other party finally gave a 40% discount. As he left, the man shot Lu Fan a deep, meaningful glance. In the end, I couldn't help but ask, "Young man with so many packages of medicine, how did you know exactly which one had gotten damp? Why even ask? Our Lu Fan studied at a proper prestigious medical school. Did you really think your little trick could fool him?" Yao Lanji retorted disdainfully from the side. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched twice. "Impressive," he said before turning to get in his car and drive away. Only Lu Fan knew it was his exceptional perception and keen sense of smell that had exposed the delivery man's cheap trick of passing off fish eyes as pearls. "You're amazing, truly have eagle eyes. That prestigious medical school wasn't for nothing." Yao Lanji actively came over and wrapped her arm around Lu Fan's shoulder, pressing half her body against him while beaming with praise. It's hot." Lu Fan quickly shifted sideways to avoid her. Yao Lanji pretended to be angry and insisted on clinging to him. Just as the two were entangled, someone suddenly came running from afar, panting heavily. "Dr. Yao, it's terrible. Something terrible has happened," they shouted loudly. "Someone almost died after eating the 10 complete soup you sold here." Yao Lanji nearly fainted upon hearing this. Chapter 29. Don't leave people hanging with half a sentence. Explain yourself clearly. What exactly happened? The 10 complete decoction has mild properties with no side effects. How could it possibly lead to a death? Lu Fan quickly stepped forward and asked. The visitor was a villager from the neighboring village, now panting heavily from running. Hands on his hips, he spoke in broken gasps. "The medicine isn't the problem. After taking it, they got too excited and vigorous, ran off to the reed marshes for some outdoor fun, and accidentally got bitten by a snake. Now all their bodies are turning black. We can't wait for an ambulance. So they sent me to beg physician Yao for help." Yao Lanji broke out in a sweat. "Are you joking? That lake outside the village is full of venomous snakes. I don't have any venom here. How could I possibly save them? Call an ambulance right now and get them to the hospital." "Hey, Lu Fan, where are you going? Don't join in the commotion or you might end up in trouble." Just as Yao Lanji was speaking, Lu Fan had already pulled the villager into the car. "Where is he?" Lu Fan asked quickly as he started the car. Within less than 2 minutes, Lu Fan's beat-up Santana, spewing black smoke from its rear, had already arrived at the shore of a large lake to the north. At that moment, 7 or 8 villagers from neighboring villages stood gathered there, murmuring among themselves. A disheveled young woman knelt crying before a man who had only a coat covering his body. Clearly, these were the two lovers who couldn't resist having a romantic outdoor escapade here. "Step aside now." Lu Fan quickly approached, his gaze fixed on the man's calf as he gently waved his hand nearby. He then sniffed the foul odor lingering in the air. It's the venomous mini-banded kite. Fortunately, the victim wasn't moved recklessly. There's still time to save him. Lu Fan spoke as he took out the silver needles he carried with him, directly inserting them into the man's chest. "What are you doing? Are you a doctor? Shouldn't you be giving injections or treating wounds at this point? Is it appropriate to stab needles near the heart?" the young woman questioned in rapid succession. "I'll just ask you one thing. Do you want him saved or not? You have about half a minute to decide. Now, there are only 25 seconds left." Holding the silver needle, Lu Fan wore a calm expression. "You." The young woman hadn't expected Lu Fan to offer no explanation. At this moment, the man lying on the ground had turned completely dark, his breathing faint as a thread. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Go ahead and treat me. At least there's a sliver of hope." As the words fell, Lu Fan's silver needle swiftly pierced near the man's heart meridian. And almost simultaneously, several silver needles pierced through. Strangely enough, after the silver needle was inserted into the acupuncture point, the man's eyelids twitched slightly, and he gradually regained consciousness. This was clearly a sign of improvement. It really worked. Does this mean he's saved? The young woman burst into tears of joy, her gaze fixed on Lu Fan with gratitude and hope. Lu Fan shook his head seriously. The snake venom is potent. Combined with the fact that he was in an extremely agitated state when poisoned, his heart was beating too rapidly, accelerating the venom's spread. The young woman blushed briefly, but quickly tugged at Lu Fan's sleeve and pleaded, "Please help us. You can't just let him die like this." "I never said he would die. I only meant he's not out of danger yet. There's still follow-up treatment needed." Lu Fan began wiping his fingers. Can you stop speaking in such gasps? You scare me half to death." The young woman went limp with fright. Next, they watched as Lu Fan pricked his own finger with the tip of the silver needle, then squeezed out a few drops of blood with slight pressure. The droplets landed precisely on the snakebite wounds. A strange scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The cluster of blood seemed to possess some peculiar drawing force, causing thick, black viscous fluid to steadily ooze from the wound. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the discharged fluid gradually turned red. The man's body no longer appeared as dark as before, and his consciousness fully returned. Weakly, he managed to voice his gratitude to Lu Fan. The onlookers were stunned, unanimously marveling at Lu Fan's miraculous skills. "I'll give you money, as much as you want." The young woman rummaged through her bag in desperation. Lu Fan stood up. "Keep your money. Just be more careful about your surroundings when you go out. Cough when you go to have fun in the future. Otherwise, extreme joy might lead to sorrow." "Understood." The young woman lowered her head shyly. Lu Fan drove his beat-up Santana back to the clinic. He never expected that the reputation of his perfect tin decoction would spread more than 10 times faster than before. Little did he expect that the speed was due to a piece of news. A young couple stumbled upon a divine elixir, their passions uncontrollably igniting as they passionately battled in the wilderness. Their oblivion to all else aroused the envy of other creatures, nearly costing them their lives. By the afternoon, people from nearby villages, including some elderly women, rushed to purchase the medicine. Lu Fan was swamped with work, mechanically repeating the process of preparing prescriptions without pause, having long lost count of how many he had concocted. However, by evening, Yao Longi bid farewell to the last group of buyers and cheerfully carried a box of money to present before Lu Fan. With a beaming smile, he said, "There's probably over 100 grand in here. We can split it 50-50 and spend tonight counting it in bed." Lu Fan cleared his throat awkwardly. "Well, it's getting late. I need to head back to cook. You can count in bed by yourself. Just set aside my share for tomorrow." With that, he quickly got up and left. "That damn kid. Think I can't handle you? You obviously peek at me plenty, yet you can't muster the courage to take some action. Am I really that aloof?" Yao Longi listened to the fading sound of the car engine outside, a wave of resentment rising in her heart. She puffed out her chest to the mirror, then turned sideways to admire the pert curve of her backside, only to feel even gloomier. Tonight, Yunlai Village was destined to be extraordinary. After dinner, every household turned off their lights early. No one knew which home started it first, but faint sounds of vigorous lovemaking and passionate echoes began to drift through the air. Gradually, these sounds grew more unrestrained and uncontrollably intense, as if the entire Yunlai village had plunged into a sea of wild joy. Lu Fan wore a pained expression. In just this short span of time, he had taken several cold showers. Were it not for the divine inheritance he had gained and his toughened physique from practicing divine consciousness awakening, he might have caught a cold by now. The incessant noise outside was simply more than he could bear. Unable to sleep and in no mood for cultivation, Lu Fan simply got up and strolled out of the village with his hands clasped behind his back. As if guided by some supernatural force, he found himself at the wooded area bordering the two villages. This stretch of forest now belonged to Lu Fan. This place happens to have much denser spiritual energy than elsewhere, so Lu Fan decided to cultivate here tonight. However, just as he reached the edge of the woods, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. There were strange movements within the forest. Despite the poor visibility in the dead of night, shadowy figures were clearly stirring. A flashlight's beam suddenly appeared amid the darkness. Someone there? Who would wander into these woods at such a late hour? Don't tell me it's another damned poacher. Has rural morality become so liberal these days? Lu Fan's expression turned peculiar. At that moment, he suddenly heard someone nearby exclaim, "Damn it, there really are treasures in these woods. No wonder someone wanted to lease them." Chapter 30. The Precious Ground Ginseng. Treasures? Lu Fan's heart gave a sudden jump. He had long sensed that this forest was quite peculiar and unusual, highly likely to harbor other rare treasures. Now, someone had come here at night, searching for treasure, even claiming to have found something. Lu Fan certainly wouldn't take this lightly, especially since the place now belonged to him. Immediately, he crouched low and crept toward the woods as silently as a wild beast. Near the depths, 3 or 4 men crouched with flashlights in hand and snakeskin bags tucked at their waists, their eyes wide as they stared at a small, furry bundle. Could it be that thing? Lu Fan glimpsed it from afar, and his heartbeat instantly quickened. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying a faint medicinal scent that instantly reached Lu Fan's senses. Exactly, earth ginseng. I never expected to find such a thing growing here. Lu Fan grew increasingly delighted. The guys crouching on the ground were clearly professionals. Though each had shifty, rat-like features, they all moved with practiced efficiency. Someone took out a bone-digging tool from their snakeskin bag, preparing to excavate the precious earth ginseng before them. The person beside them widened their eyes, nearly drooling with excitement, and exclaimed, "Fantastic! There are at least a dozen earth ginseng roots here, worth well over 100,000. Seems Zhao Hongqi gave us accurate information after all. These woods truly hold valuable treasure. Once we finish digging here, let's scout around. We might find even more elsewhere." Whoosh! A whistling sound cut through the air as a stone came flying from a distance. With a sharp crack, it struck someone square on the head, immediately raising an egg-sized lump that sent him sprawling to the ground, hissing in pain. "Bastard! Who threw that rock?" The man clutched his head and swore furiously. The remaining few waved their flashlights around in a wild frenzy. Whoosh! 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 Again came the whistling sounds of projectiles cutting through air. Several stones flew out with pinpoint accuracy, each striking ahead with only slight variations in angle and position. Screams erupted continuously as the would-be medicinal herb thieves abandoned their tools entirely, fleeing with their heads clutched in frantic escape. Damn it, Zhao Hongqi is truly sinister. He actually sent professional treasure hunters to ransack my place. Lu Fan muttered, quickly running to the spot where those people had just prepared to dig for herbs. Sure enough, there was a small patch of highly prized earth ginseng growing on the ground. Feeling grateful of heart, he couldn't help but shudder with lingering fear. If not for a stroke of luck that brought him here late at night, these precious items before him would have been stolen by someone else. At this thought, another surge of nameless fury rose within him. Lu Fan wasn't in a hurry to dig up the precious ginseng. Instead, he quickly rose and chased after the direction where those few escaping figures had run. Sure enough, those men were quite cunning. After running a fair distance, they immediately stopped quietly and prepared to double back. After all, they knew there were treasures worth over 100,000 hidden in these woods, absolutely impossible to just abandon like this. Having received the inheritance, Lu Fan now had razor-sharp senses. Though he couldn't see completely clearly, he could at least roughly discern the hiding positions of those men and knew they intended to circle back for a surprise attack. He quietly filled his pocket with pebbles and climbed up the tree. From his vantage point, he hurled them down with all his might. Ouch! Where the hell is he hiding? You bastards, don't let me catch you or else. The thugs who tried doubling back were soon howling in pain from the relentless pelting. In the end, he could only abandon all thoughts of revenge and once again flee in panic through the woods. Lu Fan knew very well that dealing with such scum required completely crushing them in one go. Otherwise, endless troubles would follow. So he chased relentlessly, following them all the way until he saw those guys flee back to the neighboring village before finally giving up. Damn bastards, if I ever catch you setting foot near these woods again, I'll break your damned legs." Lu Fan's voice carried far in the silent night, and it was clear the others had heard him. Two of the men, in their panic, stumbled and fell face first into the dirt again. Only then did Lu Fan jog back into the woods. Picking up the tools left behind by the group, he carefully unearthed a dozen finger-length plants using the methods passed down in his heritage. These were earth ginseng, highly prized for medicinal purposes. Even without needing many years to mature, they could fetch a remarkably handsome price. Judging by the current situation, this grove will continue to yield other precious medicinal herbs without fail. Lu Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, carefully wrapping the ginseng. A sudden stroke of inspiration had made him the owner of this treasure trove, leaving Lu Fan feeling immensely fortunate. Yet he couldn't shake off a tinge of unease. Those men who'd just left would surely spread the word, and the relentless Zhao Hongqi would undoubtedly scheme to return, whether to steal or cause trouble. Lu Fan didn't believe he could stay here around the clock, and that presented a problem. How could he possibly guard everything in this forest? After cultivating in the woods all night, when the eastern sky began turning fish-belly white, Lu Fan sprang up energized. He thoroughly searched the forest twice, confirming there were no other items left behind, before striding back toward the village. An idea had already formed in his mind. His target was none other than Lu Yuanshan's household. Today the village seemed unusual. Normally by this hour, every household would already be up, preparing meals and getting ready for the day's work in life. But as I walked through, only a few households had women busily working inside. Yet these women clearly bore joyful expressions, their faces glowing as if freshly revitalized. "Lu Fan, where have you been so early in the morning? Have you eaten yet?" The women greeted Lu Fan warmly. Lu Fan responded casually, and in the blink of an eye arrived at Lu Yuanshan's doorstep. Hearing movement in the courtyard, Lu Fan called out "Uncle" without much thought and pushed the door open to enter. Then he saw Lu Mengmeng in the courtyard wearing only her undergarments, having just stepped out of the shower room door. Clearly, she had just showered, her hair still damp. At that moment, her graceful figure and scorching curves were fully unveiled before Lu Fan's eyes. Already overflowing with masculine energy early in the morning, witnessing such a radiant spring-like scene instantly aroused Lu Fan. A very substantial one at that. "Ah, you bastard Lu Fan. What are you doing? Peeping at me, huh? Shameless." Lu Mengmeng was startled, hurriedly retreating back into the shower stall in panic. "No, it wasn't on purpose. I didn't see anything." Lu Fan lied with a choked voice. "Who are you trying to fool? If you really didn't see anything, why did you change so much?" Lu Mengmeng flushed red, her eyes darting about uneasily. Lu Fan felt a wave of embarrassment. Just at that moment, someone outside said, "Is that Lu Fan coming? What were you two talking about with all that big talk?" Chapter 31. What's so big? "My dad's back." Lu Mengmeng immediately panicked and hurriedly closed the shower door. Lu Yuanshan walked in with his hands behind his back and said cheerfully to Lu Fan, "What brings you here so early? And what was all that talk about something big just now?" Lu Fan wasn't good at lying and found himself momentarily embarrassed, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Lu Mengmeng inside the shower quickly replied, "There was just a huge bug that scurried past, so big and long, it gave me quite a fright." Lu Yuanshan made an understanding sound and immediately invited Lu Fan inside for tea. Lu Fan coughed twice, slightly embarrassed, sensing that Lu Mengmeng's earlier remark about boss and seniority carried an implied meaning. "You're what? You plan to hire people to guard that forest for you?" Inside the house, Lu Yuanshan couldn't hide his surprise upon learning Lu Fan's intention. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Fan decided to be partially truthful. "Uncle, since things have come to this, I won't keep you in the dark. I accidentally discovered that forest contains a large amount of precious medicinal herbs. Some aren't ready for harvesting yet. They need more time. Now others have discovered the benefits of that place too, including Zhao Hongqi from the neighboring village. I suspect he'll try everything to steal from their necks, so say no more. You have my full support on this." Lu Yuanshan slapped his thigh decisively. With a grave expression, he continued, "No wonder you insisted on spending money to lease that land. You're trained in medicine. I trust your judgment. I'll immediately gather the most reliable men from our village to take turns guarding that grove. As for wages, everyone gets $100 a day, and those on night watch receive an extra pack of cigarettes. Lu Fan replied without hesitation. $100 a day plus free cigarettes? The villagers would be fighting tooth and nail for that. The conditions are simply too good. Even I'm tempted. Lu Mingming had already changed her clothes and walked in while drying her damp hair. Her shop barely made less than 100 yuan a day on average. Lu Fan scratched his head. Uncle, I'll trouble you to arrange this. Find 5 or 6 people, and I'll pay them by the day. What? You've really struck it rich, huh? 5 or 6 people for a day. How much would that cost? Are the herbs in the woods that expensive? Lu Yuanshan kept worrying on Lu Fan's behalf. Without offering much explanation, Lu Fan exchanged a few more casual words before taking his leave, heading straight for the village clinic. At this time, the villagers hadn't come to buy medicine yet. Lu Fan planned to prepare more remedies while he had time, so he could later devote more energy to studying that mysterious forest. However, when he arrived at the clinic's entrance, he was met with a scene of complete chaos. The building next to the clinic that served as a storage room had its door panels collapsed on the ground, and the windows were damaged as well. A large amount of medicinal herbs lay scattered across the ground, many of them already crushed underfoot. What's going on here? Where are all the medicinal herbs in the house? Lu Fan could rely on his keen sense of smell to realize that the large quantity of herbs he'd purchased the day before had completely vanished. Yao Lanji approached with a grimace, phone still clutched in her hand. I was just about to call the police. When I woke up this morning, I saw the place had been vandalized and all the herbs were stolen. We sold out all the medicine yesterday, and people will surely come to buy more soon. What are we going to do now? Growing increasingly frantic, Yao Lanji kept stamping her feet in distress. No need to call the police. I can retrieve the herbs myself. Lu Fan's expression darkened slightly. Having the herbs stolen at such a critical moment, this was likely no simple matter. However, he was confident he could trace the stolen herbs by following the lingering scent they'd left behind. Watching Lu Fan continuously sniffing his way around, Yao Lanji couldn't help but burst out laughing again. You're acting like a dog, kid. We should just call the police for help. There's no way you'll find anything like this. Lu Fan quickly got into the car, and Yao Lanji hurriedly followed, asking suspiciously, "Where are you going? Don't do anything reckless." "There's no mistake," Lu Fan replied softly, rolling down the car window and speeding forward along the trail of medicinal scent he could sense. The car left the village and soon arrived at the neighboring Biyun village, slowing to a stop in front of a small clinic. "No way. You suspect they did it?" Yao Lanji furrowed her brows. This small clinic in Biyun village was upgraded from the original health center, doing far better business than her own clinic. It employed over 10 staff members alone. Yao Lanji had always harbored resentment toward this place, as it was precisely this clinic's existence that prevented her from earning much money. However, this clinic was said to have powerful connections, and Yao Lanji couldn't afford to offend them. If handled poorly, it wouldn't just be a matter of not making money anymore. It could spell real trouble. Without evidence, we mustn't act recklessly. Let's go. At worst, we'll just buy the medicine again. Next time I'll make sure to keep a closer eye on it. Yao Lanji quickly reassured Lu Fan. But at this very moment, Lu Fan had already gotten out of the car and was heading toward the backyard of the clinic. "What are you doing here? If you're seeking medical attention, it's still too early. The clinic isn't open yet." An extremely impatient voice came from within the yard. A burly man with a gluttonous face and a vicious expression sauntered out unsteadily. He glanced sideways at the beat-up Santana, then leveled a look of utter disdain and contempt at Lu Fan, dismissing him entirely without a second thought. "I'm not here to seek treatment. I'm here to reclaim what belongs to me. Return the medicinal herbs, and I'll let bygones be bygones." Lu Fan faced the man with a stern expression. At the mention of the word medicinal herbs, an unmistakable flash of guilt crossed the chubby man's face. But soon he clenched his teeth angrily, glaring with bulging eyes as he cursed, "You bastard, what the hell are you spouting? What medicinal herbs? I don't know shit about them. Get lost now, or we'll smash you along with that junk car of yours. You hear me?" As he spoke, The man strode forward, pointing his finger right at Lu Fan's nose. Lu Fan naturally wasn't afraid of him, but at that moment, Yao Lanji hurriedly pushed open the car door and scrambled out. She shouted loudly, "Don't fight, all right? We'll leave now." Well, if it isn't Dr. Yao from the neighboring village, the fat man immediately shifted his attention to Yao Lanji. "Haven't seen you in days. Getting more seductive, eh? Change your mind about coming to work for me." Or more precisely, his attention shifted to several of her alluring curves as his eyes roved back and forth, already wearing a lecherous expression. Yao Lanji felt a pang of discomfort. Avoiding the man's gaze while forcing a smile, she said, "Brother Zhao, thanks for your kindness, but I'm quite content working at my clinic." As she spoke, she reached out to pull Lu Fan by the arm. Yao Lanji knew perfectly well that this man was Zhao Shanhu, cousin of Biyun village chief Zhao Hongqi. Running a clinic was just his side gig. His main business was contracting construction projects in the county town. Not only was he wealthy with extensive connections, but in terms of influence, he wasn't inferior to Zhao Hongqi at all. Lu Fan coming to stir up trouble at his clinic. Wasn't that just asking for death? Chapter 32. Lu Fan is not to be provoked. What kind of scheme are you pulling today? Jealous that my clinic's doing so well. So you brought this idiot to smear my reputation? Zhao Shanhu still didn't take Lu Fan seriously. His mind remained fixated on the alluring figure of Yao Lanji before him. This obsession wasn't new. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept inviting Dr. Yao to work at his clinic all this time. No, it's all a misunderstanding. We're leaving now. Yao Lizzie tugged desperately at Lu Fan. Zhao Shanhu wore a smug expression, thoroughly enjoying others' fear of him. Yet Lu Fan, whom he'd never regarded highly from the start, gently broke free from Yao Lizzie's grasp. With a stern expression, he uttered his final warning. "I'll say this one last time. Return the medicinal herbs and save yourself the trouble." "Damn it, you're looking for death." Zhao Shanhu roared in fury, swinging his arm to slap Lu Fan across the face. The next second, his wrist was caught by Lu Fan, who twisted it with a swift motion. "Oh, let me go." Zhao Shanhu was in so much pain he nearly wet his pants, his legs giving way as he crumpled to his knees. Beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down his face. Since he refused to listen to reason, don't blame me for being merciless. With a flick of his arm, Lu Fan sent Zhao Shanhu collapsing to the ground with a howl of pain. At this moment, Lu Fan had already walked straight into the clinic's courtyard, heading toward the back through the main entrance. "Lu Fan, what are you doing? Don't you know no one in Biyun village dares to mess with the Zhao family? You're bringing trouble upon yourself," Yao Lanji exclaimed with a panicked expression, quickly running after him. Meanwhile, Zhao Shanhu, who had just struggled to get up from the ground, gritted his teeth and quickly dialed a number on his phone. "Get to my clinic now. Bring more men and weapons." Lu Fan arrived at the clinic's backyard, where a van was parked. Frowning slightly, he moved to pull open the vehicle's door. "Young man, do you know how many years you'll get for trespassing and robbery?" Zhao Shanhu suddenly rushed over, shouting loudly. Lu Fan glanced at him and frowned. "Then do you know how many years you'll get for stealing thousands worth of someone else's medicinal herbs? Caught red-handed with the evidence. Bullshit, get the hell out of my yard now. And I might consider letting you off without calling the cops. If you keep pushing your luck, don't blame me for showing no mercy." Yao Lanji, who exactly is this punk to you? Even if he doesn't know better, surely you should? Zhao Shanhu couldn't quite figure out Lu Fan's background and hesitated to make a move. So he immediately turned his aggression toward Yao Lanji, who was clearly already terrified. Targeting the weakest link to resolve the issue showcased both experience and wisdom. But before Yao Lanji could utter a word, Lu Fan directly reached out and pulled open the minivan's trunk door. With a creak, the rear door swung open, revealing several large sacks stuffed to the brim with medicinal herbs inside. At this sight, Yao Lanji froze. The external packaging of these herbs and the numbering on them could immediately tell her these were the very same batch stolen from the health clinic. Zhao Shanhu's face also turned extremely grim, his expression shifting uncertainly. "Zhao, what do you have to say for yourself now? You wanted to call the police, didn't you? If you don't know how, I'll help you." Lu Fan took out his phone. Just then, the screech of brakes suddenly came from outside, and 7 or 8 people rushed into both the front and backyard simultaneously. Each one looked fierce, some even carrying choppers and clubs in their hands. The moment they entered, they shouted loudly, "Brother Who, what's going on? Who dares to cause trouble here? Do they have a death wish? Brothers, hack him to death." Zhao Shanhu's face once again assumed that notoriously arrogant expression as he planted his hands on his hips and pointed at Lu Fan. "This is the punk. Break his legs first, then we'll deal with the rest." With so many reinforcements at his disposal, controlling the situation was now a given. As for whether breaking Lu Fan's legs might bring future trouble, Zhao Shanhu wasn't particularly concerned. At worst, it would just cost him some money to smooth things over. Moreover, he could use this incident to frame Yao Longji and Lu Fan, accusing them of forcibly breaking into a private residence, and find a way to extract the tenfold tonic recipe from Yao Longji. The day before, Zhao Shanhu had already received news about a miraculous medicine suddenly appearing at Yao Longji's clinic in the neighboring village. Men who drank it became vigorous and robust, and though it wasn't cheap, people flocked to buy it. Fearing his own clinic's business would suffer, Zhao Shanhu had taken advantage of the early dawn to hire someone to steal the herbs from the clinic. However, he hadn't expected them to be tracked down before he could even dispose of the stolen goods. Now all he had to do was wait for his underlings to pin Lu Fan to the ground, and he could reap all the benefits, whether it was Yao Longji or the 10 complete soup, both would be within his grasp. However, after shouting the order, Su Shanhu suddenly realized that none of these vicious thugs dared to step forward and lay a hand on Lu Fan. Instead, they began quietly backing away, their faces tense, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy, panic evident in their expressions. "Damn it, haven't my Zhao brothers treated you well all this time? Raise an army for 1,000 days to use it for an hour. Why are you all chickening out at the critical moment?" Zhao Shanhu cursed furiously. The 2 leading lackeys said with bitter expressions, "Tiger brother, we wouldn't hesitate to deal with anyone else, but this kid is not someone to be messed with." Even village chief Zhao didn't gain the slightest advantage against him. "What? How come I never heard about this?" Zhao Shanhu was startled. The lackeys naturally didn't dare say more. "Your cousin suffered several major losses at Lu Fan's hands without even daring to make a peep. How could I possibly tell you about such embarrassing matters?" However, Zhao Shanhu was also quite shrewd and could guess a thing or two. Seeing that no one dared to take action against Lu Fan, he actually started to feel nervous. "Lu Fan, I think we should just let it go. Just take the things and leave. After all, we're all acquainted," Yao Longji said, astonished by Lu Fan's boldness, but deep down she was still afraid of Zhao Shanhu. After all, they still had to live in the same village, so she quickly played the role of peacemaker. "Take the medicinal herbs back, stack them exactly as they were before, and fix the doors and windows. Consider this matter settled. Of course, if anyone disagrees and wants to test me, I'd be happy to oblige." Lu Fan's cold expression exuded an air of dominance. Zhao Shanhu was so furious he nearly lost his mind. Never in his life had he been so thoroughly suppressed like this. But a wise man knows when to yield. He could only repeatedly remind himself in his heart that revenge would come another day. With a cold face, he snapped at the lackeys. "Didn't you hear me? Drive the medicines back and fix what needs to be fixed." He was already preparing to leave while speaking. This disgraceful scene was utterly unbearable to stay in. Yet Lu Fan swiftly blocked his path. "What else do you want?" Zhao Shanhu clenched his fists. "Drive the medicine back personally. No excuses. Say one more word, and I'll knock out a tooth. Guaranteed with interest." Lu Fan jabbed a finger at his face, his dominance growing fiercer. Chapter 33. Specializing in conquering defiance. "You," Zhao Shanhu nearly choked back a curse. With their notorious reputation and ruthless methods, when had their gang ever been threatened by mere barking dogs in the surrounding villages? He had never even imagined that such a day would come for him. Bang! Lu Fan didn't give him a chance to hesitate, punching him square in the face. Zhao Shanhu crashed to the ground and spat out a bloody tooth. True to his word, Lu Fan had knocked out exactly one tooth. "Drive the medicine back." Lu Fan took 2 steps forward and repeated his earlier words. Zhao Shanhu had no choice but to back down. He quickly scrambled to his feet, climbed into the van, and started the engine. Could I have been hallucinating just now? Did Lu Fan really knock out one of Zhao Shanhu's teeth? Yao Lanji stood frozen in place, stunned. This scene before her eyes was something she couldn't have imagined in her wildest dreams. Let's go. Why are you still standing there? Lu Fan nudged Yao Lanji with his elbow, then walked toward his beat-up Santana. Yao Lanji snapped back to reality and quickly followed after him. Zhao Shanhu dutifully drove the van and delivered the full load of medicinal herbs to the clinic without incident. At that very moment, the clinic's entrance was already crowded with villagers from several nearby villages who had come to purchase medicine. They watched with mild surprise as Zhao Shanhu jumped down from the vehicle, his face swollen and mouth still smeared with traces of blood. Then he opened the van's trunk and carried several large bags of medicinal herbs into the nearby warehouse. Throughout the whole process, Zhao Shanhu kept his head lowered, his face dark and silent, looking somewhat furious yet also carrying a trace of grievance. People from nearby villages all knew Zhao Shanhu. They were well aware he was a ruthless figure who, along with village chief Zhao Hongqi, tyrannized several surrounding villages with no one daring to oppose them. Now, seeing such a hardened character delivering herbs to Yao Lanji's clinic with injuries and a face full of resentment inevitably sparked all sorts of speculation and bewilderment among the villagers. Zhao Shanhu felt increasingly humiliated, the fury in his chest already burning uncontrollably. After moving all the medicinal herbs, he quickly jumped into the van, slammed the accelerator, and sped away, only stopping when he reached a deserted spot. Then he violently pounded the steering wheel and cursed loudly. Damn it, Lu Fan. I swear I'll take you down. You won't be so arrogant much longer. After cursing for a while, Zhao Shanhu pulled out his phone and dialed a number. After answering, he said with a dark expression, Bro, I heard you took a loss in the neighboring village earlier. Is that true? On the other end of the line, Zhao Hongqi fell silent for several seconds before responding in a low voice. Who told you that? Lu Fan said it himself, told me straight to my face. That bastard just beat me up too, knocked out one of my damn teeth. You telling me we're just gonna swallow this insult, brother? What's it you said? Did that bastard mess with you too? Zhao Hongqi's voice instantly rose an octave. Then he said viciously, Damn bastard, he's deliberately targeting the two of us. We can't just let this slide. It has to be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold our ground in these villages anymore. Zhao Shanhu gritted his teeth. What's that kid's background? Anyone else in the village who matters? I've looked into it. Both his parents are alive, and he has a younger sister still in school. Zhao Hongqi replied immediately. Then it's simple. If we can't handle him, does that mean we can't handle the people around him? Give me their exact address and his parents' names, and I'll have someone take care of them immediately. A sinister and ruthless glint flashed across Zhao Shanhu's face. Zhao Hongqi snorted on the phone. It's no use. That kid might have taken precautions. I found out he moved his parents somewhere 2 days ago. No clue where. As for his sister, she's on vacation now. We'll have to find another way to deal with him. Inside the clinic, Yao Lanji finally had a moment to catch her breath after sending off the last group of villagers buying medicine. She walked over to Lu Fan, who was still preparing prescriptions. You should take a break, she advised. What would I do if you wear yourself out? Lu Fan always felt like Yao Lanji was teasing him. After wrapping the last few packets of medicine in front of him, he finally responded, You must have made quite a bit these past 2 days, eh? Yao Lanji nodded, then hurried into the inner room. After a short while, she returned carrying a small metal chest. Yesterday's plus today's, that's 160,000 in total, Yao Lanji said, her voice trembling slightly. This money would take her 2 years to earn, and that too during prosperous times. In less than 2 days, we've already earned so much, it feels just like a dream. Yao Lanzi's intention was to let Lu Fan divide the money, showing him respect and importance. Lu Fan merely glanced at the cash without reaching for it. Sitting down leisurely, he asked, Sister Lanzi, how much do you owe Big Dong? Suddenly confronted with this question, the smile on Yao Lanji's face instantly vanished, her brows knitting together tightly. Sitting across from Lu Fan, she said with a bitter expression, "Originally, it was less than 150,000, but that's including the interest. But didn't you hear last time you came? That bastard Dong said we have to repay 300,000. With this compound interest, who knows when we'll ever finish paying it off. Call him. Tell him you're ready to repay the money and have him bring the IOU," Lu Fan said calmly. "You?" Yao Longji seemed to have guessed something, but wasn't entirely certain, looking at Lu Fan with a surprised expression. "This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Dragging it out isn't a solution. You're my business partner, and if you're worrying about this kind of thing every day, it's not good for our cooperation." Lu Fan's expression was very serious. Yao Longji almost numbly pulled out her phone. In less than half an hour, the sound of motorcycles could be heard outside. The black-clad thug kicked open the clinic door, striding inside with a lewd smirk. "Dr. Yao," he sneered, "have you come to your senses, or just given up? Are you planning to pay back the debt with yourself?" Big Dong staggered behind, similarly sneering with malice. "Hey, black dog, scram out of the way. I'm going first. Dr. Yao's build looks sturdy enough to last. You'll get your turn soon enough." The two men spewed vulgar obscenities, mistaking Yao Longji's silence as her finally abandoning resistance and surrendering to their demands. But upon entering the inner room, the Dong and Hei Go seemed as if struck by lightning, frozen in place with expressions blending shock and terror. "Lu Fan, why are you here?" The Dong's face was still swollen, his arm in a sling, all injuries inflicted by Lu Fan himself. Hei Go limped on one leg, looking no better off, another testament to Lu Fan's handiwork. It's fair to say Lu Fan had left deep psychological scars on both men. Their sudden encounter with him now naturally filled them with fear. Lu Fan reached out and dumped all the money from the metal box, his face cold as he said, "There's 160,000 here. Take the money, leave Dr. Yao's IOU, and from now on you're settled." The Dong was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said with a sly tone, "Lu Fan, are you two sleeping together?" Chapter 34. The Delectable Dr. Yao. Honest by nature, Lu Fan was dumbfounded by the Dong's remark. "I was seriously discussing repayment with him. How did it suddenly shift to Yao Dafu's romantic affairs?" Before I could figure out how to respond, Yao Longji slapped the table and stood up beside me. "The Dong, what business is it of yours whether we're involved or not?" With that, she deliberately shifted closer to Lu Fan's side, pressing herself against him. From such a scene, anyone watching would think the two of them definitely had something going on. Lu Fan's expression was somewhat unnatural, but he could roughly guess that Yao Longji was merely trying to create an illusion, just wanting to show to Dong and the others that she now had a powerful backer. So Lu Fan didn't dodge the situation either. Keeping his face cold, he repeated, "Last chance. Take the money and leave the IOU." The Dong frowned hard. He hadn't expected that coming here in high spirits would lead to such a scene. The long-coveted Yao Longji was now likely out of reach. Since that was the case, he might as well squeeze more practical gains from the money. So he looked at the money on the table with a sidelong glance and said, 16,000 isn't enough. Should I do the math properly for you?" With that, he actually pulled out a small notebook and a pen. He figured every extra 1,000 he could squeeze out was a win. Given Lu Fan's current state, he seemed to have some money. Since he wanted to play the hero for the woman, why not take advantage and extort him properly? But before he could even start calculating, he suddenly noticed Lu Fan reaching into the pile of cash, taking out 10,000 yuan and stuffing it into his own pocket. "What are you doing? It's getting less and less." The Dong instantly grew anxious. Yet Lu Fan completely ignored him and immediately reached for another bundle of 100 yuan bills from the front pile. His intention couldn't be clearer. "Fine, you win. Take this amount and no less." The Dong finally broke down. Faced with someone as ruthless as Lu Fan, he was utterly powerless. In the blink of an eye, his attempt at extortion had backfired, costing him another 10,000 yuan instead. Heart aching unbearably, he hurriedly cut his losses. The IOU was handed to Lu Fan. The Dong wanted to take the money, but then Lu Fan glared at him, leaving him frozen in place, too scared to even fart. "Is everything correct?" Lu Fan cast an inquiring glance at Yao Longji, who was leaning against him. The latter simply lifted her hips and sat directly on Lu Fan's lap. She examined the IOU up and down, nodding in confirmation after verifying it. It's correct. Lu Fan merely felt a sudden wave of heat coursing through his body, his mouth parched and dry. Yao Longji was dressed particularly lightly today, and her seated position was somewhat suggestive. It nearly pushed Lu Fan, who had never truly been intimate with a woman, over the edge. But at this exact moment, he couldn't bluntly push Yao Longji away either, so Lu Fan had no choice but to endure it. Then he glared and urged Dedong, "Hurry up and take the money. Get lost." Dedong glanced at Yao Longji's flirtatious demeanor, dripping with desire, and took in the suggestive posture of the two. He could practically guess that this place was about to erupt like a battlefield any second. So he quickly snatched the stack of cash from the table, stuffing it into his pocket as fast as he could. Then he and Black Dog limped out of there in a hurry, not forgetting to obediently close the door behind them, though his lingering backward glance was filled with unmistakable envy and reluctance. "Longji Jia." Lu Fan's voice carried a strange tone, as if trying to remind Yao Longji she could drop the act now. "What?" The lullaby seemed not to understand. Not only did she not stand up, but she even shifted her hips and turned halfway towards him. Such a simple movement immediately put Lu Fan on high alert. Luckily, he managed to circulate his inner energy in time to lock a certain meridian, or else he might have embarrassed himself right then and there. "I never thought you'd be willing to help me like this. Right when I was about to cave and compromise with that bastard Dedong, you saved my life. Longji, Jia doesn't have anything to repay you with. I know you've never experienced a woman before. If you don't mind." Yao Longji's words were downright explicit, her expression one of unresisting surrender. "Let Longji Jia make you a real man tonight." Lu Fan's head was buzzing. He truly couldn't hold back anymore. This was precisely the age when male hormones surged most intensely, and compounded by his recent cultivation exercises that further amplified his yang energy, certain physical cravings had risen to new heights. Faced with the irresistible temptation of a rare beauty like Yao Longji, Lu Fan couldn't help but reach out his hand. A glimmer of eager anticipation flashed through Yao Longji's eyes as she slightly closed them, leaning closer without hesitation. Just at this moment, Lu Fan's phone suddenly rang, an abrupt, piercing tone. The sound startled both of them tremendously. Lu Fan instantly became much more alert. Subconsciously, he supported Yao Longji's slender waist with one hand and gently lifted her entire body upright. Seizing this opportunity, he quickly stood up and reached for the phone. Yao Longji suddenly felt a frustrating sense of loss. Frowning, she sighed and bit her lip as she complained, "You really don't know what's good for you. Even when I'm like this, you can still hold yourself back." The call was from Yao Xiaoyan. She directly asked Lu Fan if he was ready. With his heart still pounding violently and his mind blank, Lu Fan frowned and asked, "Ready for what?" "You're playing dumb with me, aren't you? Yesterday, I promised you something, and now I've already brought the person to your town. Don't you dare back out on me now." Miao Xiaoyun's voice abruptly rose an octave, laced with unmistakable displeasure. "Oh crap." Lu Fan smacked his forehead as it suddenly came back to him. He'd asked Miao Xiaoyun yesterday to find him a reliable lawyer to consult about reopening his wrongful conviction case. "Where are you guys? I'm heading out right now, and we'll be there soon." Lu Fan immediately sprinted toward the parking area, not daring to waste a single second. "Lu Fan, you bastard. Are you just going to leave like that? Can't you be brave and act like a man for once?" Yao Longji chased after him, her face flushed with anger, stomping her feet in frustration. Just then, a few villagers happened to pass by and witnessed the scene, instantly showing suggestive expressions on their faces. Lu Fan's lips twitched a couple of times, utterly at a loss for how to respond. He could only manage an awkward, apologetic smile before quickly ducking into the car. Speeding all the way, he soon arrived in town, eyes wide as he scanned the central streets in search. Just now, Miao Xiaoyan mentioned that the two of them were near the central station in town. Soon, two slender figures came into Lu Yun's view. Standing next to Miao Xiaoyan was a young woman dressed in well-tailored dress pants and a white blouse. She looked crisp and efficient. Lu Yun prepared to approach them. But right at this moment, an Audi suddenly made a sharp U-turn from the other end of the street, aggressively cutting in to take the lead. The car screeched to a halt, and a tall young man immediately jumped out, reaching out to grab the woman in the white blouse. Chapter 35. Stop pretending, you can't beat me. What's going on here? Lu Fan wore a puzzled expression. It appears that Miao Xiaoyun's friend knew the man who drove the Audi, though she struggled fiercely against him. Clearly, she had no intention of getting into the car with him. Miao Xiaoyun, standing nearby, tried to separate the two, but the man shoved her away roughly. With a shriek, Miao Xiaoyun nearly toppled backward onto the ground. Just as she was panicking, Miao Yun suddenly felt a large, warm, and powerful hand supporting the tip of her buttocks, instantly giving her an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. Lu Fan. Miao Yun looked at the man supporting her with an odd expression. Need help? Lu Fan steadied Miao Yun and turned his gaze toward the couple still tussling. Of course I need help. That guy is just an annoying suitor. So bothersome. But you need to be careful. Before Miao Xiaoyun could finish speaking, she saw Lu Fan dash forward with a swift step, merely giving a light tap on the tall young man's shoulder. The man immediately furrowed his brows and let out a cry of pain. The girl in the white shirt broke free from the other party's grip and was shielded behind Lu Fan. What the hell are you doing? Mind your own business, the tall man snarled through gritted teeth, his face flushing red. Bullying women isn't something to boast about. If she doesn't want to go with you, why force her? Lu Fan responded coldly. None of your business? Playing the hero, huh? Heroes pay a price. The tall man took a deep breath and suddenly stepped forward, throwing a punch straight at Lu Fan's nose without warning. Pretty sneaky. Yet Lu Fan saw right through his move with ease. A slight tilt of his head to the side effortlessly dodged the attack. He then leaned his shoulder slightly forward, hitting the tall man squarely above the chest. With a thud, the man immediately grimaced in pain, staggering uncontrollably backward before crashing into his Audi. You bastard, looking to die? The tall man's face darkened further as he yanked open the car door and pulled out a metal bat. After swinging it twice, a cruel smile twisted across his face. Zhongping, calm down. Armed assault carries severe penalties. The young girl protected by Lu Fan finally snapped out of her daze and spoke up. Seeing the tall man poised to strike with the baseball bat, she quickly tried to dissuade him. The man scoffed. What? You're worried about him? Once I break this punk's legs, then we'll talk about settling things between us. I advise you to think carefully and abandon your plans. Otherwise, you'll get badly hurt. Even with that stick, you're no match for me. Lu Fan spoke calmly. Originally, Lu Fan genuinely meant well. In his view, the man named Zhongping must know the beautiful girl behind him, so there was no need to beat him too severely, especially since he still needed the girl's help later. Yet, to Zhongping's ears, these words sounded like nothing but blatant humiliation and contempt. Enraged, Zhongping immediately swung the metal bat in his hands with all his might, aiming a vicious strike straight at Lu Fan's face. Behind Lu Fan, Miao Xiaoyun and the young girl couldn't help but scream sharply, with the latter even covering her eyes, too afraid to look. But the next second, the sound of metal bat striking a face never came. Lu Yun casually raised his arm, effortlessly catching the metal bat before yanking it right out of Zhongping's grip with a single tug. I told you, you're no match for me. Lu Fan exerted force through his palm, instantly crushing the metal bat out of shape before tossing it aside, dismissively. Zhongping's face paled in terror. His legs gave way as he stumbled backward, only to trip over himself and land clumsily beside a tire, looking utterly pathetic. Lu Fan, you're amazing. Miao Xiaoyun immediately cheered excitedly, while the other young girl beside her wore a look of astonishment. Get lost already. I can't be bothered to hit you. Lu Fan still wore that same serious expression. This time Zhongping learned his lesson, scrambling and crawling into his car like a frightened animal. He stomped on the accelerator and sped away. Only after speeding forward several dozen meters did he finally stick his head out to angrily shout, "You little punk, just wait right there if you dare. This daddy's coming back for you." Lu Fan didn't pay him any attention, but instead turned to ask the girl in the white shirt, "Are you okay? Thank you for your help. Otherwise, The consequences would have been unthinkable. That guy is arrogant and aggressive. He's capable of anything. The young girl showed a grateful expression. She then extended her hand. My name is Su Ruoxue. You're Lu Fan, right? I heard from Yao Xiaoyan that you've got some skills. It seems what she said was true. Faced with the beautiful girl's praise, Lu Fan quickly responded modestly. I'm just an ordinary country boy with little knowledge. I'll have to ask Miss Su for more help later. Their hands clasped together briefly before separating. Yet Lu Fan's expression suddenly turned perplexed as he blurted out instinctively. There's something wrong with you, isn't there? Su Ruoxue froze completely, her wide eyes blinking without an immediate response. Miao Xiaoyan elbowed Lu Fan sharply from the side and scolded. You're the one with issues. How dare you speak to my best friend like that? Did seeing a beauty make you lose your composure? No, I meant to say Miss Su is unwell. Lu Fan quickly explained. Su Ruoxue's expression darkened slightly, her brows subtly knitting together. Seeing Miao Xiaoyan about to lose her temper, Lu Fan added, gastric issues. Chronic symptoms persisting for years. The slightest oily food causes continuous hiccups and stomach distension. She can't consume cold drinks or chilled water. Lu Fan, that's quite enough. Miao Xiaoyan grew increasingly exasperated. But at this moment, Su Ruoxue exclaimed in surprise. Everything he said is correct. He's clearly no ordinary person. You should know, even experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners couldn't describe my symptoms this thoroughly. Lu Fan smiled. Let's find a place to sit for a while. I can fix your illness very quickly. Though Su Ruoxue was still half skeptical, she agreed readily. Not bad. You're not as rigid and uptight as you seem. You've got some smooth moves when it comes to charming women. Miao Xiaoyan teased, winking at Lu Fan. Lu Fan couldn't be bothered to explain. He glanced around and noticed a tea house nearby, which seemed perfect for discussions. Since he needed to ask a favor, Lu Fan naturally took out his silver needles. He pulled over Su Ruoxue's slender hand and in the blink of an eye, inserted 7 or 8 needles into the webbing between her thumb and index finger, as well as the back of her hand. She has stomach issues. What's the point of needling her hand? Clearly just taking advantage, Miao Xiaoyan teased from the side. But the very next second, Su Ruoxue suddenly displayed an expression of immense pleasure and comfort, letting out a loud burp from her mouth. Chapter 36. Typical case. I feel much better now. To be precise, it's been ages since I last felt this comfortable. Su Ruoxue's face lit up with joy as she gazed at Lu Fan with gratitude in her eyes. Seriously? Just from having your hand touched, how good could it possibly feel? Miao Xiaoyan, sitting nearby, curled her lips in mockery. Su Ruoxue's face flushed red in an instant, and she hurriedly explained, I meant my stomach hasn't felt this comfortable in a long time. What were you thinking? Lu Fan continued focusing on the acupuncture, and after about another half-stick of incense's time, he finally withdrew the silver needles. He smiled and said, All right, your stomach trouble was caused by improper diet in the past combined with weak spleen and stomach constitution, which made it worse over time. Now that it's properly regulated, just be a little careful in the future and it'll be fine. Thank you so much. You've really done me a great favor. Should I pay you the consultation fee? Su Ruoxue took out her phone to transfer the money. Did you forget? Lu Yan came to you today, seeking help. If you two help each other, wouldn't that cancel out the favors? Miao Xiaoyan said with a mischievous sparkle in her eye. That does seem to be the case. Lu Fan and Su Ruoxue exchanged a smile, their eyes meeting as an inexplicable new emotion suddenly stirred between them. Su Ruoxue blushed again, but quickly composed herself, taking the initiative to ask, Lu Fan, what kind of trouble are you actually facing? Though I'm just a trainee lawyer now, I'll do everything I can to help you with your matter. After some thought, Lu Fan replied, Actually, I just wanted to consult first to get some clarity in my mind. His own ordeal was nothing to be proud of. In fact, it was downright humiliating, so Lu Fan unexpectedly found himself at a loss for words. All right, you two chat here. I'll go downstairs for a stroll and buy some delicious snacks for you. Miao Xiaoyan sensibly stood up and walked out of the private room. Only then did Lu Fan relax slightly, clearing his throat before speaking to Su Ruoxue. It's like this. I have a friend who once bravely stepped forward to do what was right, only to be framed by someone and ended up having to serve 5 years in prison. Attributing his own story to a friend of mine was the only way Lu Fan could think of to ease the awkwardness. But before he could finish speaking, Su Ruoshu suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Your surname is Lu? No wonder your name sounded familiar earlier. You're that guy who tried to help someone, but ended up being falsely accused of home invasion, right?" Lu Fan was completely stunned. He stood there blinking, utterly at a loss for what to do. After a long pause, he finally stammered out, how did you know about that?" "Don't get too agitated yet. My mentor previously discussed your case with us and privately admitted that any clear-eyed person could see you were wrongly accused. There were too many illogical details, blatant evidence of a setup. Because I felt sorry for the protagonist in that case, I remembered the name vividly." Su Ruoshue's expression turned peculiar. "I never imagined it was truly you." Lu Fan clenched his fists, the seething hatred within him nearly uncontrollable. Then, noticing Su Ruoshue's startled gaze across from him, he forced himself to regain composure. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Yes, that unfortunate soul was me. Given how many inconsistencies there are now." His voice hardened slightly. Reversing the conviction shouldn't be too difficult anymore, should it? Though I'm not a rich man, I can afford the legal fees. In Lu Fan's view, since Su Ruoshue's mentor could easily tell he'd been wrongfully accused, filing a lawsuit shouldn't be too difficult either. Yet Su Ruoshue shook her head. "While I sympathize with you, I must advise you to abandon the idea of appealing." "Why?" Lu Fan clenched his fists again, brows tightening. "Don't get worked up. It's not that I don't want to help you, or that I'm worried you can't pay. But from what I've heard, the people who framed you covered all their bases. The man and woman who accused you of burglary have long since left town and can't be found. Besides, the people who set you up seem to have some connections. They're fairly well known in your area, aren't they?" Gao Xiong. Lu Fan gritted his teeth, his heart boiling with frustration and rage. Never could he have imagined that even now, when he finally had the means to earn money and hire a lawyer, the chance to clear his name had already slipped away. Is it possible to just let the despicable succeed? "I'm really sorry I couldn't be of more help." Su Ruoshua wore an awkward expression, feeling as though she owed Lu Fan something. "It's all right, you did your best." Lu Fan forced a smile, but his emotions remained unsettled. Several days had passed since he received the inheritance, and the reason he had restrained himself from seeking retribution against Gao Xiong was precisely because he wanted to clear his name legally and make those who framed him pay the price. Now he could tell from Su Ruoshue's expression and words that this path was clearly impassable. The disappointment in his heart was beyond words. "Oh, by the way, do you know why that guy Gao Xiong framed you?" Su Ruoshue suddenly asked, as if remembering something. "Why?" Lu Fan furrowed his eyebrows. He was about the same age as Gao Xiong and had attended junior high school together, having had some conflicts with the guy before. That was the only reason Lu Fan could think of. "Things might not be as simple as you think," Su Ruoshue said, seemingly determined to provide as much information as possible. "From what I heard from my advisor, your mother originally worked at Gao Xiong's family's chemical plant, right? Later, her health was affected, and she even considered demanding compensation from the plant, nearly taking it to court. Is that correct?" Lu Fan's eyes suddenly burned with intensity. "Yes, that's right. There was something like that." "You don't mean?" Su Ruoshue sighed. "After you were framed, your family situation worsened rapidly, didn't it? Naturally, you wouldn't have had the energy or resources to pursue a lawsuit for compensation." A single phrase awakened him like enlightenment striking his mind. Lu Fan felt as if thunder had crashed upon his head. He truly couldn't understand before. Why would Gao Xiong, who only had minor conflicts with him, resort to such vicious means to frame him? It turned out the real reason was the grudge between his mother and the chemical factory. "Damn Gao Xiong. Damn the Gao family. I'll never let you off." Lu Fan roared inwardly. At this moment, he had found a new purpose, further solidifying his path of vengeance. "Lu Fan, are you okay? If you're truly determined to pursue legal action, I'll spare no effort to assist you, not just to repay your help today, but also out of my duty as a trainee lawyer," Su Ruoshue said, noticing the fluctuating emotions on Lu Fan's face. She hurried to reassure him. "No need. What you've said today has already helped me enough. Let's both stop here. Lu Fan wore a smile, the kind that looked genuinely relaxed. Su Ruoxua looked puzzled, but nodded in agreement nonetheless. Just as the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, a shrill scream from Miao Xiaoyan suddenly pierced through the street outside. What do you think you're doing? Let me go. Chapter 37. Lu Fan's Revenge Plan. What happened? Su Ruoxua's face showed a surprised expression as she tried to stand up and look out the window. But at that moment, a figure had already rushed past her, leapt onto the windowsill, and then jumped down from the building. Lu Fan, what are you doing? Su Ruoxua was so frightened that her legs went weak, nearly fainting on the spot. Lu Fan didn't even think twice before jumping out the window. Keep in mind this was the 3rd floor. What normal person could survive such a jump? Su Ruoxua gripped the windowsill, her face deathly pale, not even daring to look down. But curses soon rose from below. Lu Fan, so you really were here, you little bastard. How bold of you not to run. Dare steal a woman from me? Today I'll finish you for good. Zhang Ping. Su Ruoxua recognized the voice and instinctively leaned out to look. At that moment, Lu Fan stood downstairs of the tea house, fully intact with all limbs, though his brows were tightly furrowed. His expression was cold and detached as he glared at the group of men opposite him. He said icily, Zhang Ping, there's no need to drag outsiders into our feud. Let Miao Xiaoyan go. Across from him, Zhang Ping gripped Miao Xiaoyan's arm with a vicious expression. By his side and behind him stood 7 or 8 burly young men, all casting fierce, threatening glances at Lu Fan. If Lu Fan hadn't shocked them by leaping down from the 3rd floor and landing steadily just moments ago, they would have already swarmed him by now. I never intended to make things difficult for this little girl. I just wanted to confirm where you were hiding. Come a little closer, and I'll hand her over to you right away, Zhang Ping said, his face twisting into a sinister, menacing expression. Don't listen to him. I saw them holding stun batons, Miao Xiaoyan bravely warned. Shut your mouth, bitch, or I'll slash your face. A thug beside Zhang Ping snarled with vicious intent. Leave her alone, Lu Fan calmly replied, striding confidently toward Zhang Ping until they stood face to face. Looking to die, Zhang Ping cursed with a sneer before violently shoving Miao Xiaoyan toward Lu Fan. He swiftly swung out the arm he'd been hiding behind his back. Sure enough, there was a foot-long stun baton in his grip. With the switch flipped on, crackling arcs of electricity sparked violently along its length. The stun baton lunged viciously toward Lu Fan's body. The man was truly despicable, aiming to take his enemy down with this underhanded ambush. Zhang Ping's face twisted into a savage grin. He knew exactly how devastating this weapon was. The moment it made contact, Lu Fan would crumple to the ground foaming at the mouth, leaving him to finish the job single-handedly without needing any assistance. Su Ruoxua, standing on the tea house balcony, was gripped with anxiety at this moment. She could see most clearly. The electrobaton was mere centimeters away from piercing Lu Fan's body. Yet those few centimeters proved decisive. Zhang Ping's movements were swift, but Lu Fan's reactions were swifter still. His instincts had already warned him of the danger, allowing him to counter preemptively. In one fluid motion, he swept Miao Xiaoyan into his arms and sidestepped half a meter to the side, effortlessly evading Zhang Ping's electrified strike. Then he let go of Miao Xiaoyan and circled halfway around in an extremely bizarre manner and angle, moving next to Zhang Ping. With a backhand grip, he seized Zhang Ping's palm and forcefully thrust the tip of the stun baton into his stomach. Zap! Zap! Ah! Zhang Ping's piercing yet abrupt scream rang out before his entire body stiffened as if cast in plaster, toppling straight to the ground. Then he began twitching violently, foaming at the mouth while rolling his eyes back, his appearance looking rather terrifying. Damn! He took down Zhang Ping. Get him! The thugs who had come with Zhang Ping instantly started yelling as they pulled out their concealed weapons and charged at Lu Fan. Go Lu Fan, beat them up. Miao Xiaoyan wisely retreated while waving her fists and shouting loudly. Su Ruoxua, leaning against the tea house window, was frantic with anxiety, her face glistening with sweat, yet she had no means to go down and intervene. But soon, Su Ruoxue stopped worrying about Lu Fan and instead started worrying about the thugs in front of him. She feared Lu Fan might accidentally take a life. The thugs couldn't even last 5 seconds against Lu Fan. One by one, they fell to the ground with twisted mouths and distorted faces. Passers-by couldn't help but stop and stare, astonished by Lu Fan's terrifying strength and speed. "Zhang Ping, you bastard, you hurt me just now. Will you dare mess with me again?" Miao Xiaoyan ran up to Zhang Ping's side, raised her slender long leg, and kept kicking his shoulder. All right, a couple kicks is enough." Lu Fan quickly intervened from the side, though he never actually stepped in to stop her. By the time Su Ruoxue hurried down from the tea house, Zhang Ping and his gang had already fled in disarray, leaving only Miao Xiaoyan still dancing around, excitedly whooping with glee. "I'm really sorry I couldn't be of much help, and instead caused you so much trouble." Su Ruoxue grew increasingly uneasy. "No problem. Some people just aren't comfortable until they've been beaten up. A couple of thrashings will sort them out." Lu Fan replied with absolute seriousness. His response almost made Su Ruoxue burst out laughing. Miao Xiaoyan quickly escorted Su Ruoxue back to the county town. Meanwhile, Lu Fan went to the market to buy some ingredients and fruits, loaded them into the car, and soon returned home. From afar, the cheerful chatter between his parents and younger sister, Lu Shengnan, could be heard, filling the air with harmonious laughter. The tension on Lu Fan's face instantly melted away like ice, giving way to a warm smile. He had no intention of revealing the details of how he'd been framed to his parents and sister, nor did he bear any resentment. If hatred existed, it was solely directed at the Gao family. Revenge was inevitable, and it had to be swift. Lu Fan pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard, where his younger sister cheered excitedly and ran toward him, leaping straight into his arms. The elderly couple watched fondly, one smiling warmly while the other scolded Lu Shengnan for her lack of decorum and playful disrespect. While waiting for the hearty midday meal, Lu Fan observed his sister bouncing around the courtyard, displaying her astonishing physical agility, all the while mentally plotting how to carry out his revenge plan. "Brother, do you have plans this afternoon?" Lu Shengnan suddenly asked. "What's wrong?" Lu Fan's face wore a warm smile as he gazed at his younger sister with adoration in his eyes. "My homeroom teacher, Ms. Song, needs to move some things from the school this afternoon. She was so kind to me during my school days. If you have time, I thought we could drive over and help out." Lu Shengnan spoke with earnest sincerity. "My little sister's grown up and learned to repay kindness. No problem at all. Your big brother absolutely supports things like this." Lu Fan also had a favorable impression of Teacher Song and agreed immediately. During dinner, Lu Jiangwo somehow steered the conversation toward the factories in their small town. Inevitably, the conversation turned to the chemical plant. The chemical plant is expanding. The Gao family's business is growing bigger and bigger. They're buying up all the surrounding land, Lu Jiangwo remarked casually. But a cold glint briefly flashed in Lu Fan's eyes. Chapter 38. The Beautiful Teacher. "What's the point of bringing that up now?" Wang Xiaolan immediately shot her husband a glare, clearly displeased. Lu Jiangwo suddenly realized he had misspoken, his expression turning awkward. "It's all right, it's all in the past." A smile reappeared on Lu Fan's face. But as the meal progressed, the atmosphere was no longer as cheerful as before. Lu Fan understood very clearly that no matter how nonchalantly he pretended, the Gao family would still loom like a towering mountain, pressing down on the hearts of the Lu family until they could hardly breathe. This mountain, it had to be toppled. Lu Fan didn't want to linger in the courtyard any longer, lest his parents dwell on their sorrows and grieve for his sake. So he took out his car keys and said to his younger sister, "All right, little one, come with me. Didn't you say you needed to help your teacher move some things?" Lu Shengnan gave an ingratiating smile, leaned close to press her face against her brother's shoulder, and rubbed vigorously with exaggerated affection. "Bro," she coaxed in her most winsome tone, "could you go by yourself? I've already arranged with Teacher Song. They're waiting for you at the school dormitory." "What do you mean? Are you trying to screw me over?" "How awkward would it be if I go alone?" Lu Fan frowned. "My classmate just invited me to hang out, and I can't miss this rare opportunity. Besides, our Teacher Song is only 2 or 3 years older than you. You know what they say, a wife 3 years older is like holding a golden brick. This is your chance to spend some alone time with her. Who knows? It might just work out. Lu Xiangnan flashed a mischievous grin far beyond her years. Hey, you little rascal. You did that on purpose. Lu Fan ruffled his sister's hair with exasperated affection, utterly speechless. Yet there was no way to refuse. After all, they couldn't just leave Teacher Song waiting helplessly in front of the dormitory building. Moreover, the hopeful and encouraging looks in the elderly couple's eyes made it clear they thought Lu Xiangnan had done well this time. Finding a people's teacher as a match was, for Lu Fan at this stage, considered a promising marriage prospect. Fine, you win. But I'm only going over to help move things. Don't get any ideas, Lu Fan said with a helpless expression, turning to leave the courtyard. The school was nearby, and Lu Fan drove his battered Santana straight to the entrance. He tossed a pack of cigarettes to the gatekeeper, who didn't ask any questions and waved him right in. The school was already on break at this time, empty and quiet with scarcely a soul in sight. Lu Fan circled his car to the front of the faculty dormitory building and, sure enough, spotted Teacher Song. However, Teacher Song wasn't alone over there. Another man, dressed in suit pants and a white shirt, whom I initially thought was overweight with a balding head, was pulling and tugging, seemingly harassing Teacher Song. The latter looked thoroughly impatient, even somewhat angry. He kept trying to leave, but couldn't manage it. Without giving a second thought, Lu Fan stomped on the accelerator twice, swiftly closing the distance with the other vehicle while honking the horn twice. The startled bald man instinctively took a few steps back, frowning as he looked over. The man who got out of the car noticed that Lu Fan wasn't from a school. His eyes widened as he scolded. "What are you doing here with the school locked down? What business does an outsider like you have coming here? Hurry up and leave. Or do you want to call the police on you?" Lu Fan curled his lip. "Scare tactics, Skinflint Joe? Who do you think you're intimidating? I'm here to see someone. I haven't broken any laws. Meanwhile, you're out here harassing people in broad daylight. Sounds like you're the one who doesn't want his job anymore." Skinflint Joe was the nickname of the bald man standing before him, infamous even back when Lu Fan had attended this school. He was notorious for his lecherous behavior, and few beautiful female students in the class escaped his inappropriate advances. Thanks to his connections with the school administration, no one had ever been able to hold him accountable. Who would have thought that after all these years, his disgusting habits still hadn't changed? "Why you? Who do you think you are? Who are you calling Skinflint Joe? Who's being a pervert here?" Joe's voice carried a guilty edge, though he tried to bluff his way through as he stalked toward Lu Fan. Resorting to his usual tactics for scolding students, he reached out to grab Lu Fan by the collar. After all, he never took Lu Fan seriously, driving a beat-up second-hand car and dressed so shabbily, clearly someone easy to mess with. "Back in school, you used to hit me, and now you still haven't learned to hold back." Lu Fan effortlessly grabbed Zhou Boppi's wrist and twisted it to the side. "Ow, ow, it's breaking, let go." Zhou Boppi screamed in pain like a slaughtered pig, sweat pouring from his forehead as he looked utterly pathetic. "Let him go. It won't be good if this escalates." Teacher Song seemed to recognize Lu Fan and quickly tried to mediate in a low voice. Lu Fan cast a disdainful glare at Skinflint Joe and kicked him squarely in the buttocks, sending the man screaming as his bald head plunged into the nearby flower bed. It took him quite a while to scramble back up. "Hurry up and get lost," Lu Fan barked. Skinflint Joe stumbled away in frantic retreat, tripping over himself when turning the corner. Teacher Song couldn't help but laugh at the scene, letting out a sudden giggle. Covering her mouth with a hand and wrinkling her nose, her beautiful eyes and long lashes instantly curved like crescent moons, radiating an aura of pure charm and adorable innocence. Lu Fan found himself staring blankly for a moment. What are you looking at?" Teacher Song frowned slightly. "It's nothing. I'm here to help you move things in place of my sister. The little rascal had something come up last minute." Lu Fan quickly steered the conversation to the main point. Teacher Song glanced at Lu Fan, blushing slightly as if she had guessed something, and said softly, "She's really thoughtful. Sorry to trouble you." "No trouble at all. Teacher Song, you've always been so kind to my sister. I wanted to thank you in person for a while. Where are your things?" Lu Fan scratched his head. Being straightforward by nature, he felt a bit awkward standing before Teacher Song, although the other party didn't look much older than himself. In the hall, there are 2 heavy boxes. Let's carry them slowly together. Teacher Song trotted ahead to lead the way. He pointed to 2 large cardboard boxes tied with ropes near the entrance of the hall. No sooner had he finished speaking than he saw Lu Fan effortlessly pick up 1 box in each hand and load them onto the truck. How is he so strong? Each crate weighs nearly 100 pounds. Teacher Song stared dumbfounded. After driving out of the school gates, Lu Fan followed Teacher Song's directions along the town's main road toward the outskirts. The surrounding terrain opened up, and Lu Fan's gaze was drawn to a factory district north of the road, his eyes locking onto it intently. That was the Gao family's chemical plant. Several large chimneys were continuously spewing thick smoke, filling the air with a pungent odor. It's clearly poisonous, and the pollution is so severe. How can no one be doing anything about it? Lu Fan frowned deeply, his brows knitting together. Chapter 39. Healing and Saving Lives. The car drove away from the vicinity of the factory, and it took a long time before the pungent smell in the air finally faded away. That's the place right ahead. Teacher Song pointed toward a residential area to the left front. Lu Fan nodded and drove the car over. According to Teacher Song, their destination was the home of a retired senior administrator from a school. As soon as Lu Fan parked the car in front of the 2-story house, he heard the sound of a siren approaching from a distance. An ambulance quickly pulled up, stopping right beside Lu Fan's car, and several people in white coats hurriedly rushed up to the 2nd floor. Oh no, could be the senior administrator who fell ill. Teacher Song's face filled with anxiety. Without bothering to grab anything, she immediately pushed open the car door and ran upstairs after them. Lu Fan thought for a moment, then picked up 2 rather heavy boxes and followed them upstairs. The door on the 2nd floor was left open, and from inside came the sound of sobbing and the busy movements of a doctor. Lu Fan set the things down by the door and saw Instructor Song gently comforting a silver-haired elderly lady. "Madam, the doctor is already here. There's no need to worry anymore. The old leader will surely pull through this," the elderly woman said with a choked voice. Fong, this is already the 3rd time he's had an episode this month. What are we going to do in the future?" Lu Fan glanced into the inner room, where a silver-haired old man sat in a wheelchair, currently receiving emergency treatment. Though the medical equipment was limited, the doctor's skills were solid. After an injection, the ashen-faced old man finally began to stabilize. The exhausted female doctor, sweating from head to toe, let out a sigh of relief and said, "Grandpa, you've made it through the critical stage now, but from now on, you must remember not to smoke anymore. Who knows how bad the next time might be." In the living room, Teacher Song Fong and the elderly woman she was supporting immediately brightened upon hearing this and prepared to go care for the old man. At this moment, Lu Fan, who had just entered the living room, spoke up. "The old man hasn't passed the critical stage yet. He's only temporarily stable. It'll relapse soon. Besides, his illness isn't really related to smoking. The real cause is..." "What are you doing here?" The female doctor, who had just finished tending to the patient, turned her face sharply toward Lu Fan and interrogated him coldly, cutting off his words. Lu Fan was taken aback, but suddenly brightened and blurted out, "No wonder your figure looked familiar. Aren't you that old Verg from the town hospital?" Lu Fan stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing his mistake and forcibly cutting himself off. "Bastard, what are you saying?" The female doctor's face immediately flushed red, then turned pale with rage. It was none other than the same female doctor who'd had dealings with him at the hospital just yesterday, or more accurately, the one who'd lost face before Lu Fan. If you remember correctly, her surname was Zhao. "You know each other?" Sensing the tension, Song Fong quickly stepped in to mediate. Who would want to associate with someone like that? Crooked methods and reckless words, clearly no good from the start. Dr. Zhao spoke with palpable resentment, even hatred. "I don't think I've ever offended you. In fact, I might even be able to help you," Lu Fan said, shifting his gaze to the elderly man seated in the wheelchair. Although the other person had regained consciousness and their complexion appeared normal. There was an almost imperceptible wisp of sinister energy lingering between their brows, something only Lu Fan could detect. "Who said we need your help? Just stay out of our way." The old man just had an episode due to extreme physical weakness, but we've already stabilized him. As long as he avoids smoking and drinking, he'll be fine. "Don't go spreading nonsense," Dr. Zhao reprimanded sharply. She herself couldn't explain why seeing Lu Fan had made her so angry. Perhaps it was because of yesterday's incident. Even now, she felt unable to hold her head up in front of colleagues and superiors. At 30 years old, still single and inexperienced, she'd become the butt of jokes. All of this was Lu Fan's fault. Everyone in the room thought Lu Fan was talking nonsense, especially the old man's family members, who were now preparing to kick him out. Just as Song Fong Fong was feeling troubled, the old man who had been sitting perfectly fine in his wheelchair suddenly started breathing rapidly, his body convulsing as his limbs began to spasm. It was a terrifying sight. "Old man, what's wrong? You were just fine a moment ago." The old woman, panicked, burst into tears. The relatives in the room were thrown into chaos, all shouting in alarm. "Dr. Zhao, what's going on here? Didn't you say he was all right? What are you standing around for? Hurry up and start emergency treatment." Dr. Zhao had already rushed over, swiftly moving to assist, but the relatives around her were already hurling curses, questioning her skills, and loudly threatening to file complaints. Despite Dr. Zhao's best efforts, the condition of the old man in the wheelchair only seemed to worsen. His face darkened from the forehead downward, already looking like he might breathe his last at any moment. I can't do anything about it. I didn't bring enough medical equipment." Dr. Zhao was frantic with worry, but completely helpless. "Excuse me, step aside. If you can't handle this, let me take over." Lu Fan had already approached behind Dr. Zhao and taken out his personal pouch of silver needles. "You..." Dr. Zhao furrowed her delicate eyebrows. She hadn't believed Lu Fan initially, but the moment she saw the silver needles in his hand, she suddenly recalled how he had neutralized the poison yesterday. So she quickly composed herself and stepped aside, allowing Lu Fan to enter the room. "What's going on here? Dr. Zhao, is this kid from your hospital? Can he really handle this? Will you take responsibility if something goes wrong?" The old man's relatives started clamoring again. Dr. Zhao wore a troubled expression. How could she possibly bear such responsibility? And where did this responsibility even come from? This was utterly unjust. But before she could speak, she had already witnessed several rapid flashes of the silver needles in Lu Fan's hands. In the next instant, needles were already inserted at the top of the old man's head, both sides of his forehead and the philtrum. The ends of the needles trembled slightly, emitting a mesmerizing, resonant hum. Even faster than yesterday. This guy, he seems really skilled. Dr. Zhao stared dumbfounded, completely frozen in place. The relatives behind, unaware of the situation, kept shouting accusations, making the scene increasingly chaotic. "Shut up, all of you. Don't disturb him." Dr. Zhao lost his temper, turning around with a frown and scolding loudly. The relatives were dumbfounded. By the time they regained their composure and wanted to start cursing, they suddenly heard the old man slowly say, "Thank you, young man. I feel like I've come back to life." The old man is awake? Everyone gasped, followed by sheer delight. Chapter 40. Can you teach me? He's truly awake now. Just a few acupuncture needles were enough to suppress all his symptoms. Is he really a master? Dr. Zhao stood behind Lu Fan, his expression wooden, his eyes filled with disbelief. She had already concluded that the old man's condition was absolutely hopeless. Even if he were rushed into the emergency room, his chances of survival were slim. Yet this rural youth named Lu Fan had pulled someone back from death's door in the blink of an eye, using nothing but a few silver needles. The old man's condition looked far better than when I had resuscitated him earlier. Please step aside and let us see how the old man is doing. The relatives of the old man pushed Dr. Zhao away, their movements somewhat rough. This couldn't help but leave Dr. Zhao feeling aggrieved. After all, he had once saved the old man's life and had done his utmost this time too. Why was he being treated like this now? Divine healer, who invited this young man here? He's practically a miracle-working doctor. Our old master is so fortunate to have your help. We truly can't thank you enough." The crowd surrounded Lu Fan, praising him endlessly, which only made Dr. Zhao feel even more uncomfortable. "It's nothing, I just helped where I could." Lu Fan wore a humble expression. Now, this is what you call a real difference. Both are medical practitioners, yet some put on such airs and have terrible attitudes, despite having little skill to show for it. This young man is so skilled despite his youth. Some people just can't be compared. Someone sneered, clearly expressing their dissatisfaction with Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao was furious, his face flushed red with suppressed anger. Yet at this moment, he couldn't think of anything to say in rebuttal. He turned his gaze to Lu Fan, hoping that Lu Fan would recognize he had been trying to help and would say a few fair words in his defense. But at this point, Lu Fan completely ignored Dr. Zhao's hopeful gaze. Instead, he frowned and said something that astonished everyone. "The old man's condition is caused by chronic poisoning. It's not something an ordinary person could detect, let alone treat. The more the toxins accumulate, the more dangerous each episode becomes." "What are you talking about? How could he be poisoned? I prepare every meal for my husband myself. Are you accusing me?" The elderly woman, supported by Song Fong Fong, wore an expression of indignation and sorrow. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, unable to grasp why Lu Fan had made such a statement. That can't be right. The old man previously underwent thorough examinations at the county hospital, and I've seen the test reports. They only indicated physical weakness with no signs of poisoning at all. Dr. Zhao questioned skeptically. Lu Fan glanced at him. "If you couldn't find it, that means your skills weren't up to the task." Truth be told, Lu Fan was merely stating facts. He wasn't particularly adept at softening his words. However, unaware of his straightforward nature, Dr. Zhao was so furious his nose practically twisted in anger, convinced that Lu Fan was deliberately showing off and trying to humiliate him. "He's utterly despicable." Unable to restrain herself, she retorted, "Even if I couldn't tell, surely the experts at the county hospital wouldn't miss it either? Would their advanced equipment and instruments fail to detect it too?" Lu Fan frowned. "I don't want to explain anything to you. You wouldn't understand even if I said more." "Hey, who do you think you're looking down on?" Dr. Zhao was nearly driven mad with anger. She simply couldn't fathom where this guy Lu Fan got his superiority complex from. What gave him such confidence? "You've got some explaining to do." The old woman trembled as she spoke, while Song Fong Fong wore a complicated expression, utterly at a loss for what to do. The rapid succession of events had already far exceeded her psychological capacity to cope. Lu Fan remained silent and went straight to the kitchen, quickly scanning around. After a brief search, he sniffed the air and then locked his gaze on a nearby water jar. He asked pointedly, "Where does your drinking water come from?" One of the old man's relatives immediately replied, "This area used to be the faculty housing for the school. When the houses were built long ago, many wells were dug and the water was drawn from underground. We've been drinking this water all along. Is there something wrong with it? The water is poisoned. Although the dosage is minimal, it causes symptoms of chronic poisoning in humans. Over time, or if someone is already weak, the effects will manifest," Lu Fan explained slowly. He noticed the obvious skepticism on the faces of those around him. Frowning slightly, he continued, "Those who have lived here long-term and consumed the groundwater likely have mild respiratory or cardiovascular issues. They also tend to fracture bones easily, and when they catch minor illnesses like colds, it usually takes them much longer than usual to recover." With every example Lu Fan listed, the expressions of those around him shifted several times. By the end, some began nodding along. "Now that you mention it, it really does seem this way. Teacher Zhang and Teacher Li next door both fracture their legs from just twisting an ankle. People living here do tend to catch colds easily. Once the coughing starts, it lasts for 10 days to half a month without improvement. Could there really be a problem?" Lu Fan gazed through the kitchen window towards several tall chimneys in the distance, his face taking on a thoughtful expression. Then he added, "For safety's sake, everyone should avoid drinking groundwater for now. If you don't believe me, you can have professional inspectors come here to check. I'll prescribe some medicine for the old man later. After taking it a few times, the toxins in his body will gradually be eliminated." The onlookers were half skeptical, But Lu Fan had no intention of lingering. After writing down the prescription, he bid farewell to Song Fong Fong and hurried downstairs to his car. He moved urgently, not because of suspicion from those around him, but rather to personally investigate and verify whether the idea in his mind was correct. If that were the case, then the path to revenge would have taken a new direction. Just as I started the car, the passenger door suddenly flung open and a figure in a white lab coat slipped inside. What do you want? Just because I saved a patient you couldn't, you're going to retaliate? Lu Fan furrowed his brows slightly, glancing at Dr. Zhao's unfriendly expression. Don't underestimate me. If you saved a critically ill patient right before my eyes, I'd only admire your skills. I wouldn't envy you, much less get angry. I came to ask you a few questions to make things clear. Dr. Zhao's expression was rather peculiar. I see. Lu Fan glanced at Dr. Zhao. Then he continued, you want to know how I could tell at a glance that you're a virgin, don't you? It's actually like this. Who asked you about that? Don't get too cocky. And you're not allowed to mention this matter ever again. Do you think this is something to brag about? Don't you know what privacy means? Dr. Zhao snapped angrily. Lu Fan coughed awkwardly twice. Then what exactly do you want to ask? I want to ask you, where did you learn all this medical knowledge, especially your acupuncture skills? Could you teach me? Chapter 41. To master the skill. You want to apprentice under me? Lu Fan regarded Dr. Zhao with considerable surprise. Dr. Zhao also felt a bit awkward. It would be more appropriate to call it seeking guidance. We're all medical professionals with hearts dedicated to saving lives. There's no need for formal apprenticeship, is there? Lu Fan curled his lips. That won't do. Traditional Chinese medicine places great importance on lineage. How could I possibly teach you so casually? Haven't you heard the saying? If you want to master something, you must. Dr. Zhao's face immediately darkened. So, you mean I have to sleep with the master? If you don't want to teach me, just say so. Who cares about learning from you anyway? I knew you had ulterior motives. You filthy pervert. Lu Fan furrowed his brows. I must say, what a twisted mind you have, he remarked. Who told you I want you to sleep with me? If I had such thoughts, wouldn't it be better to find a young girl? Dr. Zhao grew even angrier, feeling that Lu Fan's remark was more offensive than the previous slight. Gritting his teeth, he spat out, well, why do you have to look down on me? In what way am I inferior to younger girls? My figure, my looks, even now I still. Halfway through speaking, he quickly changed his tune. Then what were you trying to say just now? I'm just saying, if you want to learn something, you've got to pay some tuition. That's not too much to ask, is it? Lu Fan said with a perfectly straight face. Tuition? Tuition fees. Seems perfectly fine to me. Dr. Zhao's eyelids twitched as he realized he might have been overthinking things. The atmosphere in the compartment could be perfectly described with one word. Awkward. How much do you want, and what exactly can you teach me? Dr. Zhao swiftly followed up with the question. Lu Fan drove the car, sizing up Dr. Zhao with a sidelong glance before saying, there's a lot I could teach you. The question is whether you're clever enough to learn it. Seeing Dr. Zhao about to lose his temper, Lu Fan quickly added, have you heard of the 9 celestial needles? Was that the acupuncture technique you just used? The one that kept the old man alive? Dr. Zhao's eyes gleamed. This was exactly what she wanted to learn. Lu Fan grunted in acknowledgement. I've never heard of the name, but I can tell this acupuncture technique is incredibly profound and powerful. I'm willing to learn it, even if the tuition is expensive. Dr. Zhao said with evident excitement. If I can truly master this needling method, it will become an unparalleled tool for treating illnesses and saving lives, especially during emergency rescues. After learning this, do I really need to keep enduring this remote countryside anymore? You may be willing to learn, but that doesn't mean you'll succeed. Just getting started would be quite an achievement, Lu Fan said earnestly. He was telling the truth. With such an overpowering name like the heavenly profound 9 needles, wasn't just empty bragging. The only reason he could wield them with such skill was because of the inheritance he received and the divine technique circulating within him. For ordinary people, without any foundation in qi cultivation, truly mastering even a fraction of this art would already be considered extraordinary. Dr. Zhao, however, mistook Lu Fan's attitude as looking down on him. With a cold snort, he retorted defiantly, don't assume that just because I'm a Western medicine practitioner, I know nothing about acupuncture. I studied it before too. At the very least, I've mastered the basic techniques and theoretical knowledge. Oh, that impressive, huh? Lu Fan glanced at Dr. Zhao dismissively. He then recited a long passage of obscure and difficult-to-understand acupuncture verses, which turned out to be merely the introductory principles of the 9 celestial needles technique. Dr. Zhao was utterly bewildered. Blinking his large, beautiful eyes, he struggled for a long moment, but couldn't make sense of a single word. Lu Fan snorted through his nose. Though he said nothing, the sound spoke volumes. Dr. Zhao flushed crimson, fidgeted for a moment, then humbly lowered his posture and said, "I'll study seriously under you. I can pay tuition right now. How much do you want?" "No need for money," he replied. "You just have to do me one favor. I guarantee I can get you properly started in acupuncture. And when I say started, I basically mean reaching what ordinary people would consider the pinnacle of the acupuncture field." "What kind of help?" Dr. Zhao asked, feeling excited yet anxious at the same time. "You're from a hospital, so you must know people in all sorts of fields. Could you get the groundwater from the school's residential area tested for its composition?" Lu Fan finally revealed his intention. "Is that it? Why must you do this? I think they would hire someone to conduct the tests themselves. Are you in such a hurry just to prove your hypothesis?" Dr. Zhao sounded slightly puzzled. "Just tell me if you can do it. The moment the lab report comes out is the moment I officially start teaching you," Lu Fan replied without offering any explanation. "You bastard." Dr. Zhao was quite dissatisfied with Lu Fan's attitude, but the moment he recalled Lu Fan's astonishing acupuncture skills earlier, he immediately suppressed his anger. Then he said very seriously, "I don't know people in this field. I'll have them come to investigate and collect samples later. The test results will be sent to you as soon as possible. I hope your judgment is correct, because this could potentially save many lives there." "My judgment is naturally correct. And what's more, I even know why the groundwater there became lethal," Lu Fan murmured softly as if talking to himself. Next, Lu Fan drove Dr. Zhao straight to the entrance of the town hospital, then couldn't wait to turn the car around to head back the same way. "Hey, aren't you even going to ask me my name?" "My name is Zhao Linglong." Dr. Zhao leaned on the window of the shabby Santana, looking down at Lu Fan. The collar was rather loose, and coupled with just the right angle. When Lu Fan turned his head, his gaze inevitably slipped down the open neckline to behold the snow-capped peaks in inverted splendor, leaving him utterly transfixed. The words tumbled out unbidden. "That's anything but petite in scale." Dr. Zhao glanced down and immediately flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and fury. Clutching her collar as she straightened up, she hissed icily, "You filthy pervert!" Lu Fan hit the gas and made a swift getaway. His target was the factory area with several towering smokestacks. Back when Lu Fan's mother worked at Kaohsiung's chemical plant, he and his sister often came here to pick her up after work. He witnessed with his own eyes how his mother's complexion grew increasingly pale, her body weakened day by day, until she finally collapsed from illness. Everyone nearby knew that working in this chemical plant was tantamount to trading one's life for money. Yet those laborers receiving meager wages never received any compensation or subsidies, only endless overtime shifts and exploitation from start to finish. The thought of being framed, the memories of the Gao father and son's despicable actions, sent a surge of fury through Lu Fan. He was tempted to steer his car straight into the factory grounds and unleash vengeance upon those who deserved it, breaking every bone in their bodies. Yet reason told him there were many ways to exact revenge, and he would choose the most thorough, the most unbearable kind, the one that would make his enemies wish for death. The car came to a stop near the chemical plant. As Lu Fan inhaled the pungent air, he could instantly analyze the toxic compounds swirling within it. These ingredients are exactly the same as those found in the body of Elder Song's former superior, and there is no difference from what was in the water either. In other words, the Kaohsiung family's chemical plant was the root cause of all this. As long as evidence could be found to prove all this and draw the attention of the relevant authorities, then the chemical plant would be completely destroyed. That would truly be the most effective way to deal a heavy blow to the Gao family. Chapter 42. The Original Sin of the Chemical Plant. The area around the chemical plant was a vast open space. Lu Fan didn't see anyone around, so he confidently continued moving closer to the factory grounds. He wanted to find evidence that the chemical plant was polluting the groundwater. Only by preparing in advance could he deliver the final, decisive blow. With his exceptional sense of smell, Lu Fan quickly circled around to the back of the chemical plant. Chemical plants inevitably discharge wastewater, and Lu Fan intended to find such direct evidence to prepare for eventually bringing down the Gao family. But the thick pipes before him were discharging somewhat murky liquid, yet it contained neither disease-causing nor lethal toxins. What's going on? Could it be that I was mistaken? Lu Fan furrowed his brows, staring blankly at the sewage discharge pipes before him. Seeing that they were about to return empty-handed without any solid evidence, Lu Fan simply closed his eyes, pushing his sense of smell and even his other senses, like hearing, to their absolute limits. Soon, Lu Fan crouched beside the large iron pipe, pressing his ear against it. Though his posture appeared odd, the expression on his face remained as calm and solemn as that of a monk in deep meditation. The rushing sound of flowing water, along with all other noises within a radius of several dozen meters, rapidly converged into various streams of information that flooded into Lu Fan's consciousness. Exactly. The issue lies within these pipes. There's another discordant flow of sound in here. So, these large pipes actually contain smaller pipes inside, and the truly toxic wastewater is being secretly discharged underground. Having figured this out, Lu Fan leaned against the iron pipe and flashed a knowing smile. Hard work pays off, and there's finally substantial progress. After figuring things out, Lu Fan was ready to leave. But just as he was about to move his ear away, he faintly heard voices that seemed to be traveling through the pipe. It sounded like the laughter of a man and a woman. Upon listening more carefully, one of the voices sounded strangely familiar. Gao Xiong. Lu Fan's eyes instantly blazed with fury as his fists clenched tight. Following the iron pipe's direction, he reached the wall and leaped vigorously onto the top. From his vantage point, he could clearly see inside the wastewater treatment room of the chemical plant's backyard, where a man and woman were entangled, panting heavily as they stripped each other's clothes off. In the blink of an eye, the scene had already become utterly filthy. The tall and somewhat overweight young man was none other than Gao Xiong, the very culprit who had ruined Lu Fan, transforming him from a highly admired elite medical student into a fool. At this moment, Gao Xiong could hardly wait any longer. His face flushed red as he forcefully pulled apart the legs of the woman before him, who was nearly 30 years old, and tore off his last remaining piece of clothing. He kept muttering, "Since you're being so cooperative, I'll announce your promotion to workshop supervisor as soon as we're done here. After all, who's in charge around here but me? But you have to unlock everything, no holding back. I've heard you've got quite the bag of tricks in that department." A woman slumped over a shabby table still wore a work uniform marked monitor, yet her face now wore a look of coquettish charm. "Quite the playful stuff you got there, huh?" Lu Fan encountered his sworn enemy, his blood boiling with the urge to charge over and cut Gao Xiong down with a single stroke. But he quickly abandoned this idea and decided to stick to his original plan. However, delivering a small punishment, he thought that would still be acceptable. There was nothing else available nearby, so he simply peeled off a small piece of broken stone from the top of the wall. Through the gap above the sewage treatment room, he directly flicked it inside using the divine flicking finger technique. Swish thud. Ouch. Gao Xiong, who was just about to achieve his desired conquest, suddenly let out a sharp cry. Clutching his vital area, he rolled straight onto the ground in pain. The woman who'd been having an affair with him also let out a piercing scream. Flustered, he hurried over and said, "Gao Xiong, what happened to you? You're all swollen like this. Are you sick or something?" F***CKU. You're the one who's sick. Someone set me up. Call for backup now. No. Get some men quick and surround the back of the factory. If I catch who did this, I swear I'll kill them. Gao Xiong rolled on the ground in agony as he cursed viciously. At that moment, Lu Fan had already leaped down from the wall top. He swiftly ran along the base of the wall, heading into the distance, a look of sheer exhilaration on his face. Today's just a small warning. Consider it the interest. Your real reckoning is coming soon. Lu Fan quickly found his car parked by the roadside, jumped in, and stomped on the accelerator to leave immediately. Instead of going home, Lu Fan drove straight to Yunlai Village, even considering minimizing his visits to his parents' house in town for the foreseeable future. Everything had to be handled with extreme caution. After all, the father and son duo of the Gao family they were up against were ruthless figures with far-reaching influence in these parts. He absolutely couldn't afford to bring even the slightest hint of danger or hardship to this family again. As Lu Fan walked through the town's central street, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the two restaurants facing each other on either side of the road. Even though it was now well past mealtime, the restaurant he'd previously had conflicts with still seemed bustling outside. A drunken man staggered out, barging around recklessly before standing in the middle of the street, shouting and making a scene with clear arrogance. It almost looked deliberate, like he was showing off to the opposite restaurant, whose business was much quieter. Lu Fan hadn't thought much of it at first, considering it had nothing to do with him. But just as he was about to look away, he suddenly noticed the manager of that thriving restaurant walking out with an arm slung over someone's shoulder. That person was distinctly Zhao Hongqi, the village chief of Biyun Village. Faintly, Lu Fan overheard the restaurant manager addressing Zhao Hongqi as boss. Zhao Hongqi wore the expression of a leader, his face glowing with satisfaction, while not far behind him stood Zhao Shanhu, picking his teeth and letting out a satisfied belch. Was this restaurant really owned by him? No wonder everyone says those brothers have extensive business connections. Lu Fan frowned slightly as the car flashed by. Returning to Yunlai Village, there was nowhere else to go but straight to the clinic. So far, this seemed to be the only place generating stable income. Once sales channels were fully established, earning tens of thousands daily would be absolutely no problem. This was something unimaginable in the past. Lu Fan pushed open the clinic door with a relaxed expression, only to find Yao Lanji sighing fretfully while holding a phone. What's wrong? Who's annoyed you again? With no debts weighing you down now, why the long face? Lu Fan moved closer to ask. Yao Lanji curled her lips. You still have a mood to joke with me? Don't you know someone's cut off our income source? What do you mean? Lu Fan's brow furrowed as well. Chapter 43. The Struggles of Small Business. Yao Lanji sat down beside Lu Fan, her face grim as she said, Remember that guy who used to deliver our herbs? Our inventory is nearly depleted. But when I called to place an order, he actually dared say he wouldn't deliver here anymore. What do you mean? Is this because I exposed his scam and he holds a grudge? Lu Fan immediately guessed the reason. No, what he meant was dare not, because someone's threatening him. Yao Lanji's face twisted with indignation. He immediately continued. He was threatened by the Zhao Hongqi brothers. They said if he dared to deliver herbs to us again, they'd smash his truck first, then break his legs. You know the notorious reputation of the Zhao Hongqi brothers in the neighboring villages. The herb delivery guy simply didn't dare to oppose them. Lu Fan understood. The Zhao brothers, having been dealt with by him, couldn't swallow their pride and immediately started retaliating. Are there no other supply channels? With money, why worry about not being able to buy herbs? Lu Fan didn't take it too seriously. It's completely unrealistic to think two petty thugs could stifle my business development at its roots. If I had procurement channels, would I still be worrying here? The farthest I've ever been in my life is the county town. We don't know anyone in this line of work either. Not to mention, our medicinal herbs are about to run out, and a large number of people are waiting to buy them. If we can't keep up with the supply, isn't this deceiving people? It'll ruin our reputation. Yao Lanji grew increasingly anxious as she spoke. By the end, her voice was almost trembling with tears. Running a small business means constantly having to watch others' moods, always at risk of being destroyed at any moment. Why is earning a little money so damn hard? Don't worry, you still have me here. As long as I'm around, this business won't collapse. It's just those Zhao brothers. If I can't even handle them, then how can I possibly stay in this game? Lu Fan instinctively reached out and patted Yao Lanji's shoulder to comfort her. But to his surprise, Yao Lanji seemed ready to collapse into his arms right then and there. Lu Fan quickly stood up in fright and headed for the door. What are you so scared of, you brat? Think I'm gonna eat you? Why are you dodging so fast? Yao Lanji wore an angry expression. Ahem, I'm not dodging you. I need to figure out how to get medicinal herbs, so stop worrying, alright? Lu Fan hastily pushed the door open and hurried out. Lu Fan figured that when it came to finding a medicinal herb supplier, he needed to discuss it with village chief Lu Yuanshan. Although Lu Yuanshan didn't command much respect in the nearby villages, at least he had plenty of connections who might be able to help. Before asking for help, Lu Fan planned to stop by the store to buy some cigarettes and liquor, common courtesy, after all. As soon as he stepped into the shop, he saw the shopkeeper, Lu Mingming, gazing at herself in a compact mirror, lost in self-admiration. She mumbled to herself, "What's the point of having these curves? The ones I want aren't worth my time, and the one I want to notice me acts clueless." "What do you mean, big?" Lu Fan asked casually. "Yeah, how come you walk so quietly? You scared me." Lu Mingming instantly turned bright red, her expression actually carrying a hint of shyness. Lu Fan glanced at her upper body and immediately understood. Sometimes being too big can indeed be a burden. Lu Mingming shot him a glare. "Stinky Lu Fan, what do you know? Do you even understand what I'm talking about?" Lu Fan simply stepped closer and pointed. "Isn't it just that the capital here is too substantial, weighing you down so much you often struggle to breathe? A heavy load affects your cervical spine, compressing blood vessels and nerves over time. It's genuinely troublesome." "You, how do you know everything?" Lu Mingming wore a strange expression. "Forgot I used to study medicine? Come here and take your clothes off. Let me loosen you up a bit," Lu Fan said with a calm expression while rolling up his sleeves. "What? Easing up, taking clothes off?" Lu Mingming's face displayed a spectacular array of expressions. First confusion, then shock, mingled with a trace of hopeful anticipation and sweetness. She immediately dashed out from behind the counter on her long legs and closed the shop door. Then while Lu Fan was rolling up his sleeves, she swiftly took off her clothes, whispering, "I knew you had feelings for me. Honestly, I wouldn't let my ex-boyfriend touch me for so long, just so I could save myself for you. I just never thought it would happen so suddenly, or that it would be here of all places." While talking, her hands were already busy. By the time Lu Fan turned around, Lu Mingming had begun unbuckling her pants. Above, they were already bearing it all. What are you doing? Have you no shame?" Lu Fan's eyes widened as he stared intensely, stammering as he spoke. "Stop playing dumb. Wasn't it you who said you'd loosen me up? You told me to take off my clothes, you stinky Lu Fan." Lu Mingming pouted with an intoxicated expression, stomping her foot in protest. Lu Fan's vision was immediately swallowed by a surge of white spray. He gritted his teeth, shook his head, and said coldly, "What nonsense are you thinking about all day, you little brat? Cut back on watching those trashy films from now on. I meant loosen up by giving you a shoulder massage. When I asked you to take off your clothes, just removing your outerwear would have been enough. There's no need to be so formal." "What did you say?" "Massage," Lu Mingming shrieked, her face flushing crimson like a ripe apple. Hastily lifting her arm as if to shield herself, she fumbled awkwardly into her form-fitting garment. At this moment, consumed with rage, he rushed in front of Lu Fan, raised his fist, and pounded relentlessly. A few minutes later, from inside the clothes store, faint voices of conversation could be heard intermittently. "So how's that strength? Does it hurt? Should I go easier?" Lu Fan murmured. "No need. The frequency and pressure are just right. I never imagined this sort of thing could feel so comfortable. Lu Fan, you've really got a knack." That was Lu Mingming's voice. One in front, one behind, one seated, one standing. Lu Fan's expression remained calm as he placed his hands on Lu Mingming's shoulders, kneading and lifting with varying rhythm and pressure, precisely applying the specialized massage techniques he had inherited. The therapy worked to relax muscles, invigorate blood circulation, and soon relieved Lu Mingming's sore shoulders and tight chest. She genuinely felt much more at ease. "Thank you. Next time I'm not feeling well, I'll come to you. Get it right, and I might even pay you," Lu Mingming said with a playful grin as she buttoned up her blouse. Lu Fan tried hard not to think about the glimpse of spring scenery he'd just witnessed, clearing his throat before saying, "Give me 2 cartons of cigarettes and 2 bottles of your best liquor. Wrap them nicely for a gift." "Who are you giving it to?" Could it be a gift for your father-in-law? Lu Mengmeng teased with a playful grin. Then he noticed Lu Fan's strange expression. Sending off your dad. Lu Fan casually replied. Stinky Lu Fan, how dare you curse at me? Looking for a beating? Lu Mengmeng wrinkled her fair nose in anger, raising her fist to strike. It really was meant for your dad. Lu Fan was left speechless. Chapter 44 Medicinal Herb Gathering Plan. Buying goods from my store and then sending gifts to my family. Do you think that's appropriate? My dad definitely wouldn't accept gift from you. If you need his help, just ask him directly. Lu Mengmeng thought Lu Fan was being too polite. We must observe proper manners. Is my father-in-law? Is your father at home? Lu Fan accidentally misspoke. Naughty, taking advantage of me. Lu Mengmeng feigned annoyance, but couldn't help breaking into a delighted smile as she turned to fetch the wine. Didn't you mention earlier you needed someone to help watch the woods? My father found some people who plan to build a shed at the edge of the forest. It'll make patrolling much easier. They should be working there right now. Lu Mengmeng handed the cigarettes and liquor to Lu Fan. A few minutes later, Lu Fan's rickety Santana came to a halt by the edge of the woods, belching thick black smoke from its exhaust. Sure enough, village chief Lu Yuanshan was directing several strong laborers from the village, and they had already set up a makeshift shed. Lu Fan felt a surge of emotion. Though Lu Yuanshan had little temper and was often bullied by the heads of nearby villages, he was exceptionally protective of his own villagers, especially Lu Fan. Uncle, you've worked hard. Lu Fan took out a carton of cigarettes and hastily stepped forward, opening it to distribute 2 packs to each villager. Everyone was all smiles. This was expensive tobacco, the kind villagers could rarely afford to indulge in. Lu Yuanshan glanced at Lu Fan and said, You're quite the savvy one, aren't you? Don't worry about this place. Starting tonight, I'll have them take turns keeping watch here. Uncle, I actually have something else to discuss with you. Let's talk in the car. Lu Fan handed Lu Yuanshan a cigarette. All right. The 2 men settled into the car, and Lu Fan brought up the shortage of medicinal herbs. Lu Yuanshan furrowed his brows. I'm afraid I might disappoint you this time. I know quite a few people, but none who deal in ordinary medicinal herbs. I'll make a few calls to ask around. As he finished speaking, Lu Yuanshan took out his phone, but at that moment, Lu Fan suddenly caught a whiff of a unique fragrance. Instantly, a flood of drug names, including their properties and years, appeared in his mind. Where is this scent coming from? Lu Fan frowned slightly, recalling that a breeze had just blown from afar, carrying those medicinal aromas within the mountain wind. Uncle, which village governs those mountains over there? Lu Fan asked. Lu Yuanshan put down the phone and followed Lu Fan's pointing hand to look. Then he smiled and said, That mountain area is jointly owned by several villages, so it's unclear who exactly manages it. There are quite a few poisonous insects and wild beasts deep in those old forests. Normally, nobody dares to go there, and it doesn't have much economic value. Why do you ask about this? I want to go up the mountain to gather some herbs. It might help ease our immediate troubles. Uncle, find me some more people. Same deal as before. Wages paid out daily. Lu Fan responded without hesitation. Lu Yuanshan felt a bit skeptical. I already told you, that mountain is dangerous. There's no guarantee you'll find any medicinal herbs. And if something happens, what then? Lu Fan smiled and said, I'll personally lead the team. We don't need to go deep into the mountains. If we encounter any danger, we'll just retreat. It seems there are quite a few idle laborers in the village these days. I think everyone would be willing to earn this money. Lu Yuanshan ultimately agreed. With a smile, he said, All right, I'll head back right away to gather people for you. Having served as village chief for so many years, I may not have many talents, but this is something I can certainly help with. Lu Fan hastily handed him the cigarettes and alcohol. Lu Yuanshan's expression turned stern. You rascal, enough with this. On the surface, it looks like you're asking for my help, but in reality, you're boosting our village's economy. I can't accept these. Take them back immediately. The village chief may not want it, but we'll take it. Perfect for warming up with some drinks tonight. The villagers building the shed said with cheerful grins. Lu Fan seized the opportunity and claimed the village chief had given it to them. You little rascal, Lu Yuanshan chuckled, clasping his hands behind his back as he headed back to the village. In barely over 10 minutes, 17 or 18 nimble-handed villagers arrived swiftly at the distant mountain foot, tools in hand. Lu Fan had already gone inside to survey the terrain, using his unique perception to precisely locate the growth areas of the medicinal herbs they needed to gather. Showing the villagers some samples he had collected in advance, Lu Fan patiently instructed, when gathering, make sure to keep the roots intact and, above all, prioritize safety. Stay within the designated areas and don't wander off. The villagers, holding the samples, dispersed in small groups as directed by Lu Fan and began harvesting. Since Lu Fan had promised an extra 200 yuan bonus to whoever collected the most and best quality herbs by the end of the day, everyone threw themselves into the task with fierce enthusiasm. By the time the sun began to slant westward, every villager had gathered at least a large basketful of medicinal herbs. Lu Fan felt a surge of joy. If things continued at this rate, by recruiting more people to gather herbs on the mountain tomorrow, they could essentially become self-sufficient. There would no longer be any worry about being controlled by others. Take out the money and distribute wages to the villagers, including bonuses. Just as the villagers were happily collecting the money and preparing to deliver the medicinal herbs to the clinic, a large group of people suddenly appeared in the distance. Oh no, isn't that Zhao Hongqi, the village chief from Bian village, leading them? Are those people beside him carrying knives? A nearby villager immediately exclaimed in terror. The crowd all turned pale, huddling together in panic, unsure what to do. It was clear that Zhao Hongqi and his gang were coming specifically for the villagers. Don't panic yet. Whatever happens, I'm here. I won't let you get into trouble. Lu Fan quickly stepped forward to reassure them. Alone, he stepped forward to face Zhao Hongqi and his men across the way. It's you again, kid. What the hell do you think you're doing? Don't you know these woods are shared by several villages? Anything done here requires my permission. The mere sight of Lu Fan ignited Zhao Hongqi's rage, making him wish he could skin the young man alive. Yet at this moment, he had no choice but to maintain some distance, only daring to glare and shout accusations. Despite having several lackeys at his back, he didn't dare approach or lay hands on Lu Fan. After all, the psychological trauma Lu Fan had inflicted on him was no trifling matter. If it's truly shared by several villages, why should it require exclusively your permission, especially when we're just gathering some worthless medicinal herbs from the mountain? Village Chief Zhao, aren't you overstepping your bounds? Lu Fan retorted coldly, his face stern with challenge. Whether it's valuable or not, as long as it's from this mountain, you can't just take it. Listen up, all of you in Yunlai village. Hand over all the herbs you've gathered right here. Unless you want to cross me, Zhao Hongqi. Zhao Hongqi might not have dared to confront Lu Fan, but he certainly didn't give a damn about the villagers of Yunlai village. At his roar, the villagers trembled in fear. Seeing this, Zhao Hongqi couldn't help feeling somewhat smug. He finally had a chance to regain some face in front of Lu Fan. Everyone, go home. I'll personally carry these herbs down the mountain. If anyone dares to stop me, I'll break their damn legs. Lu Fan didn't want to make things difficult for the villagers, but neither was he willing to give up on the herbs he'd spent nearly the whole day exhausting himself to gather. Chapter 45. The Fertile Land Cultivation Plan. At Lu Fan's signal, the villagers quickly dispersed from the woods. Zhao Hongqi had indeed planned to bring his men and steal this batch of medicinal herbs. But the moment he met Lu Fan's icy glare, the idea evaporated on the spot. Another beating just isn't worth it. But at this moment, he had no intention of leaving just yet. He immediately shouted coldly at the villagers of Yunlai village. Listen up, all of you. I can let today's matter slide, but if any of you dare to come here again tomorrow to gather medicinal herbs, don't blame me for dealing with each of you one by one. Understood? The villagers were too terrified to utter a word. Lu Fan took all of this in, feeling a wave of frustration and helplessness in his heart. He wasn't afraid of Zhao Hongqi himself, but the villagers didn't dare to offend him. It seemed his carefully planned herb-gathering scheme was about to fall apart. Are we going to be manipulated by Zhao Hongqi again? That damn bastard is too arrogant. I need to find a way to teach him a proper lesson. Lu Fan glared at Zhao Hongqi, his mind racing with schemes. Zhao Hongqi figured he'd shown off enough bravado, and, fearing that Lu Fan might actually beat him up, hastily retreated with his men to the foot of the mountain. Lu Fan, we're really sorry about this, the villagers said awkwardly, clearly feeling guilty. It's all right, everyone can go back now. I can carry these things myself, Lu Fan said cheerfully, reaching out to grab 4 crates at once. He frightened all the villagers in an instant. You must understand, those large bamboo baskets hand-woven in rural areas, when filled with fresh medicinal herbs, each one must weigh at least 70 or 80 caddies. Lu Fan held 2 in one hand, his arms still perfectly level. What a little Superman he was. With brisk strides, Lu Fan effortlessly carried over a dozen baskets of medicinal herbs to the small grove near where he had parked. The men who had built the shack came over to help, and it didn't take much effort. Damn bastard, trying to show off in front of me? Even if you've stocked up on some medicinal herbs, how long can you hold out? That worthless clinic of yours will be shut down sooner or later. Zhao Hongqi hissed venomously before leading his men away. Lu Fan decided to air-dry the medicinal herbs right there by the edge of the woods, so they'd be ready for use first thing in the morning. Leaving it here under supervision means no one would dare to damage it. Just as Lu Fan and the villagers guarding the woods were laying out the medicinal herbs, he suddenly noticed a very peculiar phenomenon. Those medicinal herbs with intact roots, after being dried near the forest's edge, actually had several that took root and resumed growing. Oh my goodness, could it be because this place is a geomantic treasure? Lu Fan exclaimed as if he had just discovered a new continent. With a cheerful grin, he grabbed a large handful of the freshest herbs and bounded into the woods, hopping and skipping until he found the largest open clearing. There, he began planting the herbs. Just as he had anticipated, the still moist herbs immediately took root and flourished. In the blink of an eye, they regained their original vitality, and their alarming growth rate was nothing short of astonishing. By this measure, even the tiniest herb shoot would mature into a fully grown medicinal plant by early tomorrow morning. Not only that, but their potency and efficacy would surpass those of ordinary wild herbs by several folds. These were nothing short of supreme-grade treasures. Searching far and wide yields nothing. Yet hope blossoms where least expected, Lu Fan murmured excitedly, his words tumbling out in a jumble of elation. He then called upon several villagers to help scatter medicinal herb seedlings in the clearings of the forest overnight. If anything unexpected happens, call me anytime. If there's no time for that, just throw a firecracker. You must guard this forest at all costs. Rest assured, you'll be well compensated. Lu Fan gave them another reminder before leaving. Lu Yuanshan still had some wisdom. The few villagers he picked were known in the village for their boldness and physical strength. Having them stand guard overnight was far more reliable than relying on ordinary folks. Lu Fan returned to the village under the cover of night. He initially planned to wash up and get some rest quickly, intending to check on the medicinal herbs' growth in the woods early the next morning. But then he received a call from Yao Lanji, who said she was feeling down and bored, asking Lu Fan to come over for a couple of drinks. Unable to refuse such earnest hospitality and having some things he wanted to ask Yao Lanji about, Lu Fan didn't decline. Inside the health clinic, Yao Lanji closed the door. Lu Fan noticed 2 bottles of Nulinshan liquor on the table, along with some snacks, peanuts, sunflower seeds, chicken feet, and a few sausages. I'm not really good at cooking, so I just grabbed some things from the store. Hope you don't mind, Yao Lanji said with an awkward expression. It's fine, it's good. Lu Fan opened a bottle of white liquor and poured each of them a nearly full glass. After taking a sip, Yao Lanji's originally fair and delicate cheeks bloomed with 2 rosy clouds, adding an extra layer of allure. Lu Fan suddenly felt that Yao Lanji seemed to have intentions beyond mere drinking tonight. Otherwise, why would she have deliberately dressed up, applied makeup, and worn stockings in the height of summer while exposing more of her upper body? Every move, even a single glance, carried an unabashed temptation and provocation. Sensing something was amiss, Lu Fan quickly turned to serious matters. Sister Lanji, don't worry about the medicinal herbs. I took the villagers to gather a large batch this afternoon, and we've also planted some more. If all goes well, We won't need to buy herbs anymore in the future. Yao Lanji's mind was clearly elsewhere. Carrying a wine glass, she sidled up to Lu Fan and sat beside him, murmuring sweetly, "You've worked hard for the sake of our business together. Tonight, Sis will treat you well. Though the dishes aren't fancy, I'm sure there's something you'll love." Lu Fan couldn't take it anymore. Before the situation spiraled completely out of control, he quickly asked, "Sister Lanji, there's a rather impressive restaurant in town called Tian Hai Lu. Do you happen to know who owns it?" "Of course I know about it. I've even eaten there before. It's owned by Zhao Shanhu, Zhao Hongqi's cousin." "What are you asking for?" Yao Lanji seemed slightly affected by the alcohol, resting her head against Lu Fan's shoulder. Lu Fan was too embarrassed to push her away directly, so he asked again, "Are you sure? Was it really Zhao Shanhu who opened it?" "Of course it's true. I heard they spent quite a lot of money hiring craftsmen for the decoration," Yao Lanji said as she inched even closer, practically nestling into Lu Fan's embrace by now. "That makes things easier," Lu Fan muttered, downing the glass of baijiu in one gulp before his expression hardened with a hint of menace. "What are you planning, huh? Are you planning to deal with me, sis?" she teased. "I've locked all the doors, and this time no one will disturb us. You could do whatever you want. Though I may not be as innocent and lively as those young girls, I know my way around, enough to give you pleasures most men never experience." Yao Lanji lifted her face in Lu Fan's arms, her beautiful eyes glistening with unmistakable desire. That smoldering gaze was nearly enough to melt Lu Fan where he stood. Lu Fan felt himself teetering on the edge of control. Chapter 46. The Angry Dr. Yao. Just as two feverishly eager bodies were drawing closer, the clinic window was suddenly banged twice with force. Lu Fan instinctively jerked away to the side. Though equally startled, Yao Lanji didn't react much beyond clenching her fists tightly and biting her lip, her expression oddly conflicted. "Dr. Yao? Dr. Yao, are you there? Emergency. Please go check it out. The next village over." The voice from outside was urgent, speaking hurriedly while persistently knocking on the window, the commotion growing louder. Lu Fan cast an inquiring glance at Yao Lanji, wanting to remind her that a doctor's duty is to treat illnesses and save lives, without wasting any time. But at that moment, Yao Lanji suddenly seemed to go mad. She abruptly stood up, grabbed a bottle of baijiu from the table, and hurled it straight at the window. With a sharp crack, the bottle and the window shattered simultaneously. Yao Lanji screeched in a shrill voice, "You bastards! Can't you let people live? Every time at the crucial moment, someone comes to interrupt. Are you doing this on purpose? Is it easy for a single woman like me to get by? I just want to snatch a little happiness for myself. Won't you even allow me that? Even if some foreign president falls sick today, don't think for a second I'll go take a look at him. Get lost now." The people outside froze, not daring to utter a word, frantically scratching their heads in anxiety. Lu Fan could roughly understand why Yao Lanji was angry, but he didn't know how to calm her down either. He quickly slipped out quietly through the window on the other side, then circled around to the front of the clinic. Pretending he had just passed by, he asked the villager who had come for help, "What's wrong? What happened?" The villager scratched his head with a bitter expression and said, "I'm from the neighboring village. An elderly neighbor is so sick they're writhing in pain. We had no choice but to come find Dr. Yao late at night like this. But I don't know what's wrong with that person inside. Why are they so furious?" Lu Fan cleared his throat awkwardly. "It's nothing, probably just in a bad mood. What's the patient's condition? I'll go take a look. I used to study medicine." The villagers didn't know Lu Fan, but in their desperate hurry to find medical help, they agreed and followed him into the Santana sedan. "Wait, doesn't Biyun Village have its own clinic? Why go all this way instead?" Lu Fan couldn't help feeling puzzled after learning their destination. The villagers sighed. "What's the use of clinics? In normal times, they'll scheme to swindle us out of our money. But when we actually need them, they refuse to prescribe even a single pill, fearing responsibility if the patient's condition is too serious." Lu Fan stepped hard on the accelerator a couple of times. Following the villagers' directions, he soon arrived at a farmhouse. The car had just come to a stop when anxious cries could be heard coming from the courtyard. Someone was anxiously shouting, "Didn't we send for the doctor from the neighboring village? Why isn't he back yet?" Lu Fan dashed into the courtyard at top speed and rushed into the house, where 7 or 8 people were gathered around the Kong bed, their brows tightly furrowed. On the Kong, an elderly man's face had turned ashen. He was in such agony that he could no longer make a sound, his body completely drenched in sweat. His chest heaved violently, yet his breathing remained labored. His condition was truly critical. "Get out of the way," Lu Fan warned the crowd, but was immediately met with skepticism. "What's going on? Didn't we call for that female Dr. Yao? What's this kid doing here?" someone shouted sharply. "I am a doctor. If you want to save lives, then don't waste my time." Lu Fan spoke swiftly while reaching into his pocket with one hand and pulling out a silver needle case. "Bullshit. What kind of quack is this brat pretending to be? Human lives are at stake. Can you afford to mess around?" A rough country brute directly blocked Lu Fan's path with his arm, while several others came forward to shove him. The room was already cramped, and with so many people blocking the way ahead, Lu Fan had no choice but to swing his arm forward in a sweeping motion. Anyone he touched was astonished to feel an irresistible force surging toward them, compelling them to instinctively step aside and clear a path. At that moment, the old man on the Kong was nearly suffocating in his panic, frantically clawing at his throat and chest until bloody scratches appeared. Lu Fan flicked his wrist and sent the silver needle flying. SSSH. The sharp whistling sound was distinctly heard by everyone in the room. What happened next left them utterly dumbfounded. The 3 silver glints Lu Fan had flicked away had already embedded themselves with pinpoint accuracy into the patient's shoulders and the very center of his chest. Strangely enough, the elderly man, who had been flailing wildly moments before, immediately went limp in the arms, and the violent heaving of his chest began to subside. Lu Fan then moved closer while swiftly drawing silver needles once more, arranging them in a plum blossom pattern on the old man's chest in the blink of an eye. As he manipulated the needles with a unique rhythm, the silver plum blossom astonishingly began to shift and transform continuously. Everything happened in the twinkling of an eye. By the time those who had been pushed aside came back angrily, ready to retaliate, they were startled to see the old man on the Kong had visibly improved. His complexion had softened, and he was no longer lying there with tightly shut eyes. "Don't interfere," someone with sharp eyes finally called out. "This young man truly knows what he's doing." Everyone immediately turned their attention to Lu Fan's movements. Soon, the silver needles on the old man's body were removed one by Lu Fan. Each time a needle was withdrawn, dark blood would seep from the puncture site. But oddly, the more dark blood appeared, the more the old man's complexion returned to normal. As the last silver needle was pulled from his chest, the old man had completely regained his lucidity. Struggling to his feet, he was about to kneel and kowtow to Lu Fan in gratitude, repeatedly saying that nothing could ever repay such a life-saving kindness. "Old sir, this truly isn't necessary. Healing the sick is naturally the duty of us medical practitioners. Your lung congestion has been mostly treated now. Just rest properly these next couple days and avoid overexertion. You'll recover soon enough." Having finished wiping his silver needles, Lu Fan prepared to leave. "Young man, you haven't accepted your consultation fee yet." The old man's relatives chased after him, insistently trying to stuff money into Lu Fan's pockets. Lu Fan firmly declined. "Let it be this time. I only came to help." The crowd heaped praises once more. As he boarded the vehicle, Lu Fan overheard someone saying, "If we ever need medical help later, we should just go directly to Yunlai Village's clinic. That's far more reliable than the town practices." Lu Fan drove back, contemplating whether to return to his own home or go comfort Dr. Yao, who was in a terrible mood. Before he could make up his mind, his phone began ringing incessantly. It was a completely unfamiliar number. Answering it, he heard an unknown voice asking, "Are you Lu Fan? Is your father named Lu Jiangwo?" Hearing this, Lu Fan's heart sank abruptly. "Hurry up and ask what happened." "It's like this. Your father collapsed while out for a walk and lost consciousness on the roadside. The situation is quite urgent. He only managed to say your phone number. Would you come take a look?" Chapter 47, Another Scheme. Lu Fan was so anxious that sweat beaded on his forehead. Stepping hard on the accelerator, he asked for the exact location and sped out of the village in a frantic rush. With his father in trouble, Lu Fan didn't have time to question why the old man would go out for a stroll so late at night, nor did he think to make a call and ask. His only thought was to hurry and check on the situation before it was too late. But just as the car had left the outskirts of the village, an ominous premonition swiftly overwhelmed Lu Fan's heart. Please don't let anything happen. Lu Fan's expression grew increasingly grim, utterly frustrated by how slow this rundown Santana was moving. Just at that moment, a loud bang erupted from beneath the car, sending it spiraling out of control. It veered dangerously before finally coming to an unsteady halt along the edge of the drainage ditch. Damn it, why now of all times? Lu Fan stepped out to find the front left tire completely blown. His face darkened with frustration at the sight. Immediately, the ominous feeling in his heart grew clearer, and this time he could sense that it signaled danger to himself. Something's wrong. Lu Fan instinctively crouched down. Whoosh! A pitch-black brick barely grazed past the top of his head. An ambush. The attacker was hiding in the drainage ditch ahead. Without a second thought, Lu Fan sprang up and darted forward, crouching low as he ran. Being passive and taking hits wasn't the solution. He had to take the initiative. Just as he'd spotted that hidden ambusher, two more figures suddenly emerged across the street, hurling bricks and stones at Lu Fan with startling speed. Thankfully, his extraordinary sixth sense and sharp senses allowed him to discern the trajectory of each attack by the whistling of wind. Lu Fan rolled forward in an awkward motion, barely dodging the attack. Only then did he see clearly. Not only were people hiding in the drainage ditches on either side, but over a dozen figures were swiftly closing in from the surrounding fields. The blinding glare of flashlights swept relentlessly across Lu Fan's eyes, trying to force them shut so he'd have no choice but to take his beating without resistance. Realizing he'd walked into a trap, Lu Fan's expression darkened. Knowing there was no time to hesitate, he lunged forward and grabbed the man who had just scrambled up from the ditch, trying to flee. Using him as a human shield, he blocked the incoming attacks and the beams of the flashlight. "Stop fucking hitting me. You trying to kill me or what?" Ow! The guy grabbed by Lu Fan had his head split open, several teeth knocked out, now continuously howling in pain. The stone throwers finally paused, but these bastards clearly weren't planning to let Lu Fan off easy. Instead, they quickly closed in, trapping him right in the middle of the road. "Lu the retard, so it really is you. What kind of dog luck did you stumble into to actually recover?" An icy voice, chilling to the bone, emerged from the group of men closing in. Upon hearing that voice, Lu Fan immediately furrowed his brows. Gao Xiong. That's right. The person who had spoken was none other than Lu Fan's sworn enemy, the notorious local bully of the surrounding villages, Gao Xiong. At this moment, Gao Xiong was being surrounded and followed by a crowd, looking just like a gang boss, except his walking posture was a bit peculiar. His legs were splayed apart oddly, as if something wasn't quite right in his crotch. Seeing Gao Xiong appear here, Lu Fan's mind raced through countless thoughts in an instant. He was terrified that his parents might fall into Gao Xiong's hands. Without another thought, he immediately dialed his sister's number, ignoring everyone around him. "Brother, why are you calling so late?" Lu Shengnan hadn't gone to bed yet and quickly answered the phone, her voice crisp and alert. "Are Mom and Dad home? Is everything safe?" Lu Fan asked urgently. "Everyone's here. The old folks have already gone to bed. They're even snoring now. What's really going on with you?" Lu Shengnan grew somewhat alert. "It's nothing, just asking casually." Lu Fan sighed in relief before hanging up after responding. He promptly knocked over the human shield blocking his path, then glared coldly at Cao Sheng, who was approaching with his men. He never expected that while he'd just finalized plans to deal with Cao Sheng, the other party had actually set a trap waiting for him at the village entrance. No need to guess, that call just now was definitely arranged by Gao Xiong. Vaughn was somewhat perplexed. How had Gao Xiong thought to seek him out? How did he obtain the newly registered phone number to execute such a despicably efficient scheme? "Fool, feeling puzzled, aren't you? Before I finish you off, I might as well let you in on the truth," Gao Xiong said with a sinister, smug expression, standing about 3 or 4 meters away from Lu Fan. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and a few staggering figures emerged from behind him. It turned out to be Dadong and Haigu, along with another person, Zhao Ming. You were the one who ambushed me yesterday, weren't you? You ruined my plans, and nearly. At this point, Gao Xiong clenched his teeth in anger. Then he pointed at the Santana Park by the roadside. You'd never have guessed that the chemical plant had surveillance cameras outside, which caught your car. Through connections at the traffic police, I tracked down the owner of this vehicle, and that naturally led me to Zhao Ming. I was quite surprised when I learned your name from Zhao Ming. Big Dong is my brother. He gave me some information about you, which is why we have this wonderful show today. You're still the same reckless troublemaker as ever, sticking your nose where it doesn't belong and pissing off so many people. Today's the day you finally meet your end. The smug expression on Gao Xiong's face grew even more pronounced. Lu Fan sighed inwardly. He had thought he'd been so careful, his actions seamless enough to avoid detection. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect Gao Xiong to track down all my background information so thoroughly in such a short time, using nothing but a license plate number. Fortunately, I had already settled my parents and younger sister in town without telling a soul. Otherwise, we would have been left completely vulnerable. What's that look on your face? Regret for what happened? How about this? You crawl over here, count me 3 times with your head knocking loud enough to hear, then crawl between my legs. If you do that, today, I'll only break 1 arm and 1 leg before sparing your miserable life. Gao Xiong, assuming Lu Fan was frightened, began taunting him arrogantly. Kowtow. You want me to kowtow to you? Lu Fan suddenly smiled. The grin spreading across his previously darkened face carried something unsettling. God damn it, looks like your brain's still not fixed. Have you forgotten how my boys beat you stupid back then? You're still talking tough when death is at your doorstep. How forgetful can you be? Beat him up. Gao Xiong barked out the order with a sneer. The men he had gathered today were far from ordinary street thugs. Most were skilled fighters, along with a few martial arts students from the sports school that Zhao Ming had brought with him. In his view, even if Lu Fan had inexplicably regained some abilities after snapping out of his idiot state, he definitely couldn't withstand an assault from so many attackers. I could easily overpower him with no problem. Chapter 48, $1 Million Status. A dense crowd of figures surged toward Lu Fan under cover of darkness. Gao Xiong, Dadong, and their companions stood by with relaxed expressions, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Yet the scene unfolding before them bore no resemblance to what Gao Xiong had envisioned. Zhao Ming and his martial arts teammates, who had charged first, were swiftly knocked to the ground by Lu Fan, completely immobilized. At this point, Dadong and Black Dog exchanged glances, their faces already pale, then instinctively began to quietly retreat, muttering under their breath, "Damn it, I thought Gao Xiong brought enough people to have the upper hand. Looks like we were too optimistic." Gao Xiong himself was only slightly surprised at the moment, not yet thinking Lu Fan could hold out much longer against his overwhelming numbers. It wasn't until more than half of his men had fallen that he finally realized the situation had taken a dire turn. Dadong, you guys said this kid Lu Fan? Hey, where is everyone? Gao Xiong suddenly realized the men who had been standing beside and behind him, including Dadong, were gone. Only the pitch-black night remained behind him. Gao Xiong shuddered, an inexplicable dread creeping up from the depths of his heart. When he turned back, he found Lu Fan already standing before him, having taken down every single one of his men. You! Gao Xiong's eyes widened instinctively. But before he could utter another word, Lu Fan abruptly seized his throat. Did you ever imagine it would come to this? Lu Fan suppressed his murderous impulse, his icy gaze fixed on Gao Xiong. Gao Xiong struggled wildly, still attempting to fight back, but soon lost all strength, his face turning purple as his tongue lolled out. At that moment, Lu Fan clearly saw the once ferocious glint in Gao Xiong's eyes replaced by fear and a plea for mercy. Lu Fan reached out, and Gao Xiong stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Although Lu Fan could easily kick the other man to death right now, ending the feud once and for all, he felt that would be letting Gao Xiong off too lightly. Besides, there was no need for him to shoulder any so-called legal repercussions. With that, Lu Fan turned and walked back to his Santana. Methodically, he changed the spare tire, then drove back to the village. Damn it, in the end you still don't dare do anything to me, huh? You got lucky this time escaping, but next time won't be so easy. I'll fucking kill you, make you wish you were dead. It was only now that Gao Xiong came to his senses, scrambling up from the ground while shouting vicious curses. Lu Fan drove straight back to his own home and entered a state of half meditation, half sleep until dawn. The first thing he did after getting up was to head straight to the patch of forest he had contracted to manage. At this time, the villagers responsible for guarding the woods were already diligently helping to turn over the drying medicinal herbs when they saw Lu Fan approaching with a cheerful smile on his face. Good work. Lu Fan tossed them an entire pack of cigarettes. After chatting for a while and finishing their smokes, they all worked together to gather the semi-dry medicinal herbs that had been drying in the sun. As for the ones planted in the woods, they gave Lu Fan quite a shock. According to his original estimate, these medicinal herbs would only grow slightly larger at most. But now it appeared the true transformation lay in their medicinal potency and quality. After just one night, these ordinary planted herbs had truly transformed into premium-grade specimens, with their growth period extended by at least a full year. As for the medicinal potency, it's likely increased by no less than 7 or 8 times. This means the amount needed for future preparations won't be excessive, saving quite a lot. Lu Fan eagerly harvested some without uprooting them entirely. The remaining parts could still grow back rapidly, practically becoming an inexhaustible resource just like wildly proliferating chives. He made 2 round trips to deliver the collected medicinal herbs to the clinic. Yao Lanji got up quite late today, apparently having slept poorly the night before. Her face was haggard, her complexion pale. Lu Fan had a rough idea why she was in such a state, but felt it awkward to comment. He immediately began preparing the medicine. Both of them deliberately avoided making eye contact. As the medicine was almost ready to be dispensed and villagers had already begun queuing up outside, Lu Fan's phone buzzed insistently. It was my sister calling. She asked right away, "Bro, what exactly happened last night? With mom and dad at home, I couldn't really ask much. Did you run into some trouble?" "Nothing's wrong. I just suddenly missed you all. I'll go to town later to buy you some treats," Lu Fan replied in a light tone. Lu Shengnan visibly relaxed, then added, "There's one more thing. I just ran into an acquaintance in town earlier." Hearing this, Lu Fan immediately tensed up, but Lu Shengnan wasn't talking about Gao Xiong. "Do you remember that dignified-looking person you rescued on the roadside that day? He seems to be looking for you, saying he wants to buy something from you. I kept his phone number and didn't let him know where we live," Lu Shengnan said with a hint of pride in her voice. "Good job. Give me the phone number," Lu Fan said with a smile. The man whose internal organs were injured in the earlier car accident had returned to town specifically to buy something from him. It must be the golden elixir fruit. He was a man who knew his stuff, well aware of the golden elixir fruit's true worth. Lu Fan had originally planned to cash in the golden elixir fruit. With limited funds on hand and a major scheme brewing, now was the perfect time to secure more capital. After obtaining the man's phone number from his sister, Lu Fan made the call. Sure enough, the buyer was still in town and sounded almost impatiently eager. "Last time you used golden core fruits to extend my life. How many do you have left? I'll buy every one from you at $500,000 each." The man spoke in a husky, solemn tone. Lu Fan couldn't help but feel astonished. Initially, he had thought that a single golden core fruit would be valued at around 1 or 200,000 at best. Never did he expect the other party to bid such an exorbitant price. About a dozen minutes later, the two parties met up in the town. The luxurious business car, the meticulously crafted attire, and the company of a woman who, though approaching middle age, still retains her graceful charm. By all appearances, the man seeking to buy the golden core fruit was the epitome of a true success, perhaps even a person of considerable influence. Upon meeting, the couple first expressed their solemn gratitude to Lu Fan for his life-saving grace. After exchanging pleasantries for some time, they finally turned to the main topic at hand. Lu Fan had already considered this beforehand. He originally had 4 golden core fruits on him, keeping one in reserve for emergencies. So now he took out 3. The middle-aged man transferred $1.5 million without hesitation. Staring at the bank notification of the incoming transfer, Lu Fan was momentarily dazed. Suddenly becoming a millionaire overnight, there was still a little thrill in my heart. After completing the transaction, Lu Fan didn't head straight home, but instead went to the restaurant owned by Zhao Shanhu. To be precise, it was another restaurant across the street. At this moment, Lu Fan, armed with ample funds, was about to undertake a major endeavor. Chapter 49: The Restaurant Acquisition Plan. Well, if it isn't our guest from last time, the two servers at the sparsely populated restaurant entrance brightened up immediately. Lu Fan had left too deep an impression on them, mainly because his combat prowess was exceptionally strong. "I'm not here to eat. I came to discuss business with you," Lu Fan said with a faint smile. "What kind of business?" The service staff immediately sounded somewhat disappointed. "Is business that bad here? I noticed a for transfer sign posted outside." Lu Fan pointed to the notice nearby. Do you know how much our restaurant's transfer fee is?" The staff member frowned, his eyes scanning Lu Fan's outfit up and down, then glancing at the beat-up second-hand Santana parked outside. This guy in front of me didn't look like someone with money at all. The restaurant had 3 floors. How could he possibly afford to take it over? "Then name your price, or bring someone who can make the decision. As long as the price is fair, I'll transfer the money today," Lu Fan said as he stepped into the hall. There wasn't a single customer in sight. Lu Fan casually sat down at a table, his expression calm. The two staff members exchanged glances before quickly scurrying off to summon someone. In the blink of an eye, a woman who appeared to be the manager descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. Her steps, initially brisk and light, carried a hint of ease, but the moment she descended the stairs and spotted Lu Fan sitting there, an icy frost instantly veiled the beautiful face of the female manager. She whispered to the person beside her, "What's going on? You told me someone was coming to take over this restaurant. Don't tell me it's him. Can't you see what's right in front of you?" Although the female manager did not say it outright in front of Lu Fan, the implication was clear enough. They similarly didn't believe Lu Fan had that kind of financial capability. His subordinates timidly piped up to explain, "He's the one who taught those hoodlums a lesson here last time. Though he dressed rather shabbily, he didn't seem like an ordinary guy." "Is that so? He was the one who started it last time?" The female manager's eyes flashed with interest as she hurried downstairs. She sat down across from Lu Fan, personally poured him a cup of tea, and said with a polite smile, "Last time, you somewhat helped our restaurant vent some frustration. Let me pour you this tea as thanks." Lu Fan knew the other party looked down on his financial situation. Without wasting words, he said bluntly, "Tell me how much your restaurant is worth. Name a price. If it exceeds the balance in my bank card, I'll leave immediately." The female manager was in her late 20s. Though she couldn't compare to bright-eyed young girls in terms of youthful charm, she had elegance in spades and carried an irresistible allure. Normally, men of any age would treat her with courtesy. Someone as cold and aloof as Lu Fan was quite rare. At this moment, the female manager frowned her delicate brows and spoke bluntly, "Including the hotel's furnishings and equipment, plus another year's rent, it'll cost at least 800,000 yuan. When mentioning the figure of 800,000, the manager's eyes clearly carried a trace of mockery. She still didn't believe Lu Fan could come up with that much money. Moreover, by now everyone in town and surrounding areas knew their restaurant had offended some troublesome enemies and was losing money every day. Even wealthy bosses would never spend 800,000 to take over this money-losing business. After all, nobody wants to be a sucker. Just as the female manager thought Lu Fan would retreat upon hearing the figure, Lu Fan pulled out his phone and dialed the bank's balance inquiry service right in front of her. When the phone staff clearly announced a balance of over 1.5 million yuan, the female manager and several nearby employees froze in shock. "He actually has it." The female manager blinked, her expression blank. At this moment, Lu Fan had already stood up and was heading to the second floor. The layout here was the same as the main hall, except that a circle of private rooms, about a dozen, lined the edges. Opening the door revealed that the furniture and various items inside were practically brand new. Some might not have even been used at all. The top floor has slightly smaller space, suitable as a small banquet hall, that can accommodate 2 large tables seating over a dozen people each. After finishing his inspection, Lu Fan turned to face the female manager who had followed him and said slowly, 600,000. Take it or leave it. If you can make the decision, let's sign the contract today. You just like that? You do know the situation here, right? The female manager was genuinely kind-hearted. Though she desperately wanted to help her boss offload this hot potato as soon as possible, she also didn't want Lu Fan to be the one left holding the bag. Even at 600,000, this place would still be a losing proposition. To put it bluntly, it's nothing but a money-losing venture. Can you make the final decision? Lu Fan offered no explanations, his expression calm but tinged with a hint of impatience. The female manager furrowed her brows. Of course I can make the final call, but I'm afraid you'll regret it. Don't say I didn't warn you. That restaurant across the street. Precisely because there's a restaurant across the street. That's why I want to take over this place. Is that explanation sufficient? Shall we sign the contract now? Bank transfer or cash? Lu Fan didn't give the other party a chance to finish speaking. He had always been this kind of person. Once he made up his mind, hesitation wasn't an option. Spending 600,000 to take over this restaurant made Lu Fan seem downright insane in the eyes of outsiders, as if he were throwing money down the drain. But who could have known that Lu Fan's true intention was to pay them back in their own coin? The Zhao Hongqi brothers were maliciously scheming to ruin Lu Fan's pharmaceutical business, weren't they? But Lu Fan didn't just want to defend himself. He planned to strike back proactively. Fight back in the same way, using this restaurant that has been consistently losing money to strike at the Zhao brothers' establishments. Let them experience firsthand what it feels like to walk on thin ice, with no tears left to cry. The contract was pre-printed, just needed to fill in the information and numbers. Half an hour later, Lu Fan transferred the 600,000 into the account specified by the female manager, watching as she signed and stamped the documents. At this moment, a trace of emotional fluctuation finally emerged on Lu Fan's previously calm face. A mix of excitement tinged with anticipation. Congratulations, Boss Lu. From now on, this restaurant is yours to command, or rather, it already is, the female manager said with a smile. Yet her smile carried a tinge of melancholy, as she quickly added that she would promptly gather her belongings and lead the staff away. If you still wish to stay and work here, I have no objections. Your wages will remain the same, and there will be bonuses if business improves. Lu Fan gathered the contracts on the table and spoke calmly. What do you mean? You're not planning to lay us off? The female manager and the few remaining staff couldn't help feeling pleasantly surprised. Before Lu Fan could respond, a vicious shout suddenly came from the doorway. Who the hell owns that piece of shit Santana parked outside? Move it the hell out of the way right now. You've got 10 seconds, or I'll beat you to a pulp. Chapter 50. First, establish authority. So soon, trouble's already knocking? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. He continued to sit steadily in the seat, facing the door, unhurriedly, sipping his tea. The beautiful female manager and several employees nearby looked nervous, instinctively retreating toward the stairwell entrance. They had already recognized exactly who was shouting arrogantly at the doorway. He was the manager of the tavern across the street, a notorious tough guy rumored to have once been a big shot in the underworld. This person is coming to cause trouble himself. It probably won't be easy to handle. Are the people inside deaf? Move that piece of junk out of my way now. The increasingly aggressive voice shouted downstairs as its owner barged into the first-floor lobby. But when the burly, arrogant man with a thick gold chain around his neck got a clear look at Lu Fan's face sitting across from him, he suddenly let out a strange cry and instinctively retreated back through the doorway. What's going on? Chun Jinbiao has always been someone who walks around like he owns the place. Why is he so scared today? The female manager widened her eyes in curiosity. At this moment, all eyes could see was the shocked and flustered expression on Chun Jinbiao's face and Lu Fan's thin yet unusually steady figure walking away. Why are you here? Is that car outside yours? Of course, Chun Jinbiao remembered Lu Fan. The last time his men had been beaten to the ground by him. He recalled it vividly. After offending Lu Fan's parents, he had been nearly scared out of his wits in front of him, which explained why he had just frantically retreated through the door. It's my car. Do you have a problem with that? Lu Fan took a sip of tea, frowning slightly as he responded coldly. Move aside. We're getting supplies for the restaurant. The truck can't maneuver properly. Standing at the entrance, Chun Jinbiao regained some of his composure and arrogance. Lu Fan glanced across the street. There was indeed a delivery truck parked diagonally in the middle of the road, but Chun Jinbiao's claim about it being completely blocked was pure nonsense. Because as long as we move just 2 cars away from the entrance of his restaurant across the street, there won't be any issue. Now this guy had the audacity to cross the road and demand I move my car, utterly outrageous. Lu Fan had no intention of wasting words. Setting down his teacup, he coldly uttered, "Get out of my sight. You've got 10 seconds. What the hell are you talking about? You really think I'm scared of you? Do you even know who the boss behind this is? Have you heard of Zhao Hongqi? Have you heard of brother Zhao Shanu?" Chun Jinbiao, feeling his authority was being challenged, immediately flew into a rage and began shouting. He had thought that dropping the names of the Zhao brothers, Hongqi and Shanhu, would be enough to intimidate Lu Fan. But all Lu Fan gave in return was the half cup of tea he had just flung out. Lu Fan was sitting about 5 meters away from Chun Jinbiao. When the tea from the cup splashed onto Chun Jinbiao's face, it felt as if he'd been slapped hard across the cheek in person. With a sharp slap, even the female manager and others behind Lu Fan heard it clearly. Then they watched as Chun Jinbiao fell backward, his face showing red marks where the water had splashed him. The force was clearly not light. So impressive, no wonder he dared to stand up to Chun Jinbiao, thought the female manager, feeling a surge of admiration. The 2 staff members beside her also had their eyes shining, already looking up to him with reverence. Lu Fan leisurely poured himself another cup of tea, completely ignoring Chun Jinbiao's presence. "Manager, what's happened? Who did this to you? Was it someone from this restaurant? Let's smash the place while we're at it." 5 or 6 men quickly rushed over from across the street, all carrying weapons. At this moment, they were shouting and about to charge into the restaurant to take action. However, just like the others, when they clearly saw Lu Fan's face, they reacted as if shocked by electricity, screeching in alarm as they hastily scrambled back. Crowding together at the entrance, they tripped and fell over one another, presenting a thoroughly pitiful sight. "That's the kid. He's a real tough fighter. We can't afford to mess with him. Better summon Boss Zhao. He's the big shot around these 10 miles, someone advised Chun Jinbiao. Chun Jinbiao nodded, taking out his phone and stepping back a few paces before snarling viciously at Lu Fan. "Kid, you're dead meat. Don't you dare run, if you got the guts." Lu Fan couldn't be bothered with him. Next, he turned his head towards the female manager and asked, "What's your name?" The beautiful female manager quickly leaned in. "My name is Sun Hongyu. I'm 25 this year, and I don't have a boyfriend yet." Lu Fan frowned. "Older than 25, aren't you? How could you tell?" The female manager felt both embarrassed and somewhat indignant. She had only spoken in anger, just to vent her frustration. But Lu Fan replied with utmost seriousness, "Your body here, and there is already starting to sag slightly. These are features that typically don't appear in women until their late 20s. Also, even though you've caked on a lot of powder, those crow's feet are still showing. And, enough, forget I asked." The female manager, Sun Hongyu's face darkened. "Although we'd love to stay and keep working, I'm afraid your trouble is just too serious." Sun Hongyu quickly changed the subject. "What trouble? Could there be something non-compliant about this restaurant?" Lu Fan furrowed his brows. "Not at all. The restaurant is absolutely fine. The problem is that the person you just offended has the surname Zhao Hongqi. Have you heard of the Zhao brothers, Zhao Shanhu?" Sun Hongyu wore a worried expression. Lu Fan nodded. "I've heard of them, and I've met them too." "Have you met? Don't tell me you actually have some connection with them?" A glimmer of hope appeared in Sun Hongyu's eyes. "Connection isn't the right word. More like I've beaten both brothers up before." Lu Fan answered with complete seriousness. "Listen, Boss Lu, a little bragging is fine, but if you exaggerate too much, you'll just make people laugh. Clearly, you have no idea how formidable the Zhao brothers truly are. If you'd really beaten both of them, would you even still be alive sitting here drinking tea? If what you're saying is true, I, Sun Hongyue, will work for you for free for a year, won't take a single cent." Sun Hongyu still hadn't forgotten Lu Fan's earlier remark about her sagging all over, nursing a grudge, and now her words carried a sharp edge. Lu Fan curled his lips, but did not respond. In less than half an hour, a sudden chorus of car horns erupted outside. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 SUVs and minivans completely blocked the entrance of Lu Fan's restaurant, leaving no room to pass. The most eye-catching was the Toyota Prado right in front. The moment she spotted the car, Sun Hongyu panicked and immediately grabbed Lu Fan's arm, saying, "Sun Hongqi is here with so many people. They're definitely out to kill you." A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. "Come with me, we'll leave through the back door." "You want me to take the back door?" Lu Fan frowned and asked. "I tell you to leave, and you just go. What's with the hesitation? Going through the back door is no big deal. I'll hold him off up front for a bit. Can't let the new boss get killed before his seat even gets warm." Sun Hongyu grew increasingly frantic. "Don't worry. Just leave the back door open and relax," Lu Fan replied earnestly.